remaining.
That's three.
פגע בו נראה לי.
Dude, good job.
Spike planted. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Four.
Sorry.
איזה שחקן אתה.
Wait, please.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
נייס.
Good job.
Without me.
בחיים אני הורג אחד.
Nice.
שתיים, מדליק, אחד טוב.
Go ahead.
הלכתי, יעזור אותו. שיעול. נשק במקרה?
My camera is destroyed. Cage trigger. Careful now. 3 out of 4.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Where is everyone hiding?
Nice.
Knocked him.
One CT now.
I'm out of stuff.
Viper.
Look at that.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
That's three. You will not
Good.
kill my ally.
Shot.
Hawk out.
One enemy remaining.
4 down.
Nice, well played.
Hawk out.
Last player standing.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Last player standing.
Sleep tight. Hawk out. Blinded. Hawk out. Blinded.
One enemy remaining.
That's three.
פגע בו נראה לי.
Dude, good job.
Spike planted. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
4.
Sorry.
איזה שחקן אתה.
Wait, please.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
נייס.
Good job.
Without me.
בחיים אני הורג אחד.
Nice.
שתיים, מדליק, אחד טוב.
Go ahead.
Cage trigger.
הלכתי, יעזור אותו. שיעול. נשק במקרה?
My camera is destroyed. Cage trigger. Careful now. 3 out of 4.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Where is everyone hiding?
Nice.
Knocked him.
One CT now.
I'm out of stuff.
Viper.
Look at that.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
That's three. You will not
Good.
kill my ally.
Shot.
Hawk out.
One enemy remaining.
4 down.
Nice, well played.
Hawk out.
Last player standing.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Last standing.
all the way around, and it's going to be at least.
נו באמת, כמיהרתי, יאללה, שבוע טוב חברים, שבוע טוב לכולם, אנרגיות טובות. מה אומרים שותפים, שבוע טוב.
Oh, up they go, down they go as Mixwell missed the shot on the Zeke. Finally, he's out of the round. Mixwell able to TP, just moves back into position enough, gets away with a TP away, and stays alive to fight at least for a few more seconds. Nuka around the backside, another flank from Hookah.
טיפה באיחור, אבל בסדר.
Into the 1v2, the showstopper stops the 1v3 from even being a possibility. G2 are showing that they're going to be able to compete early.
מאוד חברים.
Alright, some really important.
איך עבר הסופש?
Like everything that I've said about like Hoodie throwing up the sky flash through the teleport onto showers, Ascend went from leveraging a lot of plays in that position, defaulting it, to completely leaving it alone. Even when they went for the teleport to go for an A execute, they didn't have showers control. It was still in the hands of Nukie, and he could just hold on to that angle. It's so difficult here. Like, look at this. The only person you've got over there is...
שבוע טוב דניאל, שבוע טוב יניב, שבוע טוב שון, שבוע טוב לאבנר, אח שלי יעב. איך עבר הסופש חברים?
The problem is, G2 have done it a couple of times. It's got no information. Is Hoodie going to continue doing it?
I'm just so glad that we see Nuka get to keep that res, because you can see the impact he's able to get out of it so far.
I don't think it flashed anyone that time. Because Zeke managed to push all the way through.
Thanks a lot.
יש לו משחק קש האמת.
Out of dodge again, Meadow. He's playing this close position. He's often been here, but this time he massacres two Killers and Starks out, the victims of it. And these pistols, well, the sting is now out of their play. They're slowed down. Walking any closer surely means death, and that's exactly what will happen. G2.
זוכר יוסף, זוכר, אתה צריך לשאול את זה כל פעם כפרה, הכל בסדר.
Been a couple of these flawlesses for G2. Also, Bone Cold, it's the second time he's used his orbital strike against an eco, or on an eco even.
אמא שלי יכולה לטפל ברפואה שלמה, חיים שלי, רק בריאות.
Really, Ascend wanted to use these on 50 rounds just to have something that can maybe have a bit of punch.
G2 לוקחים יאב? לא, אסנד. קל אחי, מה יש לך? אסנד עושים פה 2-0 במפות לדעתי.
Nukie switched it up to be alone. They're so comfortable with this operator hold on showers, they can change up their default a bit more. And this is cool, right? Like, it's the idea of like Hoodie holding onto this angle. They won't expect Nukie here because he hasn't played here at all so far.
I've lost my feed, Ryan, so you will have to take it away.
All right, easy peasy then. Grav is going to come in, and Bone Cold pushing around does actually find Nukie that gets a bit too over-eager to try and find a fight. Smoke from the defense is going to dissipate potentially a flash play coming in from Hoodie. Ops against it. Now Keela is managing to make this lurk work. He's not just going to be sat idly by, but is he going to expect a peek from Meadow? No, that impact has been so good from Meadow, holding his A-shot position. He's able to do it yet again, and then the Viper's pit too.
Yeah, well, wall is up. That creates a corridor of safety for Ascend to try and move forward, but is it really safe when Mixwell's around? He's found a headshot. Now Meadow's turn to walk into them. It's a kill onto CNED, and now just one left. It's Bone Cold. And when I mean one left, well, he has healed up. I was about to say his HP matched that, but back up in health and back to killing as he finds three. Smoke will come down, giving him a corridor to
אחד בהפשטית לוקחים. חברים, כל מי שכאן שימו לייק, שימו סאב, תפעילו פעמון, איזה סרטון יש השבוע, אימא לב ואבא לב. אימא לב ואבא לב. בון קוד לא מפסיד את זה.
Another smoke comes through. He's got the molly indeed for the post plant. He can run this time down, and that can certainly come into play. Hoodie starts to walk.
Smoke.
No tap yet. Smoke is up. He's going to play with it. Cosmic to fight in, but he's on the right side. And unfortunately for him, Hoodie's too quick, and the headshot will land.
כבר 23 לייקים, אני מצפה פה ל-30, למה יש פה 30 צופים. אין פה 23. תרביצו לייקים, תרביצו לייקים.
G2 did not expect him to be in showers, and when he puts that smoke up, he's blocking off his own vision. And even with the Cosmic Divide dedicated by G2, they just assume that he's playing in from lamps potentially, that he's sort of lurking in the smoke perhaps. If he just... I understand why he would push, but he was probably not wanting to run into playing for time. G2 did not expect him to be in that position. Like, he played that well, all things considered. This timeout is very necessary. This is the rockiest that Ascend have looked in a long time. And G2, a lot of people wrote them off this map completely. Could be going into the second half with a bit more of a lead. At the very least, if it's an eco from Ascend this upcoming round 2.
אמת, יאב, גדלנו, אמת. אחי יקר.
Yeah, it's been a very quiet start.
מאוד מההתחלה ועד הסוף.
For G2, it's been anything but. We've seen Fragging out of Mixwell, we've seen Nukia have some massive rounds, and for Ascend,
אתה יודע, סיבה צפייה לפיינסט מתי, וואלה, המשחק הבא שלהם אני עושה אומר, מבטיח.
Other than that right now, so there's one big pop-off round from CNED. He gets that multi-kill as he pushes through elbow and around the back and defender spawn. But other than that, I mean, Ascend haven't really been able to go toe-for-toe against G2. And let's set the context here, Ryan, for the guys at home. This matchup is important for Ascend because they lost to Guild, right? So now they have to try and recover this. And this is their recovery mission, and it hasn't got off to the best of starts.
Both teams are 1-1 in the standings. I think whoever wins this sort of confirms.
אני פה מאפק שיש לו טבע לורנט, רק אומר, אחלה אפק.
But if Ascend lose this, that's
אני
really
לא שוכח את ההבטחות, ואני תמיד מקיים אותם.
Series losses out of your first 3 games of the year after winning champions, not the best luck. Yeah, and it's not really going to get easier for Ascend either. They still have Fnatic to play. Sure, they might have BBL, but BBL are in a bit more of a tear at the moment. Oh, sorry, they'll have Supermassive Blaze, so yeah, should be a series win there potentially, but you get the point.
Yeah, it's not easy from this point onwards for Ascend, so... Need to get going, but Nukia, he's just a nuisance. He's pushed, he's proactive, he's around the backside again. Again, Ascend have pistols in this round, so it should be G2 taking 7, but you would like Ascend to pose a bit more of a threat when they invest this much into the Sheriffs to get a good bit out. 1 kill from Bone Cold, but immediately answered by Avova.
Operators here in this position too. Just watching this angle more than anything. He could have a lot to do if he could just blast back in and check this corner, but it's all in a second. Mixwell not even taking that fight. He's been so much more reserved. He knows when to get out of dodge when he needs to. Navova playing in the smoke, hoping to find something.
It's a risky position. You can't really get out of this. So
וואי, איזה אופי זה הברימסטון.
He climbs the smokes way, might be able
אחד
to change up
המוגזמים
his
באמת.
position or he wants to face it.
כל יום האישה.
With those paint shells, Stark, so it's at the 3rd time he's died to Nukia's paint shells in this game so far. 3 kills picked up for Nukia, and there's just 1 left. It's Bone Cold. 10 seconds left. Finally a headshot. Good onto Mixwell, but Nukia closes with 4. He's just having a field day against these pistols right now.
Yeah, and they got the operator picked up as well. This is very interesting. The other thing I was going to say, with certainly NA teams more just sometimes moving to the chamber full time instead of I don't mean like Wardell, I mean like some of the VCT teams as well. Maybe they dropped Kellogg's and brought back Mixwell for that reason alone. Maybe this isn't the only map we're going to be seeing Mixwell playing that.
וואי, אפילו שמתי לב שמיקסוול חזר לג'יטו, שכחתי מזה. ראית? אני זוכר ששמעתי על זה, אבל שכחתי מזה.
Well then, that's where you get G2 firing on all cylinders. That's very much the case here. Tour de Force dedicated, and his defenders going out for a wide aggressive peak. The orbital strike is going to keep them in place, but Bone Cold gets caught out in the open.
Yeah, Bone Cold going down early again is a big problem here for Ascend. The first time they've had a rifle back in a while, and they've been caught with a player down. And Zeke, he jumps up into the fight while he's slowed, while he's stunned, and that will cost him his life. CNED now left in the clutch. 1v4, and if there is a man to pull off a miracle round for Ascend, it would be this guy. We'll see if he can do it.
מה אתה זורק? זה סינד.
Rises up his teammate, and Mixwell, he slowed back.
יואו, מה אתה זורק נגד סינד, יא משוגע?
And suddenly it's just Meadow left in the 1v2. He's coming around the backside as we go under a minute, and this is what we talk about. When we talk about a superstar power of CNED, he gets you right back into a round that just looked unwinnable.
של
Meadow has to try and pull this back.
לא. מפה של אסנד.
There's a little doorway for Meadow to slip his way
אסור
out the
לזרוק מולו
backside,
שום משחק,
but at
שום
Bone
ראונד.
Cold, he's only a warning system for CNED. The real threat still in the sight, and that is
CNED יוצא לה בוואנטח אבל.
1v1, Meadow climbs up on top. Snake bite to try and limit these positions, but do you really want to force the fight?
לא מאמין.
He will stop it. He will prevent CNED's inevitability, and that will be around
Nice
for
try.
G2 to close it at the half.
8-4 on the half, ascend looking like...
וואלה, הם עכשיו לוקחים פיסטול אבל וזהו.
feels on this
ומנצחים את
map. It's a
המשחק הזה,
different
רק אסנד
change
צריכים
up.
פיסטול.
Sure, it's a very different sort of
חייבים.
position to be in, right? You lose the map, it's a big change up in regards to like the schedule. Ascend are very much up in the air at the moment, and it certainly feels that way. That cohesion, what makes this Ascend comp really slap, it's just not really there. G2 not only have an answer from it from a macro play, everybody's firing in all cylinders, and Mixwell on the chamber is a huge difference to how it's playing out for Ascend.
בעד מי אני? בעד אסנד.
A glimpse of what Ascend have to see why they're champions. Is they have this kind of impact available in the team. We didn't get to see it really click for them on the attacking side. A big part of that was Nukia just being suffocating, never giving them the space to play with. But
שאת כל מי שכאן, שימו לייק, שימו סאב, אוהב אתכם המון.
right back in it. They have a chance. So
בואי ננסה להגיע ל-50 לייקים ככה זריז לפתוח את השבוע. תחילת שבוע הבא יום ראשון, גג שני, יוצא סרטון חדש, סרטון אימא'לה אבל ואבא'לה.
Classic and a mullet just to make sure, but this is a nice little lurker.
מה אומר סיב, הנח שלי יקר?
This amount of players to make their way in. Bone Cold has a lot of work to do.
well, he's gonna molly and buy some time, and Hootie, nice headshot. That's gonna be Stark so down and out. Bone Cold's turn.
וואי, הרייט קליק, מה זה? הרייט קליק המסריח הזה, מה זה? יו, איזה נשק מגעיל, באלוהים. למה שחקת בחמישי? הייתי בחתונה, אחי שלי יקר. חבר טוב התחתן, לא יכולתי לשחק.
You say style, it was mostly right-click classics.
No.
איזה מגעיל זה הרייט קליק, איכס.
Oh yeah, that aspect of it, but Bone Cold, it's just that kind of decision-making too, of like setting up the molly, trying to play off of it to get the right kind of angles. Kind of knowing that G2 were trying to push up from that position again, it was sort of like all funneled into one spot.
יקר אנחנו גם קלאסיק, תראה, שתי רייט... לא יודע.
Get that kill onto Nukia. He sort of knows how pivotal that position could be on the defense. I was gonna say, like, Healers, yeah, 1-11, like, it was difficult for him to just hold off on any defensive aggression when he's playing up against Nukia.
רק
Now
בשמחות
gonna be
אמן,
playing
אחי,
Marshall's
אמן.
position off of Zeke. Roller utility already dedicated from G2 to try and take the spot. They'll want the orb.
תראי, זה היה שחקן CS, אני לא זוכר אותו האמת, אבל נראה לי שכן. אני לא זוכר אותו פשוט מה-CS. הרבה היו שחקני CS. 90% מהוולורנט היו שחקני CS. איך היה אירוע, אבל היה כיף לאללה, עומר. היה יפה גם.
Mixwell, good start. That's where you can get out of the headhunter in a round like this. Bone Cold's head no longer attached to his head. And yeah, it's going to be the drop back. They're going to send a couple of players back to B because of that.
It's also you ever said not playing for lamps because it's ego. It could be a shorty around the corner, could just be a classic right click, do a lot of damage. They're playing well off of it. Stark so back in that position. This flash should be a dead giveaway of what the plan's going to be. And look at the two raises in showers. Zeke gets that kill and Nuki's right next to him on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, I mean, obviously finding so much success in this game, but he continues that. Luckily, Ascend starting to clean up, and it does thrust Nukia into the clutch alone. Yeah, if there is a player to pull it off, it feels like Nukia is in the form to do it.
יורים שפצנים שירים באנגלית, לא, איפה? עומר אדם ברקע. בצרחות.
Position now being given away. 15 seconds, not a lot of time to do this either. Nukia starts to walk into CNED. Who will turn, who will hit the headshot, and 6 rounds for Ascend. It's not the cleanest, it certainly isn't, but it's all about getting rounds now.
Good in the sense of you get a couple of kills onto Ascend, and also you get a good gist of how they're wanting to play out these early rounds. It could be a little bit different from previous weeks. Just throwing out stuff towards showers, for example, seeing what's going on there. And really, there was a potential opening for G2 to find much more space, but Ascend, they over-rotate initially towards B after Mixwell gets that kill, then they go...
חברים, אנחנו פה 45 צופים ויש רק 33 לייקים. בואו, זה לא הגיוני. תנו לייק, שימו לייק, כל מי שכאן שימו לייק, בואו נקדם את הלייב, תעזרו לי מאוד לקדם את הלייב. מזז כפר, עולה בתחזור. סגור יהיה אבא שלי לגר, שיהיה לך שבוע טוב, אחי.
Hoodie sending the trailblazer in towards long side. Figures out
כל מי שכאן, לייק, לייק, לייק, תרביצו ללייק, תרביצו למקש.
Over the top, CNET. Oh, how does he not get away with one? Just couldn't rattle enough shots to get the kill. And so 1 for 1 between Starkso and Nukia. But Spike continues to walk towards B, and Starkso good for 1. And a good reply into Nukia as Bone Cold hits the deck.
Gonna upgrade for Keyless as well from defended spawn, right in this spot. The paint shell is going to connect, and certainly with that snake bite that's there, vulnerable players. Meadow takes a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Keyless in
זה ראונד בונוס, האמת, וואלן, אסד לוקחים את הראונד הזה איכשהו, זה מטורף.
looking for the avenue back into the site.
סטארקסו שחקן.
Hoodie though that has given the kill away. And G2 can just tuck up, and now we look to Zeke. Can he find anything from Hookah? So passive here from G2. Now they start to play forward. It's Hoodie with one more. Starks has found 3 in this round, but the time is starting to tick, and he has to find them all. He knows he has to try and dig deep and figure out where they're playing from, how to force them out. He knows where they are, but he can't force them to fight. And the time is too far gone. Starkso has to concede. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but it's one that he must. And it's 9 rounds for G2 now as they continue to find round wins. It's their first in the second half.
I know that it's Ascend losing that round, but there's been so many of the 6 that Ascend have been able to pick up that have been just like crazy multi-kills. Even at round 12, where Scene had almost aces, we've had Zeke being able to ace in the past and Bone Cold not been too far off himself, right? It's a lot of rounds where it feels like it's just individual brilliance, keeping Ascend in the game. World champions, like, yeah, they have that individual brilliance. They have been outdone, I think, in a macro sense. Like, G2 have a really good approach. And, you know, when Nuki's feeling it, he's feeling it. It's very difficult to shut that down. He gets 2 kills very early on before being traded. Again, B split, aggressive utility focus. Zeke on that angle, can't win it out. Getting traded, G2 finding that advantage early on, but traded out.
Oh, Nukia.
Yo!
Oh, he's actually somehow dodged the barrel as well. Nukia comes away with 1. Set us up. Avova. Now Nukia sends his showstopper in towards defender's spawn. CNET has to put an end to the misery. They have to try and plug the hole. G2 in the site. You've got that spike down. In place in Hookah. Towards elbow. And right now for CNET and Keyless, they have to move in tandem together. They still have that wall available on CNET. Can use that wherever he decides. He's decided to throw it up. He has the corridor. It's got over half already. Has to peek. He eventually will. That's CNET down, and he can't sprite for 2. Is this finally time where Keyless is able to wake up? The timing on the tap of Vova will best him. And Ascend, that is going to sting. 10 rounds now for G2.
Patience again. G2 like playing out some of these rounds much more like reserved and restricted, and you see just Keyless for a second there frantically looking around to see where that kill came in. And like elbow's an obvious place where you could get killed in that scenario, like CNED walls off Hookah and B lobby and still gets caught in that spot. But because of how long it takes for G2 to actually peek him, they almost let the full defuse go through. I just assume it's clear at that point. Timeout. Another one, again, required.
מה זה הפורה באל? זה יעני קהילה בפייסיט של טופ ישראל. בשביל 5-5 נגד ישראלים, קסטומים.
Teams usually have that ability to ban it out, but because of all of the controversy surrounding G2 this week, they didn't get a ban. They didn't have any choice on whether to play this or not, yet they're still leading the line. Ascend had all of the advantages that they could need, and they look very much on the rocks. I still think there's an ability to turn it around, but this is not how I saw this map going. I'm pretty sure a lot of people didn't expect to see this map looking...
זה לכולם, יש את ה-open up, שזה לכולם, הפרו-up זה למי שמתאים.
It's not even like, you know, G2 are barely clinging on. A lot of the time the rounds look far better, and when Ascend even have a shot at getting into a round, it feels like it's done in the most unlikely of fashion. So, a super surprising result so far from G2. They are justified closing this one out and confirming the bind victory. And our analysts did not think this one was happening. The community, I'm sure, did not think this one was happening. But you know, we said Ascend can bleed. Right now, they're gushing blood all over the place. They got to patch it up.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a health hazard, Ryan. Got to clean up in aisle 9.
Even when you get into those positions of economy, G2 with having that chamber can at least alleviate some of it. Bone Cold, again, potentially using the orbital strike on a round where they don't have much money.
G2 not picking up too much info. was belong early. Send through a guiding light up in towards Hooker just to try and pick up some info.
הייתי בחלק שבא להיות חלום שלי להגיב כמוך, אז חלום שלי סיבה.
Not afraid to dedicate. I mean, they need to get rounds on the board.
Yeah,
You can't
that's
just
the
keep
thing.
waiting for the
No,
phone buys
no.
to come in. But
איזה
if
מיותר
Zeke's
זה
going
היה.
to take peeks like that on a round where he used Viper's Pit, it's scary. Bonecall's still on the fence about using that orbital strike. Trying to take that peek against Mixwell. Seekers has come through. Not got all that much info, but a lot of pressure towards B.
Yeah, well, he's going to get flashed. Bonecall won't get a chance to use that now. Starks up. Good for one, but has to drop back. He knows he's at least bought himself a few seconds with that guiding light on the drop back. But what can Ascend really hope to get here?
אנשים
Down a
שמתמקדים
player, they
לכושר,
don't have the weapons.
הלוואי עליי,
They've
ואמא
just got to
שלו.
hope for an absolute miracle. Starkser gets caught towards elbow. Healers and CNED left in the 2v4. And that's not really what's going to be working out here for Ascend at this moment.
You never know. Like,
יש לי פייסית מה אני רושם, לך לעמוד של נייטמר קיי, הוא פרסם שם הכל, איך להיכנס, איך להירשם, הכל.
Well, Ryan, I smell a bit of magic right now. CNET and Killers have found a couple of over, able to clean up alongside Meadow, and yeah, you know, there's the opportunities there, but just so difficult to
מפסידים
pull
את
off a
המפה
round
הזאת,
like that. 11 locked in for G2. Now we look to Ascend. They used the Viper's Pit in the last round. Now they've got the buy coming up into this. They're one away from the Showstopper. They're one away from the Res. They've got the Seekers. They've got the Orbital Strike online. They've got a few ultimates to play with here, and we'll have more to play with in just a little bit. Ascend, this is a must-win.
Ideally, yeah. It's just, this was their map that they really flaunted their power, right? So it is kind of a, if they don't look as good on bind, then how much of the other map pool looks awkward. Gonna try and push over Mixwell, but he's been very good at like holding these fights. Goes for the repeat and teleport away. And this triple stack towards Hookah, backing off for the most part. Zeke again taking an aggressive angle. He likes to do this. Try and put the game on his back when he needs
וואלה,
to.
אני חושב שהם קצת טורקית. אני חושב, האמת
Just
שלי, לא
catches
זוכר.
onto Mixwell.
Yeah, good call.
מה אומר טל? שבוע טוב אח שלי.
Right out of the round already. It's the first checkbox for Ascend. Ticked off. Sending the Trailblazer out.
אני חושב אבל שיש שם איזה שתיים שאינם טורקים. אני חושב בונקולד ועוד אחד.
That allows Bonecall to transition his position closer towards the teleporter at B long. Wall up at Hookah maintains control for the time being, trying to pull CNET into the swing. You see that idea there from Meadow hasn't quite worked out in practice, and Zeke has found another Nukia. Is he the playmaker that gets G2 into this round again?
טוב!
Just aerial movements. This guy's a gymnast.
שמע, נוקיה זה חולה. מה אומר קולפול אח שלי יקר?
It's 2 kills in this round, and G2 are back into the 3v3.
סתם ביוטיוב שלו, כן דוד. שמע, נוקי הביא פה ראונד אחוז שרמוטה. לא, לא מאמין לך, הכל הולך לו. הכל הולך לו, באמא שלי.
He's just standing watching him as he reloads, knowing he has the kill. And now Bonecall.
איזה וויפ של סינד, אבל...
He is shaking.
מה זה היה עכשיו?
Nukia is one away from getting the ace. The incredible 5k from Nukia lies in front of
איזה
him.
רייס חולה הוא באמא שלי.
Bonecall begins to walk out through lamps, but this time it's ticking. And Bonecall has so much
נוקי
to
מסיק
do.
פה את האייס, קל.
One smoke available.
לא, לא.
Nukia now extends in the showers and confirms his ace. He finds all 5 and does it in disgusting style.
I have never seen movement like that in this.
איזה
It's
ראונד
like he's
שלו,
playing
אימא'לה.
Soldier again in TF2, Nokia. Like that blast pack to dodge, to go back on himself. As that
נכון שדאג
showstopper
שתראה את
comes
השידור
in,
בתוזמן?
you will never see anything like this from someone
רגע, אני
else.
אגיד
Like
לך.
this.
וואי, זה יפה זה היה.
Unbelievable.
זה עוד לא מוכן הסרטון אומר, אז עוד לא עשיתי שידור מתוזמן. זה יהיה ביום ראשון או ביום שני, אם הסרטון יהיה מוכן כבר היום, אז יש שידור מתוזמן למחר.
That was ridiculous.
That is incredible. Nukia is having a highlight today. 29 kills.
עד שהיה הכל לא מוכן, אני לא עושה שידור מתוזמן סתם אומר.
Looked rough at the start of that round, but here they go again. It's CNED with a first.
מאוד לכור אל אח שלי יקר.
Finally coming in.
נוקי, לייק גן, שמע, יביא פה משחק.
Sever this G2 side, but Meadow continues to charge forward with it. It's one as Zeke and Stark, so they're the cleanup crew now for Ascend. It's just a Vova left. A good response here from Ascend back after what was an incredible round from Nukia. To reply like that, to keep themselves in it, at least a little bit of breathing room for Ascend now.
Head above water. 29 and 12 is Nokia. It's only 20 rounds played.
Yeah, kind of ridiculous.
I mean, like, yeah, if this was what the reason why like Kellogg's was shipped off to Team Heretics, for example, all for it. Makes a lot of
באח
sense.
שלי יקר, תגיד לי, גיימפלי שלך היום? כן, אני אעשה איזה משחק 1-2 מקסימום אחרי המשחק הזה.
But if this is the general direction that they can lean, this works. Not only you've got Meadow looking so good on the Viper. I wish we saw it more, and I wish we saw it sooner before she gets changed and potentially not played as much. Like this
אם בסט מנצחים, חבר מועדון רמה האחרונה, אח שלי היקר טוויטו, אח שלי היקר שבוע טוב. תודה רבה חבר מועדון חיים שלי, ברוך הבא. מה קורה שותף? אם בסט מנצחים, אבל רגע אורן, מנצחים את כל את המפה הזאת או את כל הטורניר? את כל המשחק מולם יעני. טוויטו אח שלי היקר, תודה רבה חיים שלי, אוהב אותך המון.
And G2 now have a huge advantage, and this has got to feel rough. You know that Nuke is just diving his way around the sites. You can't do anything about it. He is inevitable. 30 kills now picked up, and now we look to see net kilos. A 2 versus 5 as G2 look to take down Bind. Many of us thought this was impossible. Incredibly unlikely with a conservative view, but here we go. CNET and Kiles trying to keep themselves
רגע.
with the double. Nuki and Hoodie both down, but still.
אין לי זמן, הכל בסדר, חיים שלי, אוהב אותך.
Viper's pit has been sent out by Kiles. Reds to cover it off, but it's down.
איי, זהו, GG.
But Meadow, he's sweeping him up, and Mixwell will close.
כי אני אוהב אותך, אחי יקר אתה.
Dominance and shock from G2 as they take map 1 of Bind.
The first time that a
בואי נשמע, G2 הרביצו להם.
August 2021, way back in stage 3, way up against, I think it was SMB, but I'm pretty sure that there was a really close series between these two on this map as well, way back when, so nobody really expected this to happen, but nobody
בטורנירים ינצחו כן, אני חושב.
I'm done, Dinko. I don't know what else to say about that.
Yeah, it's left Ryan speechless, and I think that's enough words for us anyway. It's time to hear from the desk. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll hear their thoughts on map 1.
איך לפעם בקבוצה? אני כרגע בקבוצה, חכה. בס תגיד, באף עוד לא עשית אומר, יא חונקת, תעשי כבר. בטח שלקח את ה-VCT, וואלה, אני אגיד לך את האמת, לפי איך שזה נראה, אני מאוד מקווה שאסנד האמת. אבל וואלה, אני לא זוכר, מי הביא פה ביצועים מטורפים? אני לא זוכר כבר בטורניר הזה. FPX. אני זוכר שאת הטורניר של פיינס, בשביל התחלתי לצפות לך, כי הבאת ביצועים, תודה רבה, אחי יקר. וזאת הקבוצה שהייתי בה דרך אגב, מי ששחקנו בפיינס זאת הקבוצה שהייתי בה. וואלה, אבל אני מתבאס שבלייב קשה לי מאוד לשחק טוב, כי יש לי הרבה פאקט לוס, יש לי הרבה לאגים, בגלל שאני בלייב וראיתי גם הרבה FPS, כאילו יש לי מלא דברים שגורמים לשחק כל כך רע, שזה לא כיף לשחק בלייב, לא יודע למה. מי יצפו BBL SMB? וואלה, BBL. אני משחק על הפנים בלייב, אומר, על הפנים. שלם לך, לא אחי, זה קצת שאנחנו פתחנו. לא משהו רשמי. ראית הפיינס? כן, ראיתי. אז אני רוצה לראות לו בלייב. לא, כי אני משחק סבבה בלייב, אבל יש לי הרבה דברים שמורידים את איך שאני משחק, כי אם זה FPS, אם זה פאקט לוס, אם זה דברים, זה מבאס, זה מבאס. כאילו עכשיו תראו שכנס למשחק, יהיה לי בטוטל איזה 3,000 פאקט לוס. שזה חולני לשחק עם זה, חולני. אבל בסדר, לא בוכים, צ'אט, אין תירוצים. צא בדיסקורד יום אחד, אתם רוצים? אני חייב אינטרנט אחר, וואי אחי אני חייב סיבים, אתה לא יודע כמה זה יעזור לי בחיים. אולי בעתיד, בחודשים הקרובים, בחודשיים אני מקווה, יגיע לי סיבים לבניין סוף סוף. אומרי המגניב, אח שלי יקר, ערב טוב, שבוע טוב. טוטוריוס. וואלה אם היה לי סיבים, היה לי כל כך כיף להסטרים ולשחק, שזה מטורף כאילו. אין, אבל הבעיה שאין סיבים. ראשים וארבע פינג, יו, אני משחק על 70 פינג, תחשבי איזה שינוי זה יהיה בשבילי, זה יהיה מטורף. זה יהיה חולני. וואי, 2.7 קייג'י. 27 קומבט סקופ, וואי, איזה חולני. הביא משחק. אינטרנט מסך בצפון, כן, האמת שכן על הפנים.
1 ace, 1 4K, 7 double kills, and that's not even the craziest thing that he did in this game. It's absolutely insane how well he played and how big of a part of the success for G2 he was, but I also have to say that Mixwell on the chamber, even though
זה עולם אחר אחי, כן, זה עולם אחר. כאילו עכשיו אני בעוד 500 וזה לא כזה טוב. זה לא... וואי, תראה את אודי. הכל שקר, לא אכפת לי, מבחינתי להיות על... כאילו אין לי בעיה אפילו שלי 80 פינג, אבל... שלא יהיה לי פאקט לו שאני מסטרים, ושלא יהיה דברים כאלה, זה ה... תעבור לפרטנר, פרטנר רק אם זה סיבים, אתה יכול להסטרים, אם זה לא סיבים אתה לא יכול להסטרים. ואין לי סיבים בבניין. אז כרגע האינטרנט הכי טוב שיש לי זה עוד 510 העלה, אז זה מה שיש, עם זה עובדים אחי. ביום שיהיה לי סיבים, מבחינתי לא מעניין אותי איזה חברה, אני ישר עובר לסיבים. בלי לחשוב בכלל. עוד גיימרס, לא סתם. שתעבור תעבור לפרטנר? כן, האמת שהרבה ניסו לי לפרטנר. בפעם הראשונה ניצחו, כן מורטיס. 110 העלה, אימא עליך, חלום שלי. ביום שיש לי סיבים צ'אט, אני עושה 12 שעות לייב. 12 שעות תפסים לטופ אחד. יארין, חיים שלי, אח שלי יקר. מה אומר? כמה זה עוד גיימרס? 500 הורדה, 10 העלה. פרטנר הכי חזק בארץ, כן, אני יודע. 24 שעות, יאללה, 24 שעות, קיבלת תוספת. וכמה אני בין 20? בזק לוקח, בזק, עוד, פרטנר, לא מעניין אותי. יש סיב, אני נכנס. מה קרה עם הצבא? לא עשיתי צבא, לצערי קיבלתי פטור. מתרגשים מהסרטון מחר, אמת, אח שלי יקר, איך הסרטון מפחיד, שלם, מפחיד.
when they planted out of showers, that's something that they do every single time, and it was not counted by G2. It's like they won both pistol rounds. It's weird.
It was a bad day at the office, especially from Killers and Stark. So especially we saw in the first half, they had one kill after like the 5th round, and they just couldn't really get into the game. They couldn't trade. They couldn't manage to get their ones. That's all well and good in of its own. Idea how to counter what they were going up against. It was like and then you drop it on the ground, and now it's dirty, and it's like the sandwich is awful at that point, right?
5-second rule.
Yeah. No, but at that point it's been 10 seconds.
לא ראיתי עומר, פספסתי.
You know what? That's disgusting, and please don't do that with we do not offer that as advice to the viewers out there, but that was what it is for Ascend, is that not only a bad day at the
שאת כל מי שכאן, אם עוד לא שמתם לייק, שימו לייק, זה עוזר לי מאוד לקדם את הלייב, אוהב אתכם המון.
we have to be obvious about what occurred here on Bind.
Well, let's talk about the side of G2. We spoke about Nuki already, but I want to speak about Nuki a little bit more because these numbers are just absolutely insane. But also, in the past when Mixwell was on the roster, Mixwell was on the...
אני אומר לכם, רמה את מה שהכרתם, באמת, יעני, באמת.
I feel like they made a very good decision of putting Mixwell on the chamber, but also, Lothar, this is why you let Nuki play Raze.
He has this fearless approach to the game, something that I always saw wasted on other characters. If he doesn't play a character that has like the ability to play for himself, be a little bit more free when it comes to the approach to the game, like this.
What is this?
What is that?
I think this play is 100%
איזה רייז דיף הוא
the
קיבל.
best play of this year.
איזה רייז
we're
דיף הוא
seeing
עשה לו.
in second month of the year. Like that's absolutely insane. I think
What is this?
this looks like Quake.
צופה בעוד לפעמים.
The guy just dodged a rocket.
Keep playing it. Go on production.
You can see his like thinking as well, Lothar. You can see that he's like, oh, I gotta react.
Yes,
you know?
And he manages to dodge an ultimate all at once. Like, this is not just him parkouring around the side. He also dodges an ultimate. And what happens in front of that player's eyes is just magic. It's just magic.
Yeah, this is the way that you want to play the dodges on Raze. When you double click the satchel in front of you, then you just essentially get a slide. But you can also do it like during actual commitment, for the movement.
יש לך איך לשפר את האיים, תעשה דאטמאצ'ים אחי, תעשה איימלאפס. וזהו, האמת, בעיקר דאטמאצ'ים, איימלאפס זה יותר כדי לקבל ביטחון על העכבר, אבל לרוב דאטמאצ'ים. ראית את נום, עקפו את פיינסט? כן, ראיתי, נמולייט.
It's not often we see like 2,000 IQ.
בשחק הרבה, האמת.
I feel like we're going to be let down now by every other Raze player if they don't pull out something like this. He set the bar a little bit.
ותמצא את ה-DPI שמתאים לך ואת הסנסיטיביטי שמתאים לך. אם זה איטי, אם זה מהיר. אתה תתחיל לשחק השני עוד איזה 5 דקות מקסימום.
Where does the storyline kind of land here for you guys? Are we setting this up as a potential 2-0 G2?
Ascent is a map that they played a lot when it comes to historically speaking G2. Like it was one of the most terrifying maps to play against them when it was still the first iteration of G2, still with artists in the team. But after that, it was a letdown.
לא, זה פשוט לבנדובסקי, הוא לא קבוצה ישראלית. כן, גם.
Decisiveness on the executions with the jet dashing on the side, something that was very much lacking. And now, maybe after seeing the G2 on Bind, maybe they'll find that comfort for this map. Maybe that's how we play this game.
וואלה, כמה שני וטנום, זה הולך, זה בו זה שהם פשוט תחתימו. וואלה, האמת שאני גם התאכזבתי מזה. וואלה, ציפיתי כאילו, לא יודע, אם אתם ארגון ישראלי, שיהיה לכם לפחות רוב ישראלי, כאילו. למה שיהיה 5 אירופאים? לא הבנתי. מה הקטע? איפה התמיכה בישראל, כאילו? איפה התמיכה בשחקנים ישראלים? איפה הקטע הזה? לא, זה לא ארגון ישראלי. אם ארגון ישראלי, יש להם רוב ישראלי בקבוצה. וישראלים לא ברמה, אחי, לא כולם, יארין, לא כולם. אבל יש ישראלים שברמה, אחי. אבל זה לא ארגון ישראלי, אחי. אם יש להם קבוצה של 5 אירופאים, זה לא ארגון ישראלי, אחי, זה ארגון אירופאי, אחי. מה אומר פריזר שלי יקר? שבוע טוב. לא כולם, יארין, לא כולם. אם אתה ארגון ישראלי, יש לך רוב ישראלי בקבוצה. פיפה רמה גבוהה של ישראלים? אז מה, גם יש אירופאים יותר טובים מהישראלים, אז למה לא להחתים 4 שחקני פיפה אירופאים, אחי? במקום להחתים 4 פיפה ישראלים? לא הבנתי. תחתים את מקום ראשון בעולם, מקום שני, מקום שלישי, מקום רביעי, 4 אירופאים, יש לך אחלה קבוצה פיפה, אחי. למה להחתים ישראלים? אני יכול להגיד לך אותו דבר, כאילו, אתה מבין?
as that force that we just had him on bind, right?
Sure, but I'm gonna do like a little...
השאלה לי אליך איך נהיים יותר יציבים במשחק, היכולת ה-35 פה במשחק אחרי זה לסיים 8 זה ולורנט אחי. כאילו זה רנקד. רנקד זה רנדומלי ממש.
But he managed to end on a very good performance on the jet. So if you just wanted to go back to what he was doing back then, he was on the jet, he had a really good performance, albeit a loss on that particular map. I think if we're hitting comfort zones here for Mixwell, hit the jet, run with the stride.
פלדמן שחקן מטורף. פלדמן שחקן פיפה מטורף. כן, אבל סתם, זה לא קשור. כי, עזוב, אתה לא יכול להחתים אחד ישראלי, ירין? אתה רוצה להגיד לי שאין לך אחד ישראלי שמתקרב לרמה הזאת, אחי, אחד? מה הולך אדם? איזה ארגון שחקנים סבירים? לא סבירים. שחקן טוב, אחי. אין אחד? אז אתה לא יודע, אחי, אתה לא חושב נכון, ירין. מה אומר יהודה אח שלי היקר?
I'm gonna be very worried if we're gonna see the same type of executions that we have seen so far when Mixer was in Jet. But we don't know what they will play. That's the thing.
Yeah, we're going to head into agent select very soon. But if not the jet, and if he does play the chamber, how does that leave kind of the rest of the team?
וואלה, לא חושב. לא חושב, שלבי. כאילו, כן, אין בעסת את זה, אבל הקבוצה הראשית שמייצגת אותך בסופו של דבר, זה הפנים שלך, כאילו. יש שם 5 אירופאים במקום ישראלי אחד, כאילו.
As well with the stun and pull, and it gives you so much space as well. But if he's gonna play Killjoy, then why would you have Chamber? Makes no sense, right? But okay, okay.
Mirror matchup comp here. No changes on the side of Ascend. Of course, we spoke about CNET going back on that jet, but yeah, are you a little bit disappointed?
I'm a little bit disappointed because I really wanted to see that chamber again on Mixer because I feel like it fits him so well. So, but this is the potential new meta game. Sorry, not potential. This is the new meta game on Ascent where players are picking up KO. He's such a potential has such a potential explosiveness built into him, kind of like a phoenix.
בסדר, כן, כל אחד חושב אחרת, אבל אני לא אוהב לדבר, אני יותר אוהב לעשות, אבל בעתיד אנחנו נראה הרבה דברים, אחי. ואנחנו נראה דברים טובים. ווואלה, אני אשנה לך את הדעה אולי בעזרת השם. יכול להיות, שלבי. גם נקודה. אני חולה על נייטמר קיי, ואני חולה על נום, כן? חולה על פיינסט, אני חולה על כל הארגונים הישראלים. אבל זה די מאכזב שארגון ישראלי לוקח 5 אירופאים. זה נראה רע. זה נראה מאוד רע. לבוא להגיד את זה לשלט אנשים ככה אני רואה שאתה אוהב אותו מספיק, אתה לא בלייבים. לא, אני ומולייט חברים מאוד טובים שלב. כל אחד והדעה שלו, אחי, מכבדים את הדעה שלי כולם. הוא חבר מאוד טוב שלי, אח יקר. כל אחד והדעה שלו, אח שלי יקר. עוד רגע נצטרך חתם מן הלייב הזה. אח יקר, עמית.
Situation, Ryan, you know, looking at the matchup, G2 in a position where they could 2-0 Ascend. You know, we thought Ascend just lost the series and that was them slightly wounded. Now they're completely broken. They have to try and come back.
דגל אירופה, לא דגל ישראל. הגיוני, אחי, כי הם ארגון אירופאי כבר.
G2 going to be able to pull this one off and will Ascend be able to recover? This is turning into a real exciting matchup.
Yeah, and I think for this year at the very least, like Ascend on this map, we've not seen too much from them. They did win over Supermassive plays, but it was a really scrappy affair where, again, SMB were able to get a lot of damage done in the first half. Now, it's really a case of if G2 can close this one out, to do it decisively, they beat Fnatic,
לא, אני יודע שלא בא להגן עליי, אחי. פשוט כאילו, לא יודע, כאילו מכבדים, אתה יודע, את כל הדעות, אחי. מקבלים את כל הדעות. אין פה מישהו שצודק, מישהו שלא צודק. כל אחד ומה שהוא חושב.
Performance in that last map, that is hopefully what we're going to get to see more of as you come into Ascent. We'll see how this one pans out. Early on, fight's going to be coming down in towards A. Oh, it's CNET caught in the open. Good for one. Side of the gravity wall, it will end up in 2 kills favoring Ascent.
סיבי שחקן טוב, אבל הוא לא הביא תוצאות בנום לדעתי. הוא שחקן ממש טוב, הוא לא מוצא את עצמו כאילו. טורונטו של יקר שבוע טוב.
Children could sort of punish him. Smoke could come in a nice point, and in fact, the fact that Nuki has to get that peek and it forces Zeke to be a bit more aggressive. He gets pinged as well.
Mixed wall. Dashes across, pulls him into the fight, and Bone Cold will certainly serve him up on a silver platter, but
עזב או שפיטרו, אני לא יודע. לא יודע.
And now we just look to Keyless, the last remaining player for Ascend. This round looks so good for Ascend up until it didn't. We just see suddenly...
נום עשו לעצמם פשוט עבודה די קלה. הם לקחו קבוצה של 5 אנשים שכבר יודעים לשחק ביחד, שיחקו ממש טוב ביחד, הביאו תוצאות ביחד, ופשוט אמרו, יאללה, יש לנו קבוצה. למה פשוט להסתבך? קח 5 שחקנים כאלה, שים להם מאמן. ויאללה, אתה על הגל.
To avoid cypher as much as possible at the moment. I think Killjoy just does so much impact. But this lurk as well, we sort of said that as the execute was coming in, Zeke was constantly checking towards A main and Tree, expecting a lurk. Again, the patience and the timing from G2 is so good that it completely sideswipes Ascend yet again when they had a bit of an advantage. Now a lot of players going up towards B main defensively trying to push.
בכל מקרה, וואלה, אני מאחל להם המון בהצלחה. אני מקווה מאוד שבעתיד שהם יעשו שינוי, אם יעשו שינוי, זה יהיה שינוי שיוסיף ישראלים ותמיכה בקהל הישראלי. חוץ מזה שיהיה להם המון בהצלחה. מהאמן שלהם אני עדיין לא יודע. אבל אתה לא יכול להשוות את G2 ללבנדובסקי מול לייב. זה לא השוואה הגיונית, אחי. וגם אומר לך את האמת, לדעתי, גם עכשיו הם יכולים להחתים שמות מאוד מאוד מאוד גדולים במקום הישראלים, והם לא יעשו את זה. בינתיים 9-0. בוא נחכה. We've seen it, headshot.
And right to the defuse, Bone Cold will run. He holds it through, and G2, they win the pistol, but they can't follow up in 2 in a row. It's a thrifty back for Ascend.
This should be a really good map, I think, just the way that these teams are taking chunks out of each other. I said that Mixwell wasn't expecting that lurk over on A main, but he did keep checking it. He even smoked it a couple of times.
במקום לדבר שימו לייק, אמת, שט, אמת. תרביצו לכפתור של הלייק, תרביצו לו. מכות, תרביצו לו. איש מצחיק את... לא, עוד פעם, שלבי, אתה צריך לכבד את הדעה של האחר. זה לא משנה מה אתה חושב. גם הוא חושב אחרת, אף אחד לא חושב אותו דבר. ומונט איש מאוד מצחיק.
Two for CNED, and he's just so damn clean. CNED cleaning them up in mid. Triples his score, and now Meadow and Mixwell.
ביחד לא עובד להם, כי אולי יש עוד עבודה שצריך לעשות, אחי. ואני מאמין שהם עושים את העבודה הזאת, ואנחנו רואים שהם עושים עבודה. לא מזמן ראינו משחק שלהם שהובילו ל-10-2, ווואלה, שמרו על המנטליות שלהם, ועשו קאמבק של החיים. הגיעו ל-12-11, הגיעו לאוברטיים, ועדיין יצחו את המשחק הזה. כפיים סוערות, אחי, זה מאוד קשה להישאר מנטלית, חזק. אחרי שעושים לך דבר כזה. איזה עוד עבודה אפשר לעשות? יש שינויים בקבוצה, הם לא נשארו אותו 5 כל השנה וחצי ביחד. הם החליפו שחקנים, וכשמתחלף שחקן זה לעבוד על הכימיה, זה לעבוד להכיר איך השחקן הזה משחק, מה הוא עושה במצבים מסוימים. אתה צריך ללמוד להכיר אותו. הוא גם צריך... אתה צריך ללמוד אותו, אין מה לעשות. אתה צריך להתחבר לזה. הוא צריך ללמוד את הקבוצה. יש הרבה דברים שצריך לעשות, אחי.
He's trying to bring down as many players as possible. When you know you're going to get into the force by wars, you're going to get into a situation where the economy is going to be rough. If Mixwell can take down a lot of these players, it could be very expensive for Ascend. It can make a difference in the rounds to come. Starkso is barely walking right now, Ryan.
וואלה, טנס כרגע לא כזה מפתה להחתים אותו, האמת.
They might get a plant. Yeah, might be able to out of this, and this could be massive money here for Mixwell. He's going to run to the site. He's going to go for the plant, closes down the doorway. Now we're not just looking at what he can get out of this. Now we're looking at a potential round win for Mixwell. Flash goes around.
אוי, לא, אנטי. מיקסוול משחק ג'ד במפה הזאת? וואלה, שמתי לב בכלל.
luckily able to quickly trade him out after that first pick.
מוזר.
But there's a world in which they line up for Mixwell there and he gets the round win. But luckily Ascent clean it up, but damn expensive.
Best case scenario for an eco, other than winning the round, obviously, is just getting those 4 kills, getting the plant in, getting that extra bit of money, especially if it allows maybe Mixwell getting something like an operator online, depends how comfortable he is on attacking.
לא, הוא כאילו כן, טיינס איימר מטורף, כן, טיינס איימר פסיכופת, הוא עושה דברים שאף אחד לא ראה ועדיין הוא יעשה דברים שאנחנו בחיים שלנו לא ראינו, אבל באופישיאל, במשחקים בתחרות, הוא לא עשה משהו כל כך רציני. הלאה, משחק 1-3, זה לא כזה טיינס, אחי, זה כזה טורניר, ואתה עושה ביטוח לראונד הזה. אתה מבטח את הראונד הזה. אתה לא יכול להפסיד ראונד של 3-1. זה משהו שלא יכול לקרות, אחי. זה לא מפחד. גם אם היו מול שזם וגם אם היו מול סיק, עדיין האולט הזה היה מגיע.
Couple of bait plays like this, so let's see what Staxo could do on the site. So good at playing these kind of positions, but is he going to get routed? Nokia might have a recon that soon.
Oh, Nukia doesn't have much more at all. He's just taken out. Runs down into the barrel of Starkzo, and now Mixwell over the top, dies on down, goes all in with the blade storm.
מאוד לך דרך של יקר רפטוב.
Doubles up, and now running down Meadow. Meadow pulls it back, and now suddenly a chance for Meadow. 3 players still up. So Meadow has to worry about what.
המשחק הברק הכי פחות מעניין בעולם.
Peeks into the open. Kill for Meadow. Drone's going in. He's gone to pick up the spike in this meantime. And now he's caught in a real tough spot. He knows exactly where.
וואלה מסכים, רוני. מסכים, בעוד שמשחקים אני דיימונד, אתה אש, אח שלי יקר. זה מאוד מעצבן, אחי.
Another scrappy one for Ascend. Like they get these early initial picks, and yet still find it very difficult to deal with G2 when they execute. Meadow has been superb today. Like it's just much better.
לא תשים לב מצלמות של אוקראינה.
The world-class team that G2 were trying to put together. Like this is the potential of it, right? G2 calling the timeout early is quite interesting in a regard. It's like it doesn't seem that too much is going wrong for them other than confirming a few of these rounds, especially with how much damage they're doing to Ascend's economy. But if Pips and
פשוט מתעצבן, הכל בסדר, אחי יקר.
and there's some area of play that
מי אתה חושב שנצח? אני מאוד מקווה שאסנד. מאוד מקווה שאסנד.
could be the difference for G2 starting to get these rounds on board.
אסנד יותר מגיע וגם זה ייתן לנו גמר יותר מעניין, כי הם יגיעו לגמר. נגיד לראות איזה אסנד נגד גמביט, או איזה ליקוויד אסנד, יכול להיות משחקים מעניינים מאשר G2 ליקוויד נגיד. אני בעד שיהיה עניין בעתיד.
Unfortunately, G2, because they didn't really have found a round win in a while, they don't have much credits available, so they still are in a pretty tough spot. They can get sheriffs out, Mixwell.
אם אתה נגד טנס ורק באמת תפחד להפיק, וואלה לא אחי. לך את האמת. יצאתי איתו ברנק, אבל לא נגדו.
But right now we're looking at actually Mixwell investing into the hero Vandal instead.
זה חצי גמר? לא, זה לא חצי גמר. פשוט אני אומר, כאילו עכשיו בעתיד, שהם ינצחו את זה, יהיה מולם קבוצות יותר מעניינות מאשר G2. ואסן זה קבוצה שאני רוצה לראות מתקדמת בטורניר פשוט. אכלתי פה פלפל חריף, וואלה אתמול אכלתי איזה 5 פלפל חריף. זה הולך לסנטרנס על הפנים. אתמול הם ניצחו אני יודע, אבל הם לא משחקים כזה טוב.
Very much a case of the old versus the new, especially if G2 can make this series work. Right now, it's Zeke just going on fire. Keela is using this B main position. Very adaptive, very reactive on it for the most part, and can't really be flawless from the looks of it for Ascend. They always have to lose at least one, but it's better one than the majority of their squad. They keep the operator, they keep the owner.
החסרונות שלהם, אני לא יודע מה החסרונות שלהם כך, כי אני גם לא צופה, פשוט צופה בתוצאות. ולא הולך להם להיט. אבל גארד האלה של, איך קוראים להם? גארד של NA, הולכים להיות מטורפים. הם משחקים מפחיד. מפחיד. גארד הולכים להיות שחקנים משהו רציני.
Peace be with you. I'd also say as well, like, who's going to play chicken when it comes to the Killjoy lockdown versus Hunter's Fury?
Yeah, it's going to be the interesting story to follow throughout this round.
תודה רבה, שלי יקר, אוהב אותך.
towards these aggressive stances. The problem here for G2 is they don't have an operator to challenge him.
Tree.
It's going to be the tree play forward from Nukia. He sends the drone far forward. 0 point used up. Try and gather some info in towards the tree, and there comes the null.
וואי, סטאפ מעניין.
Cosmic Divide here starts the ultimate.
הם הולכים לבי וזה טוב להם. כי כל הביט יש קיג'י בבי.
At least that Cosmic Divide might give
אבל הם לא ישחקו לשם על הליין. הם ישחקו על הסטרת. או שהם ישחקו על הליין.
Doors go down. G2 start to send their numbers in towards it. Bone Cold not ready. Zeke will remove Hoodie from play, so he's not coming back. But there's still going to be the lockdown available for Meadow.
Because the silver went down as well, bone cold, it means that it can go out.
עזבו אותך, תן לך סגייטים, מחטיאים אותך.
There is a null command from Zeke. Are they going to use this for the retake so far? You know that the Killjoy's on site. Hunter's Fury going to be used on this side as well.
אוי, פגע שם.
Yeah, Starkster goes down. Has massive impact out of the Hunter's Fury. Mix one
Nice try.
as well. Down goes Zeke, down goes everyone. Avova closes it with
RGX ונדר, וואלה, אני לא מתחבר אליו, אתה יודע?
G2 with 2 on the board.
I mean, it felt like Ascend had good control over that they pretty much guessed instantly with Hoodie's ult that it was a bit of a fake. They rotated to B, and I think it's a different story if Bone Cold doesn't go early in the round when he's playing on catwalk.
מה שכן, הבנדל החדש, נדיר. נדיר. עדי, תודה רבה על הסבא, ברוך הבא.
And they're able to just stalwart hold off this post plant. Ascend couldn't even get near the site, it felt.
תביא לי משחק אחד של נום והסבא של ענק לטים, ראיתי את זה, ראיתי את הקטע הזה נום. אני לוקח כל סקין שיש לרצפה שאין לי עומר. זה לא משנה איך הוא נראה. גם עכשיו אני אראה נייטרו ונדל, שזה המדל הכי מסריח בעולם. אני אקח אותו, כי אין לי אותו. הבנת? אוי, סיט. בוא נקוד נתפס. אוי. הם אנאוור, רציניים אבל.
I mean, that's an awful one, right? Just getting shot in the back whilst they're in drone. Zeke again wasn't expecting it either. I don't know who was really playing in that market mid position, but they left that completely. Whatever Pips has said in the tack pause is clearly working because this B site is being hit and rampantly hit each time.
Yeah, I felt like a very
איזה ונדל אני אוהב, בוא נלך את הוונדל החדש. מיזון שחקן מטורף, מיזון שחקן באמת, הוא מכונה. גם עכשיו הורידו אותו ממנו את התפקיד של ה-IGL והוא יכול לעשות פרגים בכמויות הרבה יותר גדולות. הוא שחקן ממש טוב. דימאסיק עוד לא ראיתי מספיק ממנו, אבל לפי מה שאני ראיתי הוא שחקן גם טוב מאוד. בוא נראה בעתיד מה יהיה איתו. אבל מיזון באמת שחקן ממש טוב.
It's these short to mid plays as well because Ascend are not playing tree at all. Where Keyless is stood, it is completely open from the defensive perspective. Nobody's even bothering because why? It's really tough to play against G2 like that anyway. You have a lot
מיזון נעים מטורף, כן אחי, מיזון באמת מכונה.
And also playing up against the KO in those positions is really difficult. It's kind of like Garage double doors on Haven. It's just that aggression, re-aggression, being able to dip out and in as you please. Ascend they're just not bothering. They've got Starkso playing off the map, a bit of utility to work with from the Killjoy now, sure. But I'm quite surprised.
דימאסיק מנסה 1v5, ראיתי, יואו. זה היה כל כך קרוב האמת. זה היה קרוב ממש.
They have lots going for them here. They just need to utilize it correctly.
The Killjoy team. שבוע טוב, פיצות אח יקר. מה אומר? טוב, מה לך להגיע בזמן האחרון? וואלה, אחלה גילד קודם כל, אבל לא יודע, האמת, משחק האחרון לא ראיתי ב-100% את כל המשחק. אבל, תשמע, אם הוא בתקופה פחות טובה, כאילו זה קורה, הכל טוב, אבל נראה לי שהוא בתקופה אש דווקא. כאילו, היה להם את הקאמבק, הוא דפק שם 30 משהו בומב, אחי. גילד שחקן אש. גם אני זוכר שהוא בתקופה טובה. מה אתה חושב עליי, הם בין הטובים באירופה? גילד פסיכופת. פסיכופת. אבל כולם שם טובים, אל תורידו מאף אחד, אבל כולם שם טובים. באמת שכל החמישייה טובה ממש. רק צריכים לבנות טיפה, לסדר, והם אש.
They're going to be in the site, no problem.
They know he's here. He just plays in his position. He's known for it. So the aggression comes in nicely from Mixwell. It's still a 3 versus 3. They just know that Staxo's going to...
המאץ' הכי טוב באירופה, סינד, כרגע.
Two players from Rafters having to make it work.
אלא אם כן סקרים ייקח ג'ט, אבל סקרים בינתיים משחק סקאי, בבריז, סקאי. לא יכול להסתכל על זה. אם אין לך נחוץ בקבוצה לדעתך, זה למה זה קבוצה, אחי, צריך את כל החמש. מה אומר דניאל?
Bone Cold now looks towards heaven, it's one, but the second player there, he turns back and Bone Cold, it's a valiant attempt, but it is not going to amount to much. 4-4 as G2 tied up.
And I mean, you can really sort of look at the keyless play. I think that's the main one that sticks to mind. Cosmic Divide there to try and like reset and give us a bit of time, but it gives G2 the opportunity to rotate, go towards tree, catch off the killjoy that's put in the lockdown with nobody there to help protect them. Just G2 defaulting nicely at the start of the round, trying to bully CNED off of these angles. CNED's finding nothing with this operator on the jet so far. But then Deathball one after the other. It's pure confidence that G2 are playing from when they come for these fights. But do you blame them? Because this Ascend team just don't have that swagger that they had when they were at Champions. So it's no surprise that G2 are going to just do G2 things and take these aim duels and overrun you.
איך שתצטרף לקבוצה ולהתחרות? כן אחי, זה מה שהולך להיות בעתיד. האמת שכך טובה, אהבת אחי יקר? זה שזה סיני האמת, לא שלי. לא נוגע בעומר יותר בחיים עומר. איזה זבל אני איתו. למרות שהוא דמות קלה, אולי סתם הייתי באמרה. They're good at going, all right, they're putting this cosmic divide down. We could just reset and go short because we know that we can pressure this area. And we've effectively bullied Ascend off playing in that spot.
Look how quick this place is going to be towards A right now as well from G2. Everybody's over here. They flashed straight away in towards Arch. And now they're committing everybody into this. And look at the rotation back from Ascend. They've made this call to come back right away.
תשפור עליו, אני שונא את המחשב שלי, כן. ובאמת זה מחשב טוב, באמא שלי. אם תצטרף בקבוצה זה רול תעדיף דואליסט או סנטינל, יותר נוח לי דואליסט, בהרבה, ברור, אבל גם סנטינל אני אשחק ממש טוב, כאילו, כן יש לי עוד הרבה דברים להשתפר בתור סנטינל, אבל עובדים על זה, אבל דואליסט או סנטינל לא כזה מפריע לי, העדפה קלה לדואליסט.
Bone call to check out towards B to make sure that G2 haven't made the run back. In fact, G2 are still towards A. And because no one is towards B right now, they can still commit the majority of their forces down this A side.
וואלה, האמת יש את ריזן. ריזן זה הסובה, תקשיבו טוב, באמת. ריזן זה הסובה הישראלי, קודם כל הכי טוב בפאר, בישראל. בוא נתחיל בזה שהוא הכי טוב בפאר, מבחינת סובות. עזבו את זה, הוא משחק סובה בצורה פסיכית. באמת, בצורה חולנית. חולנית. בנטו, פנטום, מה שזורם.
Recon. He puts the spike down. Recon is online for Bone Cold to try and figure out where Meadow's gone, but he has to know. He can't have gone far. He knows where the spike is, and he's now tracking Meadow.
יש מוטובה לאופישיאלס, במפות מסוימות כן.
He's gonna send that Recon in, and he drops down. Meadow in the right side. He's so low. The shock dart might just can't end this all. Oh no! He just about dodges it. Meadow has the kill, but Bone Cold has the kill.
יש מפות ויש מפותום, לדעתי בפרקצ'ור יכול להיות טובה, בביינד יכול להיות טובה. באייסבוקס חשובה. That utility I've been critical about with G2 in the past, like the recon dats from Nuki have been very straightforward, very simple, but when it comes to like on the fly moments and the decision making, the thing that G2, no matter who was in the squad, War is known for, Nuki fits that, even though he's not popping up on the raid. כן, כל מי שכאן ועוד לא שם לייק, שימו לייק, זה מאוד מאוד עוזר לי לקדם את הלייב. אוהב אתכם המון. מי יותר טוב, פיינסטון בוולורנט? בואו נראה, יש לי משחק עוד מעט. בואו ניתן לנו לעשות, במקום לדבר על זה. איך יודעים אתה צריך להתכופף כשאתה יורד? שלב את זה אחי, כי אתה צריכים עוד איך לשלב את זה. אם זה לצאת בקראוץ' פיק, שאתה יודע, שאתה כאילו עושה, שאתה יושב תוך כדי שאתה עושה פיק. אם זה פיקים מסוימים שהם קרובים אז לשבת כן יכול לעזור. בראים מטורף, בראים נכנס למטה עכשיו, כן. את אסטרה דרסו. אוי, כמעט דאבל. מי יותר טוב פיינסט? נו, אמרתי, נראה עוד שבוע, יש להם משחק. שבוע טוב ידוח שלי, יקר.
Problem is now for Stark, so he's given away his position by taking away that alarm bot, and now looks towards back of the boathouse, waiting for the swing out. Hoodie will do that in 4 kills.
באיזה יום, לא זוכר, שבוע הבא. בוא נראה באמת.
Couple of kills on the way out. 5-5 on the board.
Yeah, just really good utility. I like the 0 point he just throws on the back of boathouse too. There is like a timing that Ascend can maybe find as they're making their way onto stairs and walk.
אחרי נרף לאסטרה, וואלה חיכיתי הנרף הזה. חיכיתי שיעשו. יש להם עוד 5 ימים למשחק מול נו. מעניין.
G2's map control, like their fundamentals, their executes especially, have just been looking so much stronger. And like this is what made that Vodafone Giants team so good under Pips. And like this is that team I wanted to see out of G2.
Well, here comes G2. It's just a lot of simple team hits right out of spawn. They feel like these quick spawn plays when you don't have utility available on Ascend. Oh, it's going to work. Hoodie, Mixwell, just a massacre really from them. And now we look to CNET and Starkzo, and when you look at what they've got available, you don't really feel too hot about their chances. Round 11, surely...
וואלה, אני גם אנסה לראות אם יכול לעשות מסיבת צפייה של נום נגד פיינסט, אני אעשה. יכול להיות מעניין. מה אתה חושב על קצת במה של פיינסט? וואלה, כוכבות. באמא שלי אומר, כוכבות אחת. יכול להיות עומרי, כן. ברגע שיעלה פה המודעות בישראל לתחרותי, יכול להיות שכן. כרגע אנשים פה לא הולכים תחרותי יותר מדי, הם לא מנסים לצבור ניסיון, הם לא מנסים להתקדם, לא יודע, זה כאילו פחות. ברגע שאנשים יתחילו באמת להתקדם פה בתחרותי ולא לשחק רק ראנקד כל היום, וכל לעשות אינסטלוק לג'ט, אולי נצליח. תתמים זה חמוד? לא. אני באמת מאמין בזה.
G2 have a chance now to 2-0 this. Now, the social media team did tweet that there's no way they lose this now, Ryan. So, things might be looking rough for G2.
I mean, it's G2. They play into it no matter what.
זה לפני הנרף, כן.
Yeah, seen it on the up.
יש איזה שחקן שאתה שואף להיות כמוהו, נותן לך מוטיבציה? לא. אני שואף להגיע לרמות הכי גבוהות שיש, אחי, לשחק במקומות הכי... בגמרים הכי גדולים שיש, ברמות הכי גדולות שיש. אני לא שואף להגיע לרמה של שחקן מסוים. יש שחקנים בישראל, ברור, אבל השחקנים בישראל לא מנסים לצבור ניסיון. הם לא מנסים להיכנס לתחרותי, הם לא מנסים. הם משחקים ראנקד כל היום, ראנקד זה כלום ושום דבר. השחקן ישראלי סגר 60 בראנקד, אבל בתחרותי הוא יסיים 1-30, כי הוא יקבל בראש. כי פתאום יבואו מול השחקנים טיפה יותר טובים מכמה שחקנים באימות ה3 רדיאנט. שחקנים שכן יודעים מה הם עושים. כולם שחקו ברים אחרי הנרף. וואלה, גם ברימסטון וגם אומן הם יכולים להיכנס למטה.
The 2-round advantage as they enter the second half.
It's just that high contact, like G2 kind of know because, okay, yeah, a lot of teams with KO will play that tree position on defense, knowing that he has ultimate. They use any utility, if they use a smoke, if they use a recon, that suppression comes in immediately. They get the peak, it still comes through, but then 4 people not only rush to kill him, but they also killed the downed version of KO too.
איזה ידין לפי דעתך עם כישרון להצליח כרגע בישראל? רב, ספלינטר, דיווייד, ריזן, זנבה. מי עוד יש?
There's no trades coming in from Ascend.
תן לחשוב.
I'd say. But let's see what they can do on their defense and what Ascend can do on
אבל
their
יש מלא ישראלים טובים, אז שוכח. זנבה חלש, זנבה עוד ילד אחי, הוא עוד יגדל. ריזון חלש? לא, אתה טועה של... ריזינג כבר לא כזה ילד, כן, בן 18. ריזינג בצבא, זה לא ילד. הוא שאל ילדים, לא בכללי שחקנים. ריזינג גם שחקן טוב. דיר, גם בצבא. אבל אנחנו לא מדברים על כל מי ששחקן טוב בישראל, אנחנו מדברים על ילדים שיהיה להם פוטנציאל להצליח בעתיד. 18 ומטה כזה אני מחפש בראש.
Misses the shots, but Zeke was there anyway to trade. He's playing a bit more aggro. The 5 versus 3 plant on this B site.
That turn back is incredible.
דארלינג, אחלה גילס.
Bone Cold is coming eventually. Will have overlooked this.
אמת, נו, מסכים, נו.
Does get spotted. Can't really get much out of it now. He's just held back, but they still have to worry about that.
אתה בצבא לפני, אחרי, לא הייתי בצבא של בי אחי כך.
5 players up. Avova finally brings down that clean sheet, but Zeke cleans up with a frenzy. A pistol that was much needed for Ascend found at the start of the second half.
Good timing for Ascend to go in for that execute because G2 were very close to working out that it was a fake, and if they would have like pincered from tiles to B main a little quicker, Ascend might have struggled a little bit more. It's just that mid control, as you said. You even have Avova that hears the owl drone, backs off of A main, looks to
אחלה דארלינג, מספר 1 אמא שלי. איזה חמוד דארלינג. יש חשוב איך להשתפר, פשוט לפעמים זה לא בעיה שלי, זה אתם. ברנק זה הבעיה אחי, בתכלס אתם. אם אתה רוצה לדעת להשתפר, וואלה, אתה צריך פשוט לעשות דאט מאצ'ים, להמשיך לשחק, ופשוט להמשיך לשחק בלי סוף אחי, ודאט מאצ'ים. מה אתה דאט אני מקבל את פיוטר סטאר?
Just slow and methodical here. Ascend, they don't want to drop the ball against G2 in this kind of round.
Not against an eco.
Yeah, you really don't. So Ascend just taking the time.
למה כל שפה נסתבט הדארלינג? אף אחד לא מסתבט הדארלינג. מי שיסתבט פה עדיין יקבל בן.
Force G2 into an unforced error. That doesn't really make sense. Forcing them into an error, rather. And now Ascend is starting to gather back in towards B. It is empty right now, so this is going to be an easy walkthrough.
Well, that's why Ascend have played it so slowly, just to sort of force G2 to stack one way or the other. And even as the pressure comes in on tiles on Tequila, it doesn't give too much. That's typically where he's going to be in his spot. And even then, Nokia wants to go and see a little bit more. Completely open B site.
עוד לא הבנתם, פה יש צ'אט שלא מסתלבט על אף אחד. עוד לא הבנתם את זה? פה זה לא יהיה צ'אט ישראלי טיפוסי. פה אנחנו נבנה אתכם להיות צ'אט שאוהב את כולם, ומרים לכולם, ומכבד את כולם. אתה מסתיר את המפה, וואי, נכון, אמת, איה. שאתה טוב, אחי, אין לי מה להגיד לך. זה הכי פחות שאני יכול לעשות, האמת.
Meadow, they start to charge him down. They're starting to force the fight, but he's got away with one. Can't follow up with more than that. The CNED will turn for the final. They get away. There'll be 3 points down for Ascend. That's good damage from G2, but now we have to look to the buy coming up here.
How much of a bonus round is this going to be from Ascend? Something seems quite expensive. CNED just putting it all together, watching him sort of do the maths as they go on. Like, so if I
לשלוח את השנות כמה דקות את הטאמנל, כן אחי יקר. להגביר את הווליום שלהם קיבלת. להנמיך אותי טיפה גם קיבלת.
Sounds like when I used to go down to the shop with my friends as kids. You like work out how much money you got, how many sweets can you get out of a rhyme.
תקטין את המצלמה, אני לפחות תקטין, למה אני שונא להתעסק עם המצלמה, אני לא סובל את זה.
Just give me a Freddo, like
בטח חושב בטופ 5 שחקנים בפייסט של נום. אני כבר לא זוכר מי משחק שם האמת. נראה לי הילדים שאמרתי בתכלס. כאילו... הסטן שלך יצא מחר, יהיה שידור מתוזמן, יהיה בדיסקורד עדכונים לגבי זה. אני מאוד מקווה שזה יצא מחר. אולי יום שני, רוב הסיכויים מחר. שערו בדיסקורד מעודכנים. למה אתם? אני אומר לך ככה, לא, מישהו חשב שהסתלבטנו עליו, אז לא. עידו אח שלי יקר. אורך שופחה.
So G2 are happy to run with that, just get a couple more ult points. Do you want to ask Jess, Lothar, Deskas, who's winning on the flawless front? I feel like G2's got a few, like count them up so far in the series.
G2 2-0 עושים להם, אין מצב. אין מצב.
Well, G2 have got Hoodie aggressive. Flash gone back. Oh, CNET's about to check him. And Hoodie, good night.
מה אומר סאח יקר?
He's turned up. He's going to be backing into
Oi,
CNET. He's got a great start here for Ascend. That's 2 picks on G2's aggressive B main plays. And that puts more pressure here on Mixwell. He's just back in the team.
איך משפרים את המובמנט? תסתכל על שחקנים טובים נועם ותנסה פחות או יותר לקחת דברים של המובמנט שלהם. ותנסה להתאמן על קאנטר סטרייף. קאנטר סטרייף זאת אומרת שאתה נגיד הולך ב-A ועוצר את המובמנט שלך ב-D. הולך ב-D ועוצר את המובמנט ב-A. פשוט ממליץ לך פשוט לשחק שחקנים טובים ולנסות לראות מה הם עושים במובמנט שאתה לא עושה. וזהו.
Scrappy as well, like you saw the fragment thrown up towards like CT on the B site. Some teams will throw it into market just to stop that kind of stuff, or nano swarms, but Kilas is nowhere near that kind of fight. It's tough executes, and now Mixwell with that operator, their buy is still good considering all of the money. Ascend, scrape by, right? They had so little money last round, now they've got a bit more to work with, but it's even then, look at the economy, 50, 50,
אני אגיד בטיקטוק, אני משתדל, כן.
It's a swing point in the game right now. This is what I like to call a swing round. Whoever wins this.
מה הולך פרש אח שלי יקר? לא בדקו אותו, למה? הוא יכול להשיג 2 קל. סייד מרגיש את זה.
Meta got grabbed into the open and he still gets one before he's traded out. More unlucky than anything, but still doable, I think. Nukie needs to break this door, trying to see if he can wallbang anybody close. And Hoodie from up top does have that 0 point.
Hoodie wants to drop. He's going to use the 0 point. Going to use the flash combo alongside of it. Confirms 2 players positioned at hell. That's going to be information now for Nukia to swing alongside him. Hoodie's going to cover off his blind side, but Starkso still comes out with a pick. With that opportunity now gone, is the operator. Save call, but CNED's after him. CNED unleashes another headshot. No mercy when you're in CNED's turf, and it's Ascend that take the lead.
Yeah, CNED is pissed off right now. You can just tell with how aggressive he's taking these fights. 20 and 11 now. We were talking about how good Nukie was on the raise.
אני בדיוק שנייה חוזר, תישארו, אל תברחו לשום מקום.
I'm pretty sure on
בדיוק דקה אני חוזר.
it was pretty middling. That first half with the operator on defense didn't get that much done, but now he's online with the Vandal. He's getting multi-kill after multi-kill. It's kind of what Ascend needed. Not so much that they're just CNED and friends again, but it is just that kind of performance that the confidence is now coming back.
There'll be a new video on YouTube soon again. Careful. CNED having to carry Ascend. But
luckily, I don't think. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I've upset like NBS and stuff in the past over stuff. I don't know, but you never know. I could just be like, Ascend, they're a nice team, and they could be like, oh, we're the best team, we're a great team.
Yeah, you can never win.
You never know. But I always admired like the 2 distinctly different teams, right? G2, the powerhouse. They're like, we want to be the best team in the world. We want to have world-class players. And Ascend were like, we're going to put together this squad of people, you know, like nobody knew about Keyless and Bone Cold and Starkso was a name in the tier 2, tier 3 scene when he joined this team, right? Yeah. 2 very different ways that the orgs been put together. But at the end of the day, Ascend were and are the best team in the world, technically, when it comes to winning champions. There's a lot of weight on their shoulders to perform, and G2 is happy to upset the balance as much as possible.
Absolutely expectation here for Ascend, the opposite for G2, but now they run it down. Ascend with a quick play starting off. It is Zeke who's popped that null command just to suppress everybody in the site, but right now the Reds coming back up. They're going to get back in the battle as well. Zeke up to his feet. G2 again not really expected to get too much out of this round. Hoodie and Mixwell. I mean, I say that, but Mixwell has invested in his ultimate, so he does want to get something out of it. Drone's going to spot him. He actually goes into it and just ends up getting caught in no man's land. Stark, so we'll finish off Hoodie, and now we're at 10 rounds for Ascend. They take double figures first on Ascent.
And now everybody else is starting to come online, right? Like Zeke there playing from logs, a bit of a gap maybe from G2. Like just Mixwell trying to dash in on B main to chase down the Eldra. Didn't expect a player in logs, which most of the time you should do, I suppose. It's gone from like CNED trying to like take these chaotic rounds and turn them around. It's now that everybody on Ascend is finding those kills, and now G2 are the one that's on the back foot a little bit.
Yeah, can't deny as well the point that Nukia, from his massive performance, is now the lowest performing player for G2 at down there on 7 kills.
You take
not
him
having
off
the
the
same impact.
duelist.
Yep.
And this is their map pick as well, right? So this is like the lane that G2 won.
You can't help but feel if Nukia was given more opportunity here.
מסך אני משתמש באליאן בר 240 הרץ, 24 אינץ'.
Starting to get into the rhythm for what really feels like the first time in this series.
אתה חושב על סינגולריטי פנטום? וואלה, בהתחלה הייתי חולה עליו, עכשיו אני פחות עף עליו. קצת פחות.
The slight pixel of Stark so appeared around the corner. His information picked up for G2.
They're still going on in on this. I think it's just because they want to avoid that killjoy utility as much as possible. Cosmic Divide, Hunter's Fury.
או, יש לנו משחק, יאללה. 2-1 אסנד. תסיימו את המפות האלה.
Because right now G2 still have those players over on B, expecting maybe a bit of a reset. Hoodie needs to be careful. That step's going to get hurt.
Oh, good kill from Hoodie. He turns and finds Bone Cold inside of the Nebula, and now leaping to the site is Cena. He still comes away with it. Avova now just trying to buy some time for that rotation to come back in from his teammates. It's certainly fast, it's certainly coming, but they won't be able to deny the plant. And so now Avova holds for the over-aggressive stance. Eventually that peak will come around, but Starkster was not meant to win that. Starkster was meant to go down. And now CNED breaks out the window to scare them off a little bit. Cosmic Divide used up, and Starkster still comes away with a headshot. Meadow into the clutch, the lockdown, causing problems for the side of Ascend. They're forced back away, but now they've doubled up, and with a tap, CNED will confirm again. He'll get that info just playing with his food, and Starkso with the 3K gets 11 for Ascend.
I think that's G2 having to eco as well, so could very easily be 12. Starkso finds such pivotal kills to open in on the site, not only getting that kill onto Avova that's in the low ground, he gets the player that pushes onto Rafters after the lockdown, and then that final one. Meadow again is in these positions to do quite a lot with lockdown dedicated at the same time. Ascend really does seem that flustered. They were in a 2 versus 4, I think, and they managed to still turn it around. This is the world-class performance you want to see, and on a map that has looked iffy at best at them, even from Champions, it wasn't their hold-on-to map when it comes to the performances.
Well, it's either hold on to this or free fall to the ground here for Ascend. So trying to stay on in this one. G2 buying up. That's Guardians across the board alongside a Bulldog and a Spectre. The best buy at all here for G2, and the fact that they haven't been able to get around over the board with better weapons in hand, it doesn't really fill you full of confidence.
Also because of the lockdown being used previously. For G2. They do have
לייקים, כן, האמת. זה אם אתה צופה בדברים האלה ונותן איזה לייקים, זה יופיע לך הרבה יותר. אם אתה לא צופה בדברים האלה ונותן איזה לייק, זה לא יקרה. טוב, סינד. הנה הטריפל שלו.
And now Meadow does everything he can, but it's not going to be enough. His attempts are fleeting, and now Nukia will use that Hunter's Fury almost in desperation. He'll add 1 to his limited tally, and now runs back into the ravenous CNED, but still Nukia will best him. Is this finally the round where Nukia delivers some of the impact we've seen from him before? Turret softens him up. He is so low on health at 33. Wants the Vandal instead, but 9 bullets in it. still has to pull out. Bone Cold still has to pull out Achilles, and with the where they're playing, they can just peek off one of another. And right now, Nuke's chances are so low at getting back into this round. Alarm bot spots his drop down, and he will be peaked. Achilles will close it. 12 rounds now for Ascend. One more, and we're heading to the final of Split.
Yeah, that jump start on the attacking side, Ascend coming back, swinging, and both these teams just taking pure chunks out of each other, really. Just that execute was just gun battle after gun battle. Ascend again, find an opening, find an entrance, and this is just CNED's sheer force of will spraying through. The utility that comes in again from his team to support, but also Keela is getting that final kill and the alarm bot on the low ground to know when Nukie is going to drop down. With that Hunter's Fury use from Nukie, that lockdown is good to go as well. Ascend could just go for a fast execute here if they want to plant the lockdown in this sort of tree position where Zeke is now. But it's never that straightforward when playing up against G2.
בוא'נה, האמת לדעתי לא יודע למה מיקסוול דווקא על הג'ט. למה לא נוקי? מה, מיקסוול יודע לשחק סולו? הוא יודע לשחק סולו.
Lockdown already being used up by Ascend towards A. It's about this B play that we're keeping eyes on for the time being. Mixwell will come away with one. One player actually got detained by that lockdown. That's actually Vova. And he's stuck in a very, very tough spot. He actually will get his gun out before they come around, but it's a judge. He's spotted the barrel. He's in a blind spot right now. He's in such a sneaky little position. What a rat. And he's around the backside. And he's found himself one. Luckily, Zeke will trade it out very, very quickly. And now Ascend, 3 versus 4. Is this G2's lifeline? Can they stay in this one?
Mixwell needs a better gun unless he's just going to try and run into people at this point.
Oh, Nukia good one. Zeke able to come back, but Meadow keeping the numbers good for G2. It's now just CNED. And I say just. It's CNED in a clutch. A 1 versus 3. Position known with a 0-point catching him. They start to look towards so if CNED is to get involved in this round, it would take an absolutely monumental error. They now confirm his position, and Nukia puts the bullet in his brain. It's 12-9. G2 have at least found the lifeline. They're floating right now, but Ascend looking to sink their ship.
And doing it in typical G2 fashion, right? Judges on either side of the map of over in that corner that wasn't checked. Even seeing Ascend pinging it now, being like, wait, where was he? How is he allowed to be in that position, you know? Now Ascend are in a position to bring us to that third final map.
לא יוצאים משחקי צופים אחרי, אני דווקא חושב שזה 1-2 ראנקד.
Good enough for Ascend to have another buy. Just that null command to use to try and execute a way in. Going to play more centrally and scared away at least Mixwell for the time being.
Well, Mixwell headshot onto CNED. CNED able to come back, but Mixwell's having a great round here. Great start to the round himself. Hoodie makes sure that he gets at least one, but Bone Cold butchers him into the ground right after. And Keyless, it is risky, but he's still got his teammate up. Not for long, but able to get the kill in and acts as a distraction that allows Keyless to re-peek out. It's another headshot of Ova versus Bone Cold. Spike going down to this map in G2 to keep their 2-0 dream alive. It has to be a Vova. He's starting to think about where Bone Cold could be watching, where he could be playing from, and Bone Cold has only one sight.
Nice, GG.
The headshot to close it, 13-9. Ascend do bounce back. They will stay alive, and G2-0 not happening today, Ryan.
Not today. Nice, interesting bounce back to give us an absolute blast of a series, right? That this was a map that...
לשחק בריץ'? לא יצא לשחק בריץ' הרבה. יצא לשחק בריץ' פעמיים. 3.
But it's nice to see that
לא יותר מדי.
CNED certainly 307 ACS, 25 kills, 6 first bloods. He found those openings as well as Mixwell had the same amount, right? So statistically, this is a really interesting matchup. You can look at Nukie, very different performance, but he's on the solver. It's
למה עומר, את לא אוהבת?
And for the most part, he did decently. It's just
היינו עסוקים בצ'אט לרוב.
with us going to that third map. I'm wondering again if we're going to see G2 bring in the chamber, put Nukie on the race, for example. Ascend back though.
מה קורה מיכאל החקר? שבוע טוב.
That's the interesting look of it.
Well, Ascend bounced back by taking Ascend. That leaves us one map still yet to play. It's split. But before we go there, we have to take a break. We need to hear the thoughts of the devs.
הנה, המפה האחרונה. וואי, למה עדיין סגר עם הפארט? שמע, איזה בן אדם. בוא'נה, היה בסקר 121 הצבעות, אנחנו 88 לייקים, שתבינו איזה אנשים רעים אתם. יעני באתם, הצבעתם בסקר, ראיתם את המשחק, אפילו לייק לא שמתם. תשמעו, אתם אנשים רעים. מה, אתה מקצוען עמית? אתה מקצוען אחי, אין לי מה להגיד לך. אין לי מה להגיד לך. פשוט מקצוען. בואו תראו מה זה מקצוען. שיט, לא רואים את זה? טוב, שנייה. אתם תראו את זה בטאמבנייל. מה הפעם השלישית? לא יודע, עכשיו נראה. איזה תותחת עמית ואמא שלי. אוהב אותך המון. זה עמית וואלה מספר אחד. תענה לך מה, ראנק שלי, וואלה, אני לא רוצה לדבר על זה בלייב האמת. אני הסתכלתי והייתי בהלם.
They were down, but definitely not out. Ascent, they bounced back against G2 on Ascent, but things looked quite good for G2 in the beginning in that first half. I thought maybe they were going to close this out.
10 לייקים ל100 צ'אט, 10 לייקים ל100.
For me, that was like almost a nail to the coffin for Ascent, because G2 actually looked kinda good on attack. We have seen Maxwell actually dashing on side, not always was the supporter, or it was like a little bit just disjointed, but the idea was being done. And that was very
וואלה, עשיתי ישר אדם, כבר התקנתי. לא מופיע עמית?
And the quality of gameplay that I've seen, but then defense happened, and they just crumbled, peeking one by one, not using utility properly, or overusing utility, or underusing utility. Everything was just...
הנה שינה, אמת. וואלה, נדיר עמית, נדיר.
Keep commenting on G2's gameplay, even from the first map of which they won.
וואלה, עכשיו נכנסתי ליוטיוב, הופיע לי.
Engagements one by one. Now there's that disjointedness. We see Mixwell dash into sight by himself, for example, get taken advantage of when he doesn't need to be. I think that just comes down to an easy fix. Honestly, if they were to watch the VOD today, even these two maps, and let's say they even win the third, even with a win, that is such an easy fix for them to go, hang on, we need to peak together. That's something that Ascend is really good at. They take engagements,
בוא נגיד שהתאכזבתי, עומר.
trios even,
התאכזבתי.
that they get that kill, and if not the trade, and I think the trade game is really what kicked Ascend
מאוד.
back into the game in that second half.
That's the fundamental level that every team has
Here
to
we
have, you know?
go. Professor Lothar.
וואלה, עמית, שמע, טאמנל באמא שלי, איזה... כוכב על אתה, אחי. כוכב על.
They kind of held their nerve, they bounced back, but we're kind of in this peculiar position where a map that is traditionally considered quite difficult on the attack side, Lothar, it doesn't seem to be that way today.
Well, I feel it's more because G2 was just
וואלה, רוב הסיכויים, נועם, אם תעשה את זה ואתה תראה את הרנק, ייפול לך המחשב.
Ascend attack was just so hard to stop. Like one of the rounds where we have seen a retake being done by G2, it was a 4v2, and there was even a cosmic divide being used by the opponents after a lockdown being used by G2, and still G2 lost 2 players before that lockdown was being used.
Yeah.
Like, just that round just illustrates how disjointed the entire defense of G2 was, and because of that, Ascent got rounds and steamrolled few rounds and changed the economy that allowed them to stay afloat in the game and come back from the deficit from that was 5-7 on attack.
Do you think, and I wanted to speculate this with you before,
מתפשן בחברים שלו, אמרה לו רנט, נראה לך, את בפייבוריט, מה יש לך?
those fundamental, easy to fix mistakes weren't there, or do you think it's a deeper issue? Like, I think it's a fundamental surface level issue. That's my analysis. I don't know if you think differently, but
I think almost every team would have won a lot of more games if they played fundamentally better when it comes to trading. There's so much like fundamental stuff that can be fixed for every team in the world right now that is just that easy thing. Let's double peak.
Yep.
First one wide peak, second one short swings. Like just in the game today when SMB, that was Turco. No, wait, who was that? Brave just gets a double kill on split when there was a double swing. Both players just short swinged and just lined up for a player. Like those small things, those fundamental things are something that will make a team perform better long term. Just like something that we spoke about Sentinels. Their fundamentals are just so strong. They will win a lot of engagements just because they know how to trade each other or double swing.
I mean, one guy who was kind of popping off, of course, back on the jet. We spoke about this after Bind. Was CNED. Let's take a look at the head-to-head as well, because Mixwell, again, Lothar, you weren't super behind this idea of him playing jet on this map. Has it changed your mind, or are you still standing by that he should have played something else?
Mixwell.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, someone needs to play jet on this one. There's no other way. You need a jet on Ascent. And I was at least happy to see that do that job well.
למה? נו, מה בא להתמודד עם זה, אחי? שתראה איפה יש וול ופשוט כוון למעלה, אחי, תחקר בעולם.
Something that has to be done to have that vision guaranteed for the teammates. But we've also seen some moments of brilliance when he actually...
אני גם עושה וולים של גרים, אבל אף אחד לא עולה על הוולים שלי.
I feel like that attack side is something that overall G2 has to work, but not only the jet.
It's funny because what we can't show on the stat screen there is the fact that every time we had an entry and attack from Ascend, they were able to, even if it's a dash in from CNED, there was always either Zeke behind him most of the time or another player right behind him to push in and apply that pressure. That's something we can't really show with stats, and to go, actually, while CNED was really effective on the entries, he actually had almost exactly the same entries that we saw from Mixwell. But the success came from the team push that G2 didn't have.
דתך מצב החרגולים בצרפת.
For Ascend to come back on that map and win and have a more successful second half than that we saw from G2.
I mean, that sounds like almost an experience diff, right? Like they played with CNED for such a long time, they kind of have more polished protocols. And speaking of those, Lothar, I know there was an interesting round you wanted to break down for us as well.
Yeah, I actually have also another bonus clip, okay? Bonus clip because you mentioned the follow-up. This is a G2 execute. Just look at this round. This is where Mix will just dash into his smoke here through the side, through the entrance and through the nano swarm, but there will be no follow-up, so he will just instantly die with no trade against an eco, and that's a big problem here because that round was something that G2 should have never lost in the first place, right? And that's something that you mentioned just here, is that the lack of ability to cascade on the first initial push. But the round that I wanted to showcase here is from G2, and it's 2 moments of nice, let's say, knowledge applied. First will be Mixwell, then Avova. Mixwell is playing in a position in B main where he's just standing close with the judge. Now we can see Hoodie standing in the entrance of or the exit of B main, and he will be looking into this direction and has a line of sight of the deeper angle. So Mixwell is ready for the player to peek into that checks Hoodie, and then he gets a trade with the judge. But because of that, because of the position from Hoodie, he's allowed to play it so close, and that will allow Mixwell to get the kill on the Sova player, who's then standing close to Mixwell. Like that ability to transfer the knowledge of, you know, having a player that is holding your angle and checks the angles for you is so important. But even more important is this. Look how Avova used his own cosmic divide to have this angle when he's being just assaulted by the Killjoy ultimate. He's standing there completely disabled, but he cuts himself off and no one checks that angle, and that was used in this cosmic divide was used with two things in mind. First, it stops the push through A main because it's being used like a smoke, but then it's essentially covering his angle and it's
לא, לוטר אוהב לחפור, לוטר חולה על זה.
and just get something
לא יכול לדבר ככה כל היום.
when it was like a done deal already.
Thank you very much, Lothar, for that.
אין לו בעיה.
We love seeing like 2000 IQ stuff, and Avova's always coming out with this, but I feel like both teams...
צ'אט, לייקים ל-100, צ'אט.
Map 3, which is split. I know you were super excited to see Split today. I think you wanted to see the second map, but we're going to go see the third map. What are we expecting?
לא סובט את המפה
It's
הזאת.
going to be a mirror most likely for both teams. They're going to play the composition from the beta. So essentially, Omen, Sage, Jet, Raze, and Cypher. This is most likely what we're
וואלה,
going
זה
to
מפה האמת של
see
הסנד.
on Split.
קל.
But the thing is, Ascent are really playing that composition well. They control the space with the one-ways from Omen on defense so well. If you watched the pre-show, I broke down one round where Ascent just won basically because Boncold was able to control B main with his one-ways, and that is something that I didn't see from G2 in the past when they played this composition. Will they change the composition again? That's another thing. We don't know.
I mean, I really like their showing on Split against Gambit, for example. I thought that was a really good showing. I know recently they played it against Gil, but the Gambit game for me was the one where I went back and watched it, and I thought, you know what? This is a mark of a team that knows the map well. We already said that we saw in the very first series of the day for Split, for BBL. I was like, wow, I'm really seeing that they understand how to traverse the map, use it in combination with their utility, and be able to chain it in cohesion with their teammates. I want to see that here from Ascend, because after a really choppy last series, we keep saying that there should be a fire lit underneath them. The first map that they quote-unquote should have won easily did not go their way. Was the most confident win there in the second map. This is it. This is like, if we're talking about nail in the coffins here, Lothar, this is the one that they go, all right, we're done with G2, we're back on the bandwagon, the trains are rolling. This map has to be confident, otherwise even just into future series, I start to worry.
Well, but for G2 though, right? This is the moment to strike. You know that your opponent is wounded and they are bleeding, and then you have to just get that finishing blow, solve the wounds, and just get on with that third map, right? But the thing is, this is probably the toughest test, because if they didn't change anything in the composition, they're literally coming it feels like they just copied Ascent's homework without understanding why the answers were like that, you know? So
hey, they beat them on bind.
Yeah, well, they did, right? That was something that everyone was like, oh, well, okay,
By
I guess we
Scream.
have a game on our hands. So I would just love to say that I would love also to have Mixwell and Chamber on this map instead of that Jet.
Please.
You know?
So everything else stay the same.
Raze.
Yes.
Okay.
Nuki on Raze.
Yes. Everything else is just
Mixwell and Chamber.
but you take out the Jet and put in the Chamber.
And they have also insane defense then on
פראוד פריים, נשבע.
Sentinels.
Please.
אשכרה.
Well, we are going to go into Agents and now I won't lie, in the past when players have played 2 Sentinels on this map, it hasn't always worked out. You know, we've seen
I remember that Turkish team, but you know.
But it looks like they are running the exact same comp, the kind of worries that you both vocalized. But how much of a difference does this make, given that Mixwell, he played Jet on Ascent and he wasn't bad.
I honestly do believe, and this is the first time I'm saying this ever, this is gonna be an Omen.
תן בטופ 5, ברור.
Like the way Boncold plays Omen.
בעצם לא ברור.
Avova doesn't copy that.
וואלה, אני חושב על זה עוד פעם, לא יודע.
His own way to transfer the utility into actual power on the map control, then Ascent have a huge advantage in this map, because they understand how to play the space on it with just those one-ways.
I mean, we're told, sorry, Jess, we're talking about the OG Omen though, like that is Avova, you know?
Yeah, sure.
יש יתרון ל-4-3 לא, במשחק הספציפית אין יתרון ל-4-3, זה תאורה יש לך, אין לי תאורה אחי. מאיה, אין לי תאורה, מאיה. וקצת במחלקה, ל-4-3 אין פה יתרון בכלל, זה סתם עניין של נוחות מה-CS לדעתי.
Statistically, no. They start on defense here. if they don't win the first half, that is a tricky second half for Ascend.
לדעתי הכי טובה זה 1920-1080.
You know, half mark of this map and know pretty well how this entire map's going to go unless G2 has an
הזר זה מהמחשב רק כן.
I mean, that's the theme of today, isn't it?
It really is.
Yeah, but this is going the distance. I love it. I love it. Let's jump into map 3 for the last time today with Ryan and Dinko.
Thank you very much. And so hopping into the final map of the day, it's been
יותר נעלמה. נראה לי עובדת הרבה.
firework finish, right? This could be the photo finish between these two teams. Will Ascend be able to make the recovery? I mean, they've already lost so far. You know, they can't afford to go 1-2, right? It just doesn't feel like that should be a thing that Ascend should be looking at. But for G2, like Lothar was saying, this is their best chance. You know, you've got your opponent wounded. If you take this win, it makes it a little less uncomfortable for G2 for the rest of this sole group stage. So this is very important for both teams to pick up this final map as split.
And also you got
כן, האמת מה שמניע אנשים לצפות בארגונים ישראלים זה כי יש שם גאווה ישראלית, אבל שזה 5 אירופאים זה פחות זורם. אני יכול להבין את הכוונה שלך, חיים. ב-100%.
But more, I don't think wins over just SMB, BBL, just 2 wins out of 5 total for G2 in groups is enough for them to realistically make playoffs, right? So Ascend pretty much can get into that spot, look lively, and this is the kind of like comp that they were very keen on running recently. Surprised a lot of people, turned a lot of heads at Champions.
Same
exact thing. I'm curious statistically when it was the last time we saw these comps play off against each other in EMEA. I feel it was a couple of years ago at this point.
Well, Lothar was referencing the beta, so a while ago, perhaps. But we start here in the pistol. Ascend are going to be starting on the defensive side. Very quickly, Ron, in terms of this start for Ascend, do you think starting on the defense is going to help them?
I think so, just to know exactly how these guys are going to play. Maybe see they could get a bit more comfy on the operator. And Nuki's wasted no time to try and close that distance. Him versus Zeke, it was a bit of a one-sided affair, I think, combined. Zeke strikes first, this time on split.
Wow, well, good start to the round here for Ascend. They have the advantage. Not only that, but they have the numbers down here in the B side as well. 1 in B main. That's bone cold. Keep eyes on this, because this is exactly what you're going to see over and over again, is that B main control from him.
מה, רק שלי עכשיו ימורת על 1 או ימורת על 2, לא זוכר. לא שחקתי האמת יותר מדי.
3v4, G2 down a player, and the spike luckily recovered as they begin their walk.
שבוע טוב, ירין, שותף שלי. שבוע מעולה שיהיה לך, חיים שלי, איך עבר לך הסופה שהכל בסדר? איזה אופי זה, יואו. אפשר לקרוא לזה מדוס כנגד פיינס, וואלה כן, האמת שכן. אז זה ייגמר מהר עומר, אני אומר 13-5 לאסנט. לא, אבל עומר, אתמול הייתי עם איזה 200 פינג כל הלילה. עשיתי שחק אחד וזהו. היה לי 200 פינג, הם משוגעת. וגם רציתי להסטרים אתמול, ווואלה האינטרנט שלי עבד. מה זה זבל? אז לא יכולתי. חברים, כל מי שכאן, אני מודיע עוד פעם, תישארו מעודכנים. יש מחר סרטון נדיר, נדיר, נדיר, נדיר. מקווה שתאהבו. סצנו ראשון של הערוץ. יש לי הכתרה אם אתה יודע מה זה, וואלה לא, האמת שלא ירם. רציתי מאוד עומר, רציתי, אתה יודעת שאני לא אפשחק בלי להסטרים. האינטרנט עבד לי ממש רע. כאילו היה לי איזה 3 העלה, בקטע כזה.
real reason as to why we even got to split in the first place was his impressive carry over on bind in map 1.
עשית שינוי, בוא נראה, וואלה כן.
Unfortunately, we don't get to see Mixwell back on the chamber. In fact,
סיבה סיון שבדייף, אבל לפורים. תהנה אח שלי היקר, האמת.
as expected, G2 get wrecked, and it's flawless for Ascent.
אתה יודע, תומר, מה נכנסתי, פתחתי את ה-OBS, פתחתי את הוולורנט, פתחתי הכל. פתאום אני רואה בבדיקת מהירות 3 העלה. אמרתי, מה, לא נעשה משחק אחד רגע?
There's going to be a lot of this kind of like defensive aggression coming out on the B side with that Omen playing there for the most part. The paranoias, the slow ups, the paint shells. Something that G2 are trying to respond with in time. The stack so that actually goes down early.
Yeah, the paint shells from Nukia just dispels that wanted B aggression they wanted to run early. It has to drop back because of it. Now we got to keep eyes on Mixwell as we're on board with
היי,
him
דודו
walking through
סטיפי
mailroom.
קדימה, איזה חולה.
And he's going to meet some resistance in the form of CNED with a Marshall, who gets the info back to White, takes a shot, no kill for him.
קצת היה זה, נראה לי שכן. כאילו אני לא שחקתי, הייתי ב-200 פינג, אז אני מאמין שכן. טוב, מה?
Boncold's able to try and hold on there for the most part, and Avova now in high ground. Just him and Meadow yet to play. Meadow still heading over towards B.
Meadow. Oh, he doesn't check the wide angle. Bonecold caught the timing across wide, and that's going to result in a third kill for him. He also picks up the orb. So things looking very good right now for Bonecold and Avova. Oh, he is into the clutch. The 1v3 needed.
למה יש תקיעות כאלה?
Talking point for Lothar was this Omen diff. Well,
בוא נראה אם זה רק לי.
bests him in the duel this time around. 4K for him and 3 rounds for Ascend. Great start on split.
Just those kind of moments where
Rank.
Moving on from new box, just checking onto B main in a very, very early timeout coming in from G2. Quite surprising considering we've not had that much. But usually if you're playing in the position that Bonecold was, you're expecting that Sage Wall to come across, but Manchester sort of gamble on this. Wasn't expected to have this kind of opportunity in opening, and the split doesn't quite work out. He ends up getting a 4K in the end, and we were looking at that Omen diff. So far, it is the Omens at the top of the kill feed for either team. Bonecold 6-0 has his ultimate already. Not that that's really going to add too much to it, but just to show how much impact Bonecold's had this early on.
Yeah, right now for G2, timeout comes in very early, probably because the fact that they lost the first gun round like that. I mean, you're getting wrecked by Bonecold, and Lothar brought up the point that he is going to be very proactive. He is going to get you a lot of control playing this Omen. And that is certainly being already seen across the board here in this first gun round. So excited to see if he's to keep that up. And if G2 can sort of counter him.
He's dying for the new patch and update to come in. That and Brimstone, bless Astra, he's more than down at this point.
Yeah, that could even improve Vasad further. Maybe back-to-back champions. You know, who knows?
It's also just the fact that you do have that punchiness of the teleport that allows you to get in onto B main, especially as we've been seeing so much utility. Like, look, just watch. This kind of utility for running the choke straight away, you can TP into that corner if you really, really want. But Bonecold can play in these aggressive spots, TP out. These one-ways have been so pivotal too, just to allow him an easy entryway. You have more stall with Astra, but Omen does have that potential to pop off when needed.
This is such a cool play. I love this in G2, popping through the cage. It isn't going to work out, but, you know, the idea is that Bonecold, ice in his veins.
Bonecold חם. אנג'ל, אח שלי יקר, שבוע טוב. Bonecold חם, 10-0.
And these kind of things where like G2, okay, they go for the stage wall that goes kind of across this elbow position, I suppose. This time, much more de facto kind of execute. Still isn't enough. Bonecold's able to hold in this spot. Like you said, if he's up against better weaponry, yeah, that might be a bit more of a stretch. But he's 10-0
מהטלפון, אחלה שר.
G2.
מה אומר אנג'ל, אח שלי יקר, איך בצבא?
Pips and Cold for a timeout doesn't have much to work with now. The problem, I suppose, as well, is that G2 kind of doing the same stuff, like using a lot of utility early, not putting much pressure towards mid.
תפוס לי כל הכתפיים. אתה יודע איזה באף עשו לו אומן? עשו לו משהו עם הטיפי והסמוקים. שזה גם הטיפי שלו יותר מהיר עכשיו. וואלה, עשו באפים נדירים, אבל מוגזמים.
Look at that, a one-way wall to see the feet.
Yo!
From it's worked out for the. That is disgusting. That is tilting. That is real disgusting. Now Z.
שמע, איזה יופי שם. אחרי שנגמר נשחק ראנקט, כן.
On the ropes for the one-way wall. There's not much you can do here, G2.
What if it turns to be like splits the newest set? Even the show's not dedicated.
Luckily,
יואו, איזה גבר מיקסוול, באמא שלי.
Now as a Vandal in play, he's low. Trying to recover, he will.
אוקיי, 3-2.
Comes in from Mixwell. Maybe we should hold our breath for just a little bit longer here because G2 have weapons. And now they begin to try and figure out how to deal
יורו דווקא חזק, יורו דווקא אהבתי, אבל גם זה מוגזם. גם זה מוגזם.
A setup to deal with. And he's going to wrap around. He has been spotted. The pesky player.
זאת הפלש לטיפי, לא, לא, לא. זה יהיה מוגזם.
Oh, just cleans up the last two. Upgrades his weapon on the way out. And Ascend are showing us they are clean at the start of
זה יכול להיות מוגזם מאוד, אקסודים.
Yeah, I think so. He's been running out.
לא, אהבתי שהם מנסים לשפר דמויות שלא משחקים בהם, אבל לא בצורה כל כך מוגזמת.
Doesn't need it. just keeps the Spectre until he gets a free gun, Ryan.
Zeke's having a real bad day with his ultimates. Like, he's just been...
כן, זהו, זה מוגזם, אתה מבין?
For the most part.
Yeah.
G2, what on earth can you do at this point? This is kind of like the more problematic G2, I suppose, that we have.
רמדה, אח יקר. נהיה ראש בלט, אח שלי יקר. שבוע טוב.
Now with the operator in mid playing off of it. Racers moved over to A. Still has been, but no utility really required all that much from Ascend. Whereas you look at what G2 have, despite being an eco, it says a lot about how much utility they're using early on.
Oh, good to see Hoodie actually get away with the first kill play, and
אני אמרתי לכם, ייגמר פה 13-5, מקסימום.
if you haven't seen that clip,
לאסן.
go check it out. I'm sure it's on social media or on the front page of the Valorant competitive subreddit. You guys can go have a look at what Lothar called the best play of the year so far. So go take a look at that.
הוא יכול לשים פלאשים שהוא באולט, זה מוגזם. זה באמת מוגזם.
Utterly incredible. Right now, though, G2 still have a chance. And oh my god, Bone Call wasn't looking the right way. And that's going to be a free kill for Mixwell as he now charges down into the site. CNED has taken Hoodie down, and Zeke under so much pressure. Mixwell just throws a knife right into his chest. Can't get much more than that, though. Nuki and Meadow still in a 2v2. 34 seconds left. Spike will go down inside of this A site, and we have to look to Ascend to try and get into the site here. Rez comes in. Bone Cold back up.
First death, I think. Been brought back, so I might have to double it. But look at this.
שאי אפשר לראות את האולט שלו, כן.
He pushed all the way into screens, but he just as the sheriff.
Yeah, Meadow.
Stars Kawanta.
Starks up. Tries to peek him. It will hold him off for now. Nuki now thrust into the clutch. Is this going to be the impact we see out of him? Showstopper misses the kill.
לא פגע בו אפילו.
So that increases the difficulty of this clutch significantly. Nukia plays in the side. They run into him. Starkso comes in with the headshot, and Nukia will go down. Starkso to the defuse. He'll hold it through. And Nukia, it's close, but it's no cigar for him. 6 in a row now for Ascend.
Just as G2 were looking to do more in that eco round than they have done in their past 6, like full buys or whatever they've had so far, really kind of goes to show that G2 can make stuff work. Once they get that first kill, once they get the opening, they're just...
שאת, כל מי שכאן ועוד לא שם לייק וסאב, שימו לייק וסאב, תפעילו פעמון, זה עוזר לי מאוד לקדם את הלייב. לקדם גם את הערוץ. שימו לייקים, יא מחלות.
Really wasn't enough to try and win out in a 1 versus 2. Ascent's team play really starting to come alive since Ascent, and it's flourishing now on this map. 6-0, G2 yet to get off the board.
סיום סקר, בוא נראה כמה הצביעו בסקר.
Oh, CNED, paranoia connects onto him. To be forced to go into more of a sensitive position, and goes for the repeat. CNED comes out on top of Nukia. He's holding for the heaven play. He reads it, but he can't get the kill.
No, why זה עובד לו?
With his position, but Mixwell and Hoodie together are able to take the kills here for G2, so they'll hold the advantage for now. Neurotheft popped out. Avova now heads in the middle. He looks for Bone Cold's barrel, and he will see it. The Omen this round goes G2's way, and now looking like the first round they will lose here. Ascend. G2 finally get themselves in a comfortable position with numbers to their advantage.
Look at the money. It's not even really worth saving. I don't think just kind of go for those fights. You still have plenty of money to work with.
וואי, אם לוקחים להם את הראונד הזה, אימא'לה ואבא'לה.
Might not be possible if they win the round. Sage Wall is going to put Hoodie into a nice position when it comes to being able to peek out.
No, אין מצב.
Still making it costly. Finally, G2 get that round, but they lose 3 in the process. Much better all around in terms of macro. You have a Vova lurking in mid as well, just holding that flank, catches Bone Cold by surprise. But a lot more needs to be done. Ascend only need 1 more round, and they go into halftime with the lead. It could still be pretty dominant in their favor. We'll have to see.
The buy up here for G2. Rifles out, no operator yet for Mixwell. Is going to keep the 5 rifles set up, and for Ascend, they will get the operator back in the hands of CNED, who certainly could have done more damage in the last round. Felt like he just got caught in an awkward position. G2, look at this round in terms of the numbers they've got towards A. It's very heavy from them. Mixwell is going to be running up in towards Heaven. CNED too quick for his own good, unable to take the pick. Ball goes up to try and disallow his impact in this round, and puts more pressure on Zeke towards the back of the site.
Zeke is Still playing on the back. Bit of a gap where Nuki is more focused towards defender spawn. Zeke from Elbow is still able to get a lot done. Has a bit of support from Keyless, but takes a lot of damage. The pinch is nice from Meadow. And just as Keyless goes to peek out, Hoodie's on rafters.
Yeah, we'll see now Bone Cold and Stark, so a 3v4 rather, and player deficit. Spike finally will start to go down. And Bone Cold.
Spike planted.
We'll see if he can get involved in this round. It's been impactful to start this day off, to say the least. He has been great to watch in that respect. Gonna try and get his way out through this smoke, but Mixwell's holding it. It's gonna be difficult to get out of this one alive. G2, take two. And it's just Stark still left. Operator begins to back away.
You will not kill my
Resurrect even dedicated from G2. Just because that economy is so tight that they want to just be taking as many guns as possible. Keep it rolling if they can. And really, just these fast, like, A-ramp executes have been working out pretty well. It's a big cost, certainly when you have to think about the fact that Volva's using that paranoia, the only flash...
מלא פוסטים לפייסבוק וכל זה תראה אותך. זה ההורים אבל עומר, מה לעשות?
Mixwell to sort of dash up, able to sort of go in from that spot, and yeah, a lot of that success...
הירוק, נועם. קל. מה קורה רועי החקר? שבוע טוב.
Pretty much, like, they've been sort of trying to play in from...
קל שהירוק, נועם.
Position that we saw Cena trying to up from.
די.
A lot of space, maybe
מה הטכניקל פאוז?
without having to dedicate that much utility is probably the way that I describe it.
לא, גם החום סבבה, אבל הירוק הכי טעים.
Yeah, well, we do have a technical pause, unfortunately, guys. So hopefully we can get that resolved as quickly as possible and then get back into the action for this final map. But, you know, it really feels like it's starting to heat up. It feels like G2 got off to a pretty bad start. We've seen Ascend take such a significant lead. And the impact that Bone Call was finding was incredible. But now G2 have wormed their way in to the start of this map now. And it's essential, really, that they get a couple of attacking rounds under their belt. Because if they were to go down significantly on the attacking side, yes, we talk about Ascent and the comebacks you can have, or rather split in the comebacks you can have in the second half. Yes, you can certainly do that. But for G2 to make that more doable, you want as many rounds on this T side as possible, on this attacking side as possible. So they're doing a decent job at getting into play, at least.
Yeah, and I think they've done a pretty good job at avoiding Bone Cold as well. Like, he was 10-1, I think, and now he's 10-4, so he's not got kills in the last couple of rounds. Starkso has actually caught up to him 10-2. So it really goes to show that, like, that B main execute style that G2 went for.
וואלה, יחווה לי סבבה, האמת.
Flat on its face for the most part. Now that they're going to A, having more success, and I think Evolver's been much more useful at controlling mid-control, just sort of playing from A lobby as the execute goes in. Just kind of keeps the patience and that fundamental structure. Definitely missing in the first few rounds. Now that they've got swinging, I just hope that this kind of pause doesn't take that momentum out of their sails a little bit, because yeah, they're bringing the fight back to Ascend, who had a really bright beginning to this round on Split.
Yeah, and I mean, you bring up the point, the fact that we have seen a lot more A play from G2. That's certainly true, and a big part of that, I think they've actually done a very good job at negating the problem the CNET can provide, right? And avoiding his operator's impact. Maybe he's getting one or two here and there, but for the most part, they prevented him from getting multi-kills. They've constantly put him in awkward positions. This has been great work done, and they force him away from heaven, it feels like, away from these ramps. And this is a big problem that I think CNET's probably going to be able to adapt to it at a certain point throughout this first half. So we're going to get to see if G2 can adapt further to that, but I'm happy that we get to see Nukia back on the Rays.
אני כבר חוזר
A
לצ'אט.
little uncomfortable it felt over in that second map on the Sova, wasn't getting the same impact. And when you have a player like Nukia, you want to get the most out of him as possible. He is the sharpest tool in the shed for G2 right now. And if he can get to work, well, you're going to have a very great looking attacking side.
Yeah, for sure. Saying that though, he is 3-8 currently as Nukia, so he's not really burning as bright as he did on Bind, but I guess that's to be expected. I also think
kind of burnt a little too much, I think, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Too much of the fuel on the first map.
It was great fashion, I suppose, but like I'd say Zeke has also kind of been the same where like nobody other than Bone Cold initially is like really heated up on the server. Even then, a good portion of those kills for Bone Cold were against ecos, so they're not necessarily all like 10 impact frags. I just think that Ascend, they were the first to sort of revert back to this composition, this idea away from Astra, away from stuff like Viper, which a lot of people thought was a bit too against the grain. But it's that ability to like mid-round and change stuff up and have a bit more of an aggressive pace than what you'd get on Astra. Hopefully we're getting back into it soon, but the thing that I'm excited about is that this is likely to just continue to adapt in this style with more Omen, with even more Brimstone on this map, because there were teams that used to play him a long, long time ago before Astra was in the game.
Yeah.
Now with this meta coming up, Split's going to change a lot.
Yeah, it really is. And Bone Cold is going to have a field day when those changes come in. It's going to be great to see. But we return to the action. Apologies for the technical difficulties, but we have got it resolved.
ציידים, נכון? פה ושם עומר.
Zeke starting to realize that maybe G2 have been exploiting A a little bit more. He's going to actually try and put some resistance there early, uses the boom bot to clear out Mixwall and get that info. But the spike's actually currently placed outside of B, Ryan, so maybe G2 going for a bit of a change up here.
Paranoia actually used across this main A entranceway just because of that pressure that was put on. You could see that Avova was going to try and use it across A ramp, but used it a bit more shallower. See that even finding that opening onto the lurking Omen. But did they spot Meadow as well? It's playing in that mid position. Well, actually, they're playing high contact. The camera's going to protect. And Nuki doesn't know just how much out of the open he is.
Yeah, that is rough. Gets spotted by Achilles. He has the info, but can't deal with it. Oh, Hoodie able to react in time just before CNET brings him down. So at least it's 1-for-1.
No, actually, it's back.
Towards heaven. Alongside Zeke now tossing those paint shells down into
לא ציפייה שפרס נוכל לבדם, שתיאג בטעם לימון. מזל טוב, קודם כל, אחר כך.
And he looks to take down the counterpart on the other side, the star of the show for G2 up against CNET. But CNET is the best on the server. Fight picked up. He shows why he has got it. He shows he's got the super power as they head to 7.
He was too upset, I suppose, about people talking about how Nukie was solid. Now he's having those moments, both him, Bone Cold Stack, so all on that 10 kill mark.
ארק זה טעם נרכש, אבל ארק לימון זה עוד סבבה.
Even in this moment, there was a chance that G2 were able to do that typical thing of pulling those players back and bringing that advantage in their favor. But just this is
אסן בספליט חולה רוח.
Now again.
אסי, ערב טוב, אחר שבוע טוב, יניב, שבוע טוב.
Maybe not convinced that it had to come down to CNED doing CNED things to win out that round. And it makes sense, because G2 have done a much better job, I suppose, of putting Ascend under their paces on this attack. MBS wanting a word.
I had just said before we went into that technical pause that, you know, we're looking at G2, they've done a really good job at avoiding that multi-kill impact from CNED. You can do that for a certain amount of time, and then CNED decides it's time. You know, for him to have one of those pop-off rounds, he will deliver one. And CNED shows us that ability that he's got. Great to see. The operator still in his hands, of course. And a little chit-chat about how they want to approach the rest of this, because they know that they took a lot of damage, and their economy's kind of on the ropes. This is a very important round for Ascend if they want to have a convincing half here. For G2, about getting back into this. You know, this is your opportunity. You've got a gun round right back again. You know if you hit them one more time, that money is down.
Interesting how Ascender adapting to like the paranoia plays up on ramp. Zeke is not afraid to make a statement. It is going to get used, not really connect. Zeke is in that spot. He's happy to give up that position. He made a lot of noise from there. And immediately, Bone Cold has rotated. Two are playing from A tower on the defense.
Nice wall. Been finding a good bit of impact up here.
Nice shot over.
This time, just one. Now they
יואו! איך הוא דאבל קיל? פגע לו ברגל אשכרה, אני לא מאמין. וואי, איזה תפוגה סינד.
He will get a little bit of revenge. CNED down and out. And now we have to look to the rest of the forces here for Ascend. Theft comes in, so position known, and that allows forces Nukia into the showstopper play and actually gets away with it. So a desperation play that works out for Nukia. And he's going to reposition because of that. Here comes the counterpart of the showstopper. Nukia eats that one. Meadow position, no, but he's done a lot of work. And unfortunately, a lot more work needed. And he won't be able to
משחקים. חיד.
And now we look to 8 rounds on the board for
סיני, התעורר, די הטרדו אותו. חי בסרט, הוא אומר.
These rounds are coming real close.
חלום שלי להיות בסרט, אני.
In the squeaky ones.
Especially when you bear in mind that the res was dedicated as well to bring in Seek, so 6 versus 5 still comes down to just that one player of Keyless to win out the round. Scoreline not really matching how these rounds are going. G2 are making it very close, but just can't confirm them in the end. Ultimate's big ones dedicated on the side as well with a Resurrect and Showstopper from Ascend. A little bit more for G2 to work with. As you're seeing, money not great. And even that, Ascend winning these rounds, still down to double digits when it comes to economy. CNET again having to buy up the
אני רואה שמה ספר דמות קשה ללמוד לשחק. וואלה זה דמות מאוד קשה ללמוד לשחק. אתה צריך גם להיות סבלני, לפעמים לא להיות סבלני, אז זה כאילו...
G2 can do a lot of damage here, but it's still rough.
אתה צריך, לא יודע, אתה צריך ללמוד איתו הרבה דברים. הפלייסטייל שלך משתנה ממש, כאילו. לפחות שלי השתנה ממש. פיקסול עושה לך ג'דיף בינתיים, סינד.
That's a lot of investment gone and nothing picked up for Ascend as the kills all ran in for G2. It's a 3-man advantage to start the round, and it's just Bone Cold left. And he would need a bone-shaking clutch, but it's not going to happen. Nukia keeps it clean, in fact, so clean that it's flawless.
Feels like that we've been on the precipice for that kind of round for quite some time.
שלום עדי, שבוע טוב.
And G2's executes have been solid. Like I don't know if it was
חברים, אתם חדשים בערוץ, או שזה פעם ראשונה, שימו לייק, שימו סאב, תפעילו פעמון. מחר יוצא סרטון חדש, היילייט של ולורנט, סרטון ראשון.
And even just like you have to play as a tower, you have to play A main, and then just Evolver going on these lurks, being a lot more of a player to find these openings, really is catching Ascend out in a lot of these fights. Gonna try and execute B on this last one, and as you're seeing, money is just not there for Ascend.
רק אומר, אמרתי 13-5, רק אומר. איך חזרת אליי גם כן, אתה תגיד לי, איך חזרת אליי, איך?
As Nukia just doesn't stop. And when he's on the race, it's almost inevitable he's going to have a good game.
אני בכלל ג'טמן וכוחנית לי לעשות כלום, רק להחזיק את A בספיד ופשוט. וואלה, לפעמים זה כיף. לפעמים זה כיף. אבל אם הקבוצה לא הורגת ואתה עושה כל היום ריטייקים. זה לא כזה כיף.
Still alive, still walking, but he is certainly the walking wounded. With a shorty, he wants to come in close. He wants to pull his prey around the side, but it's the possible flying from Nukia that could start to come in. It could get very,
Zeke
very
doesn't want to give it
interesting.
up.
Yeah, Zeke is just sitting here. Nukia is right behind him.
שומע אותו, אני לא מבין את זה.
For Nukia, how many aces are we going to see?
שלא יתייחס לזה.
I mean, G2 again, sort of letting him have that one.
זה יפצע, כן, אתה מבין, דניאל?
Starting to heat up as CNED got that ace, was looking clinical, and Ascend were pulling the lead on this. It's now Nukia that has the most kills in the server. Now let's see what the switch around is going to be like. 8 rounds.
לא, אומר, אין מצב.
Definitely winnable for Ascend as they go into his attack. But this is where G2 can maybe show a little bit more. Some of these other players as well, like Evolver, very pivotal in taking map control. But now
כן, זה גם עוד למעשה יותר כיף, כי אתה נשאר הרבה פעמים על הקלאצ'ים.
has the help of Mixwell this time.
אתה נשאר למלא קלאצ'ים, גם בתור ג'טמן אתה לא נשאר הרבה קלאצ'ים, כי אתה מביא את האנטרי פראג, ולוקח טיפה ספייס, ואם אתה מת אז הלך. משחקים עם מקפת שחדש כבר קיים? לא נראה לי, לא. אני יודע שאסן משחקים מזמן כבר עם אומן, אבל אני חושב שזה הפאץ' הישן.
CNET creates that space, and now the wall up allows for the cross to the site safely. 3 players down has been spotted in Ascend. It is a massacre. They decorate the floor in the blood of G2. And now Meadow swings into the open. Tap is there, and Starks out of the headshot. It will be the pistol picked up for Ascend, and for G2 that's a bit of a nightmare. You do not want to lose the pistol in the second half like that.
Your metaphors are grim, I swear.
Yeah, it's brutal, right?
Yeah, like it's just like, just such a nasty way to put it.
No, painting a lovely picture.
כן, מפה קטנה, הפלאשים שלו ממש טורפים כאן, הכל טוב כאן. באמת. למרות שאסטרה הישנה ממש פסיכית כאן. ממש, אבל...
I think it works with this matchup.
If there's one thing to do in that scenario for Mixwell, you know that there's players there, it's likely going to be a B lane from the players that you did spot agent-wise. Just going for that peak initially, even sort of considers doing it again, down to 61 HP straight away, and second round so far in his defense, he's the first death.
של agent? לא. לא, לא שלא.
They'll be happy about that. Bullet spamming on down, cutting the health of Meadow. It's just over half. I'll drop back and play for the back corner. But for Ascend, this round's all about keeping it clean, limiting the casualties. You don't want to have to call in the reserves the next round. You want to try and keep this clean so you can get the bonus out. Nuki up close, about to swing into mail. And CNED will best him.
פיניס ממה שעוד יום תדע מה סילבר, זה לא קשור לאג'נט.
Find a follow up this time to the smoke. CNED, such a methodical player. Won't be flawless here for Ascend, but certainly looking clean enough. They lose 2 players. And they keep up 3 Spectres into the next round. And 10 rounds now collected for Ascend. G2, what have they got? The buys coming in.
Different vibe, right? Like you think of the way that Ascend treated their anti-ecos on Ascent. Very slow, avoiding the stacks on their attacking side. They kind of guessed that G2 were going to stack towards the B side and then still ran into it. It just shows
באמת, רוי, אח שלי יקר. יאללה, רדיאנט, רוי.
Versus Ascent, where it was a lot more, all right, we need to be careful. This is G2's map pick. They know how they want to play it. This is a true bonus, but
אחרי זה קומפ, כן, אחרי זה יש קומפ.
in this map have now
תותח הלאה, אתה רואה.
entirely, right? They're playing from a completely different instrument. This is a confident Ascend. This is an Ascend where CNED is just unleashed.
יאללה, 13-5 זריז.
He's going to try and get them over the line here to keep their economy good, but Mixwell will take him out of the sky.
איך מבחינת התקדמות? סבבה לגמרי, לייב. תמשיך לתת בראש, אחי, ותעלה עוד יותר, אחי.
Yeah.
A lot of map control. The Sage roll is a bit more problematic, but it can still just teleport over it for the most part. Take these duels, break it. Even not afraid to give up that information because the rotate for G2 is now going to come in, going to try and scale it through. Meadows trying to watch the cross, but this double peek is nice. Just see offer himself up as a bit of a wider bit of bait. Bone Cold can pick up a weapon upgrade.
Yeah. This changes the round entirely now, Ryan. That they've got 2 Phantoms in play.
He's playing on the top of wood. Like he wants to fight people. He is absolutely, he's warmed up. To say the very least, Bone Cold is not afraid.
בוסים חברים, וואלה, מציע לך לעזוב את זה ולהמשיך לעלות, אחי. בוסטים לא יקדמו לך לשום מקום. וגם אתה חברים.
And that's 11 rounds and plenty of cash now flowing through their bank accounts for G2. It's looking a bit rough now. They have a lot of work to do to get back into this one.
Are they forcing as well?
They are. They're buying up judges. They're buying up 1 Phantom. They've got a Bulldog. They got a Sheriff. They brought everything they can. It's not a lot.
This goes here.
לפחות גם בתומר, לפחות.
We never saw like the same sort of play paranoia coming out straight away onto A ramp, again given up by G2, playing 2 on the site. Guardian over on the spot. Mixwell also having a judge playing in on this corner.
Okay. Mixwell, this is very close and personal, and maybe a little bit too close because Zeke forces him to obey the social distancing rules. Takes him down. Starkso will res up his teammate, and now 4 players left for G2. They'll send the Boombot in towards defender's spawn to do some damage. Navova is forced back, forced into the recessive position. Ascend feeling good about this. They've got they've got weapon superiority.
Navova can't even peek onto elbow, just every
יוי, בוא'נה, הם מנקים אותם.
positioning is way too
הם
good.
פשוט מנקים אותם.
They have to save this gun. They can't even do that before CNED shuts them down. 12-4. G2 do not have a lot of money coming into this. And it's pretty much down and out for G2. It'd have to be something spectacular to work this way back. But it's just not working. They don't need
וואלה, 2 שחקנים
on the back
מטורפים.
burner that they can rely on when they need to. G2, 4 Guardians and a judge again for Mixwell. Playing in that same spot.
Yeah.
Luckily, Ascend are heading in this direction. They're looking to go B.
Look at the kill spread right now for Ascend, Ryan. You know, you can't see it now, but it's just so close across the board across 4 players. So
פשוט רצים, איזה גברים.
Massive team performance, and close and personal as Meadow is going to see the numbers now swinging their way in, but Hoodie has decided it's time to whack out the guillotine. He's taking 2 heads. Luckily, Bone Cold will put an end to his massacres. And now puts it into the 4 versus 3. G2 still hold this advantage on the defense, but Bone Cold looks to thin the herd, cuts down the legs of the defense.
לא נגמר, עומר, לא נגמר, עומר.
Navova showing the Guardian will do exactly that. Guards the B side with clean headshots. And G2, well, they have the life support.
Yeah, he was on 11 HP and it's lucky they didn't die because Mixwell still...
אמרתי לך 13-5, נכון? אמרתי לך 13-5? מה נראה לך שטעיתי? לא הבנתי.
But if it came down to it in a 1 versus 1 and he has the judge in hand, it's going to be awkward. Lifeline.
עוד בגרויות במבחנים של חודשיים רצוף, בהצלחה רוי. אמרתי אבל מההתחלה 13-5 לאסט. יאללה, איך לא אמרתי על המשחקים האלה? לא, 13-5, זהו, זה נגמר עכשיו, מה יש לך? אם זה ימי 13-5 100 שקל בבית, יאללה, יש שם עסקה אומר.
Swings out, ravenous yet again. CNED looks for the follow-up, but Nukia probably is only equal on the serve for the moment at the other side of things. Takes him down. We're back to an equilibrium. If we play over a minute, there's still a lot of time here for Ascend, so wouldn't be surprised to see them slow this one down. Neural Theft has come in just to reveal the positions of Ascend for the time being.
מבחן של העליון, בהצלחה סימן.
Slipping their way through ropes.
וואי, 3 ב-B. אומן ב... אם אבובה לא מביא פה ראונד של החיים שלו, 13-5. שוט, אבובה צריך להביא פה ראונד מטורף, כאילו. הם עדיין ב-B, אבל בשבת הטריפוור, בוונס. נראה שלא יקחו מידל עכשיו. רייס וג'ט. שתיים לוקחים את המידל.
Yeah, this is a weird split. This is going to be hard for Avova to deal with because they're going to come from two sides. He's not ready. Yeah, he's just not
הם שיחקו את זה לאט האמת, G2.
Just a crunch in the sight. And now they know there are many players off for this retake. G2 is starting to come back in. That neural theft revealing their positions. Nowhere is safe now. Nukia gets caught from Stark, so from the shadows used up, but Meadow and Mixwell into the 2 versus 4. If G2 pull off this retake, I'll eat my phone. This is not looking too likely at all. I've got a pretty good big phone, Ryan.
Yeah, post plants. It's very, very unlikely.
עוד פעם חזרת אלינו אתה, יא מחלה, יא מכת מדינה. איזה מכת מצרים. 13-5, GG חברים. אחלה אסל. מה זה החרא הזה? אין לי מושג, אין לי מושג, באמת שאני לא יודע.
Cost though Ascend losing on their near enough undefeated map of Bind for the longest possible time. I'd be curious on how many days that is. But since then, G2 can't really base it off their own map pick, right? It's nothing really to do with the
יאללה חברים, בואו נרביץ טיפה רנקד.
implications they had when it came to their picks and bans for this series. They still had that chance to nail it 2-0. They weren't able to.
GG חברים, בוא נרביץ רק, בוא נרביץ רק. אני אעביר לך חומר חיים שלי. לילה טוב עדי, שבוע טוב. שבוע מעולה. וואי, אני מקווה שלא יהיה לי פאקט לוס. איך בא ישחק בלי פאקט לוס? אתם לא יודעים איך בא ישחק בלי פאקט לוס, באמת. חלום שלי, חלום. אם אין פאקט לוס, תקשיבו טוב, אני דופק 30 בום כל משחק עכשיו. רק שלא יהיה פאקט לוס. מה הולך פיוז'ן?
Match found.
חברים רואים, למה לא רואים? אמת. פעם 52 פינג בלי סיבים, בלי סיבים 52 פינג, מה אתה משוגע?
Death match. Warm up.
עוד יומיים בגרות בתנ"ך, תן בראש, אחי, בגרות בתנ"ך דווקא די קל, האמת, זה לא קשה. כל הבגרויות זה הכי קל. לא, שיחקתי, מה זה? ברגע שכאילו שיחקתי עשור. אני עוזר פה את המצלמה לכאן. סאונד לכאן. ויאללה, אנחנו טובים. טובים. את בטוחה אומר, אז זה גם מראה את הקריירה, אבל לא רק את השם.
Who am I kidding? My knees are gonna kill after this.
Fight!
Watch and learn.
זה לא פוגע לו בראש, התחלנו עם הפאקט לוס.
Down and out.
כאילו כבר שהרגתי אותו, ורק אחרי זה שנייה זה הראה שהרגתי אותו. אני שונא את האינטרנט שיש לי. שונא אותו. עוד יום נצב ראשון, יאללה, צבא עוד מעט.
On the money.
לא, בעצם יש לך איזה שנה.
That's 3.
תהיה בהצלחה.
Now we're cooking. Gotcha. That's 3. Like butter, baby. Sorry, kid.
אבל מראה גם את הקריירה שלך, כן אומר? לא רק את השם. וואי, הפאקט לוס הזה מחרפן לי את המוח. זה מוציא אותי מדעתי, באמת. איזה מעצבן זה. אז ראנק אני מוטה 3 רדיאנט בדרך כלל.
That's 3. Out of here.
שביב את הרג'ס קטנה, וואלה הכי יפה שיש לדעתי. אם אתה אוהב תקנה, אם אתה לא אוהב אל תקנה. אל תקנה אם אני ממליץ לך. רק אם אתה אוהב אחר כך.
10 kills remaining.
חברים שלי. לא מבין את זה. לא מבין את זה.
Kills remaining.
סמייט לו. נועם יש גבול. סמייט.
See ya. Taken down.
One kill remaining.
Finish it up. I'll never retire.
חדש נוע. יש לי בסטור אני. שיפרתי אותו אפילו באלוהים. לא בא לי אותו, שיפרתי אותו. להם אומר? כמו עיניים. מה זה? איפה הקומפטטיב שלך? לטופ אחד, וואלה לא יודע מה אני הולך על זה האמת מורטיס, אין לי מושג, לא נראה לי שאני הולך על זה האמת. פחות יש לי זמן. איזה נייף מכוערת.
Match found.
זה פס מזעזע ממש, אבל כן. פריים אופרייטור או לא? אין. הוא יכול להיות מעניין אבל האמת. אמרתי לך, אם אני מראה את החברים שלי, אני גם מראה את הקריירה של החברים. אני לא מראה רק את השם. רצף וואלה, קודם כל שיהיה בלי פאקט לוס, אבנר, באמת. קודם כל שלא יהיה פאקט לוס. כל השאר זה בונוס, אחי. חד משמעית. חד משמעית, כל השאר זה בונוס.
I wonder if these ones will beg. They all do.
Hello.
Hello.
I like to see that.
Hello, boys.
Hello, man.
Hello.
Wallet.
Help! Help! Reloading.
Cool domino. Chamber 1 HP, chamber 1 HP.
Spike
70.
planted.
87, sorry.
One enemy remaining.
Last one.
Nice.
Nice.
Here. Toxins going up. My ultim gun here.
בוא'נה, הנה בואו תראו כאילו מעכשיו אפשר לזהות שהג'ט שלי זה השחקן הכי גרוע שקיים.
Feels good, doesn't
והוא
it?
טוקסיק רצח.
Now do it again.
או שטעיתי כאילו, אני לא יודע. יכול להיות שאני טועה, אבל זה התחושה שלי. הוא לא מדבר מילה, אין לו voice chat. הוא פשוט עושה אל. במקום לזה. כאילו אתה יגיד ימין, כן, בוא נראה איך זה ייגמר. בואו נשחק ג'אדג' בבריז בראונד השני. לא צריך לקלל, למה לקלל? בוא לא מקלל.
Half HP. He's force maybe.
הוא שחקן ג'אדג' באבא פנטו.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Nice. Last one's low HP, guys. 1 HP. On main.
I still can't get over that owl though. It's too cute. Why is it so
Gun for
cute?
someone in spawn. Okay, just took it.
אתה בדילי כי יש לי אינטרנט שאלות. גם אני איתם, אל תדאג.
I have another mid.
שני כותר אמת.
You're mine, Reina.
Keep two guys. Someone A.
Cutting their vision. Three sides.
Balloon nasty. You don't take respect, you know?
One enemy remaining.
Last was tube.
One below mid, guys.
He should be low HP.
Yeah. I hit him only one shot with Spectre. לא משהו להרוג אותו.
Nice, good luck.
Jet, can you come? Chamber, can you hold this?
There.
Jet, can I drop? Yeah.
I will go to
There.
my mom.
Guys, I think you should upgrade weapons.
Chamber, come. I need you to hold me. Wait,
There.
man.
I'm coming.
I will try to go to the
They
box.
want there.
Try to destroy the one, maybe, if you can. Hey, לא הצלחתי, נו באמת.
Careful.
איזה נח.
Shot dart. Enemy spotted A.
Last side.
Teleport's gone. Reloaded. All enemies A.
איך להשחק נגדנו בפייסית, סבבה.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Flawless.
Okay.
The city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's end this quickly.
אני שונא ג'ט, אמרתי לכם.
No prisoners.
Need a drop.
Parasite.
Nice.
Still in sight.
להביא בוקס למסך. הג'ט הזה חתיכת אפס, הג'ט הזה.
I will clear hole.
Amen out.
Okay, you can leave me. One B. It's B. Was. Planting.
That is open.
Spike planted.
One operator side.
Stay down.
Nice one side maybe.
Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining.
יש לי חמישה שווה לשבור את כל הטסטם. קלטי שיש לאווח, אבל הוא לא קיבל את הפלאש הזה.
If you're not a good
Need a
shot
drop.
today, don't worry.
There are other ways to be useful.
איך הירו והדור זה יורו חשמל.
For you, hermanita.
Forwards.
You want to play? Let's play.
What a timing, bro. Oh my god.
Begins. They will cover.
הנה דיף.
Last player standing.
הנה דיף.
Spike planted. Long.
אבל לי, אתם יכולים, מה נאיף שאני הכי אוהב הקטנה.
Racing to the spike sites.
Still in sight. Cutting their vision.
Poison's gone.
Hold.
See ya.
למה כאילו דברו בג'יטו? וואלה, לא יודע. הנה חרא זה הגיע. וואלה, החליפו את פיקסל בו, לא יודע למה, האמת. הוא בספסל.
One still close.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player
She's pushing.
standing.
Here.
Toxins going up.
קורה לפינג, מה קורה לפקטלוס? למה? אבל למה? רגוע. פק.
Toxin screen down.
אני חושב את הוויף הזה עכשיו.
Nice, for placement.
יאללה, 1000 פאקט לא עושה התחלנו.
Act on my intel. Don't give them time to reposition.
Need a drop.
תמיד אינסה של מכבי? רק אם זה חיפה, עומר.
No prisoners.
נתתי לא לשחק סייפר, בבריזה אני פחות אוהב. בבריזה אני דואל.
Welcome to my world.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Oh, my voice.
Defuse the spike.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you.
אין לי RGX,
You're here.
כן? הנה, סיימתי לנס.
Just let them try to catch.
כדורסל? לא, ממש לא, אני חושב בכדורסל. אני בכדורסל לא קשורים אחד לשני.
Hello, can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, we can. Why are you only me on A? Okay, I play retake.
And then
No, I play retake. Good, good.
Pathetic.
Two pushing side.
Right here.
Planting.
I am the hunter.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Left.
There.
The copy.
Wait, I have my arrow.
I'm running left side.
Planting.
Maybe fake.
Spike planted.
Cutting their vision. Still in sight.
Enemy spotted B.
Nice. Take it, come.
Defuse the spike.
Thanks.
You failed. Now flee.
They don't have a single life
Need a
worth
drop.
saving.
ما عمر بن.
can you drop?
Thanks.
You went off?
No, bro. When I'm playing golf, I'm dying it.
Okay. I'm gonna push tube. Can you help Jet on it?
Yeah, I will just
Right
arrow
here.
for you here. No,
Guys,
you
okay,
don't,
okay.
I need help on mid get.
Okay, so we leave mid, so we'll take it after. Just focus B maybe.
Revealing area.
Find them.
Spike planted.
Just chill. Oh, minus 8 trainer, minus 8 trainer. Frame it 8.
One enemy remaining.
Still in sight.
I know.
Go. Nice, good job.
Found them. Enemies close. Eyes up.
אפק זה שמשדר בלי חולצה. אפק החתיך זה.
Eyes up. Here.
היי, דרון.
There they are.
Come in. Oh my god.
Mid one.
Tube one.
Two guys mid maybe.
Last player standing.
אפק עצר המלך. לא, זה התוכן של אפק, עומר. Okay, go for it, man.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Nice. Lost connected, but we don't.
Yeah, I think it is. His ping is not moving.
Yeah.
Toxin screen
Yeah,
down.
token של אפק. Wait, I will knock you. Yeah.
I can't die here.
Clutch.
Oh shit.
I almost broke a sweat.
Last round before the switch.
Nice. Steven.
אפק אחד הסטרימרים, בטח. אפק, תודה חל. לך על זה, רוי.
Get out of my way!
The hunt begins.
I can kill Reyna,
Guys,
boys.
I'm dead.
No, I can't.
Minus 40.
Nice.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Nice. Also, operator maybe be careful.
Last
Coming.
player
Oh,
standing.
she's lurking. She's tunnel.
Spike planted.
Nice.
יש שני בנובים בזה, כמו יודע איך לערוך. אני גם אין לי מושג איך לערוך. וואלה, אם הייתי יודע, הייתי עושה מלא דברים כאלה גם.
Switching sides.
A woman after my own heart. You can't have it though.
Can we rush B?
Yep.
Sure. Let's go.
Oh, can you drone?
כאילו שאם היינו מפסידים 3 ראונדים, הג'ט שלנו טוקסיק של החיים. תחושת בטן, לא יודע למה. ויוקנס אליי ואני אשאר בצפות בחלטות ממנו. תודה רבה אח שלי יקר.
Guys, take care, elbow. I don't buy trap.
I can hold it if you want to start.
Yeah.
Or Viper shield.
Yeah, someone stay for
Yeah,
it.
Viper shot, I think.
Yeah.
Or Sova.
Give me spike Viper.
Okay, I can hold.
Revealing area. Let's go.
Blocking sight.
Left side.
Spike down B.
One more right side. Dink.
Last player standing.
Empty.
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
וואלה, גם אני אבנר, גם אני נסרט מזה אחי.
Okay, go.
Stay safe.
I'm gonna go plant.
Nice shot.
Done here.
הלך לי יעיל. לא.
Last player standing.
Toxin screen down.
Rena will come tunnel over them.
Light planted. Poison orb emitting.
Is Chamber still AFK or what?
Yeah, I think so.
But why he's not getting kicked?
I think
he reconnect and...
My quiver is never full.
But look at this... Oh, never mind. His thing is moving. He's back. Never mind.
Let's try to go
We'll win anyway. Go away.
Just wait for an arrow and...
איזה רק המונלייט שהיה פה, מורטל 3 נראה לי. אני חושב מונלייט. וואלה, תמניל הצגתי.
I'll take everything from them.
Take
Cutting the vision.
The fun begins.
Out of charging.
Reloading.
Don't I live.
Wow.
this kid is
Molla.
No, fuck. One on stairs, one back side, right side.
One enemy remaining.
That's
Last
close.
left side.
Toxin screen
Nice.
down.
Last player standing.
Nice guys, good job.
Nice.
Wind. Show me where to go.
אתה יכול להתכוון מדי פעם, אנחנו מתכוונת. וואי, אני מחליף פעם בתקופה, האמת.
Guys, first time like...
פעם יש
let's
תקופה
go.
שאני קם ואומר לעצמי, וואלה, זה הכוון שבא לי, ואני פשוט, לא יודע, נשאר איתה עוד איזה חודש.
First time, bro, first time.
Okay.
What first time?
Shit play, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Guys, can we go split A this time? Open
There.
double
Okay,
doors, then A main push. Jet, you should dash when we open double doors.
Guys, yeah, I will die.
או, בפנים, איזה גבר, one is inside. איזה גבר! לא, עומר, זה שאני בטיל. אם אני בטיל, אני מחליט כוונות ואני תמיד מחזיר למטה איתו. One more backside. It's not smoke ודש. למה זה יגד זה?
Last player standing.
Why would...
Light planted.
Bro, I got 120 damage from smoke.
וואלה, צ'אט, אתם משפחה ואמא שלי, איזה פרגונים. אוהב את כולכם המון, באמת. Just can you maybe go knives and we can force it?
Yeah.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Let's go A, if Chamber gets a good lurk on mid or B, we can rotate. Just like to tag the operator and then we can fight.
Let us hunt.
חרא של שחקן, חרא של אישיות. אהב להקליק שותף שלי.
Take flight.
Maybe okay gear.
One mid chamber, one front. I take them.
Right side, right side. Coming, wait.
I have the spark.
In sight.
Revealing area. Reloading.
Guys, let's go back, please.
Cutting their vision.
Nice shot. רגוע. רגוע. וואלה, אבנר, דניאל, חלום שלו שתבוא לדיסק, תדע לך. חלום שלו שתבוא לדיסק.
I'm planting for you, chamber.
Just playtime.
כי התעקסתי שעל הוול של וייפר, תראו, יש אור צהוב ואור ירוק שיש לו פיול. לא שמתי לב לזה, זה מהעדכון החדש.
Wait, I am revealing.
Revealing area.
One close
Welcome
main.
to my world.
One enemy remaining.
ג'ט לא מת, צריך את הרע. אוקיי. נייס,
Nice, nice.
מה אתה חושב הסקין הכי יפה לוונדל? החדש לדעתי. או החדש או הצ'מפיון.
Match point.
This has
Let's
gone
go,
on long
Rashid.
enough, I think. They are so dead. Track them down.
I will run A.
Did you split or not?
Get out of my way!
ריפורט בעוד 3, 2.
Nice one.
Fuck you, man.
Cutting their vision. Still in sight. Our spikes down.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
What the?
I got the spike.
Oy, oy, oy, oy, oy, oy, oy.
Planted.
It wasn't top.
Hold.
Left side, left side.
Hold.
Yeah.
Hold.
Okay, GG.
Attackers win.
Goodbye. Nice. Here.
טוב, זה שבר אותי, כן. בואו נפרס להצביעים. איזה אח אתה אבנר. אם אתה עובר אין יכול להסתכל בקטוק כמו שלי, אם אתה שווה. וואלה, האמת שרואי אין ממש קל שתדע. ממש קל. יש לי איזה תחרות, כאילו מבחינה שלהם. אתה עמד על החדש, כן יש לי. אבל עד שאני משפר אותו, אני לא שם אותו. אפשר לשפר, אני יודע. עד שאני משפר אותו פול. מטפס, אושרי, זה בשביל הכותרת, כפרה עליך. מה אומר אושרי? הם יודעים שאין איזה גודל כן אחי, בול. חברים, ניצחונות, צריך להריץ פה מלא ווינים, בלי סוף ווינים. צ'אט, אני שנייה חוזר, לא לברוח לשום מקום, בדיוק דקה אני בא.
Match found.
מה קורה כאן? מה זה? אוי, כמעט נפלתי באמא. וואלה, איזה כיף שיש דוד. חברים, בואו נגיע ל-150 לייקים, בואו ניתן מאמץ קטן. בואו ניתן מאמץ קטן ל-150 לייקים. וואלה, אושר גם עם 5 דואליסטים, גיליתי שזה אפשרי לנצח את המשחקים בראנק.
Match found.
לא עשיתי אינסטלוק.
Hello.
עשיתי אינסטלוק.
Wait, can I play Chamber?
יהיה מאוחר יותר, לייזי. וואלה, נראה בזרימה, יא ג'וניקס. נצליח, כן, בואנה, אתה מלוכלך אושרי, תאמין לי. פאפקשור, מה יש לכם?
C'est bien. Mec. Stress.
כל לייק שתקבל בדקה קרובה שקל. חברים, אפשר להרביץ בבקשה לכפתור של הלייק, חברים, להרביץ מכות רצח, תדרכו על הכפתור של הלייק. אנשים פה לא רציניים, יאני בכי. זה היה טוב רוח שלי יקר. בהצלחה בדרך באימורטל. תבוא טוב אחר כך.
Killjoy! After this, you want to do some tinkering?
Hello guys.
But if anything explodes again, you are telling me.
Comment ça va? Ça va bien?
J'étais pas dans ma playlist, frère. Qui es-tu?
Turret out!
Ça te dit pas un truc sur Twitter 40K?
لك لو ما بين ميلاد ايه مش
Jet's grounded.
Mon HP. 50 on side, 2 side KO.
wait for me, Frank won't behind, wait for me.
Okay.
Spike planted.
Le drop, probably pas.
One default, one tower.
Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
לא, עשו לו הליקופטר. נדיב, תודה רבה, 6 שקל, אח שלי יקר. תודה רבה, רבה, רבה. שימו לבבות בצאט, תראו פה אהבה לבחור, תודה רבה. אוהב המון. מה הולך טל? שבוע טוב. מדברים על מטפסות.
I can try now if you want to push.
היידה אושרי. אני אקבל פה פלאש, זה ברית שאנחנו שרמו אותה.
Stay down. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Blocking sight.
Flawless.
יעלו פושק, תודה רבה, אחר כך.
Feels bad to kill that brimstone.
תחתי סל מהחשבון של ארבו, שום אחד לשים לב. I think you're gonna push A actually.
Maybe.
Yeah.
To Ninja, you play with Reason, no?
Yeah, man.
That brimstone's just sparks.
Nothing here.
See ya.
Oh, nice.
Last one.
Gun here.
Spike down A.
Blinded.
Blocking sight.
Take the guns and go back. Going out.
Spike here.
Can you put on me, please?
There.
Oh, one is close.
Oh.
He took weapon.
Yeah.
He took weapon.
Low HP bridge,
He took the
boys.
spike also.
He took it?
Yeah, he took.
Yeah, I think so.
I will bet for you.
One of
I will
90
bet
on
for you.
bridge.
Yeah.
On B, on B.
I have nade.
30
I will try
seconds
to
left.
be there.
Down,
One
on side,
enemy
on
remaining.
One more.
22, one chamber.
אושרי 17 שקל, היידה יאני ועוד 17, חברים יקרים, תודה רבה רבה.
Okay.
אוהב המון, שותפים, תודה רבה לכולם. תודה רבה, כל התמיכה, חברים.
We're going off like a cut snake.
איזה חולים. תודה רבה לכולם, שותפים שלי, אוהב אתכם המון, משפחה. יאללה.
It's 3 destroyed.
Two bar.
I will spike.
Two last, two last.
One HP.
Someone has a spike, I will come to you. I can take a minute if you want, I can take all B and roll.
Shadows traveling.
One enemy remaining.
That also B.
Cover going out.
No way! We're the same!
Wait until I blind them to strike.
Du coup, t'es qui? T'es Yota ou t'es...
Oui, c'est moi, je t'ai dit.
Mais je reconnais pas ta voix.
Ah merde, unlucky.
Ah, là je reconnais. T'as dit unlucky, là je reconnais.
Nice.
Je suis passé sur ton stream un jour, 5 minutes, t'avais dit genre 10 fois unlucky.
Oh, c'est mon préféré, frère, les tueurs qui m'ont rendu dingue.
I think you're gonna do something with Breach Flash and by Breach.
Yeah, ok. Ah, yeah, vous.
Ah, I got this like.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Hawk out!
You win this, man.
Sorry, ear's still ringing.
דניאל, תורם עוד $5, תודה רבה. איזה תותחים אתם. תכלס, עברו אותנו בקטע, כן. הלאה, מוגזם. They might push B with Breach ult, I will play B this round.
Snuff them out.
Placing sentry.
אבנר, אתה יודע חל, אבנר.
Something A main. 2 here.
I smoked M main.
One arcade.
They're going back to me.
זאת המשמרת האמיתית שלי.
Prepare for hellfire!
Spike down B.
One tower, one.
Last player
2
standing.
default, one tower.
Ooh. Look phase.
Spike planted.
Face.
שותפים משפחה ביוטיוב, באמת, באמת, עומר, באמת.
You up? Stay safe. We're going back in.
We can maybe try to push
Here.
the trade. You can maybe push on timing sky and pick it, rip it.
You want to go?
Yeah, just wait for them to come here.
Here.
Then you flash. I will go right.
Radio.
משפחה, בוא נעשה לייק באינסטגרם. נשים לך, גברת. I will jiggle, you can push on mic.
G'day. Hawk out.
Off your feet!
Go insane.
בוא נגיע ל-50 לייקים, צ'ל, בוא נגיע, זה המטרה החדשה.
For you, Jet, 1 HP.
On side planting.
He's one.
Spike planted.
Okay, one.
Pushing tower.
One arcade still, okay.
Yeah, blind okay.
Yo, איזה פאקט.
It's a tower.
I'm out of stuff.
Last player standing.
One pushing you. A nice time.
Nice
Hi, good Jico.
Very good damage.
Let's go, boys.
The backs will be towards at least one of us.
Let's go. Yes, they go so fast. Maybe just try to take D.
Turret out.
What again? Repeat.
There.
Yeah, let's go. I can jiggle this,
Here.
then if someone is
Time to
coming,
mobilize my
I can
pack.
flash him a pick.
There. Time to hunt.
Chill, we don't take it. Molly, Brimstone on B.
Blocking sight.
1 B. He broke my turrets.
איך הוא הביא אותי בספר תורה.
I'm smoking B. Deep.
Nothing A.
You are powerless.
Nice. One more. Two more, the B main.
Pushing now.
We can take it easy, guys. Just try to keep tower. I can heal.
You.
Spike
Wait,
down
mate.
B. One enemy remaining.
Third.
Last player standing.
It's gonna be detailed.
30 seconds left.
Buckets for sure.
Turn out.
לא, הצגת בטורניר של 1,000 שקל, כי היה לי את חתונה, אחי. אבא טוב התחתן, לא יכול להתעסק בטורניר.
Recalling my bot.
Ten seconds left. Spike planted.
I think he used to always on top. That's true.
That's right.
Make sure to follow my
I
package.
whiffed.
They'll lead us right to the enemy.
My bad.
Yeah, all good, all good. I was sure I'll get tower. Fuck.
Turret out.
אבל אתה through double up top, maybe I will kill
Here.
someone. Camber is always playing solo. Okay?
Here.
You can maybe push him, Omen, and kill him.
Yeah, let's kill him here.
Okay.
Yeah, just
I mean,
ping him.
just Wolf if I see something. I ult.
What's this?
I'm gonna wait for you, Killjoy.
Close.
Amen,
Two.
amen.
Push. Come.
I can.
Running game in.
1 G. 15. Good job.
Spike down A. Last
Two last
player
on site,
standing.
man.
Minus 50 legit.
You want to see aggressive on play?
Spike planted.
Cover going out. Blinding.
Okay, never mind.
Not bad, I guess.
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
Let's win now. Let's go.
I can try to get early picks on B maybe.
I think let's play Amin, no? Amin is... Fuck this, man.
Maybe play close door if I contact you.
They stand this, then they flash this. It's okay.
Swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Omer, אח שלי יקר, שבוע טוב.
No, don't need.
I will try to get big. One limit.
Prepare for hellfire!
The fucking blinds.
Bueno, what's the Arabic?
Spike planted. Last player standing.
I go B.
Yeah, he just ran and shoot me, what the fuck?
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
4-0 into 4-6, unlucky.
Yeah.
Bro, it's always like this, unlucky.
Yeah. We're gonna be better in attack, don't worry.
Oh, you think it's attack map?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think it's attack map.
I don't think so.
If you have breach, it's
Attack
a
map,
good
map.
defend map, but if you don't have breach, kinda fucked.
All good, all
I
good.
don't think so, guys. Let's see.
Let's make some chaos.
Sophie game.
On A. Yes, okay.
What the? אוקיי. הפאקט לוס הזה מוציא אותי מדעתי. באמת שזה מוציא אותי מדעתי. ראיתם אותה סדש? זה קורה, כן, אין בעיה, הדברים האלה קורים. זה לא היה דלי רגיל.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
מה זה? מפן אותי.
Last round in the half.
Spend everything.
Jet, you want the up? No?
My packet was fucked me when I did. But let's see.
Maybe give it to me. I win. Give it to me.
Oh, okay.
Need a drop.
Faut que je lui drop une vandale.
Vas-y.
Bon, my packet was
I think it's
fucked me 2 times
gonna
already.
be breach and Kayo.
We need to take somewhere. Take arcade or take...
Yeah,
let's
push, guys. Push.
What to push is part of this map.
לא רוצה לסגור, אבל...
Here, stand.
Pushing B1.
Blind?
Jet inside B side. Guys.
Allez.
On
Salut
side.
la racaille.
Planted.
On side.
Wait.
I got my ult. Wait.
One enemy remaining.
Voilà.
Wait, did you knife him?
Yeah.
On a marre de la racaille.
This
Switching
place is nice,
sides.
but not nice enough to
זה
die in.
מהפך, כן.
Let's win and get out of here.
כאילו, לא, אני לא רוצה לסגור, כן, אבל הפאקט הזה, הוא מפרק אותי, ממש.
On my way.
What we do, guys?
I don't know.
A split?
Turret out.
I can try A split, yeah, sure. Do you want maybe paranoia? Or assault?
I will dog left side, okay?
No. Yeah, dog first.
Oh, send.
There.
Stay safe.
Okay, Omen, can you smoke window, Omen, and city?
I have no smoke, but okay.
Oh. Wait.
Okay,
I can pop blind too if you want.
Okay, yeah. 3, 2, okay.
Enemy spotted A.
I can dug.
Oh my god. Okay, dog this shit.
Wait, I'm coming to you. Wait.
CT.
One city.
One on side.
One CT.
Side. Jet.
Enemy spotted A.
Jet slow HP side.
Heaven.
Spike down.
Drop.
A.
Send.
No HP, Dings.
Placing alarm bot.
Oh, the spike.
I got the spike.
Could be main.
Spike planted.
He's main. Oh, ish? No.
Last player
2 guys
standing.
main, 1 Ding, 2 Ding. Breach it somewhere low. Bomb is not for you.
Turn down.
One enemy remaining.
1 shot.
You win this.
Found them.
Nice. לא, זה לא קשור, זה תמיד שאני בלייב, כשאני לא בלייב האינטרנט שלי עובד טוב.
Nice.
I think breach.
Yeah, you dink him.
40k.
Alright, I take back what I said about those bots. They're pretty good. And so are you.
אם לוחץ על הפעמון, אמת אומר, אמת.
It's attack your map, guys.
You
said
see,
it.
attack map.
Attack the map. I told you.
When they gonna buy?
We can do same. Let's see.
Let's go.
Keep it cool.
I can dash
That's how
up
you
the
survive.
Here.
Oh yeah.
Wait, let me dug.
Hunt.
This is just
Jet is low.
There's no.
Can pop blind.
One inside.
Jet's grounded.
Brimstone on side.
Perfect accuracy. One down. Turn out.
תשע אספקט, תודה רבה שלי
Alarm
יקר.
bot spy.
One enemy remaining.
Send. Bro, stop eco-fragging, bro.
Do you mean I carried the round? What do you mean?
Reloading.
Oh, this raid
I
is
just gave you.
eco-frag.
I just gave you the frags. I just gave you the eco frags, you know, guys.
Confidence.
Can I get
I have a ghost for someone.
You want what? This? تحتك.
Okay. You are a sheriff demon.
Yes, I am Sheriff Demon.
Guys, let's do same until it's not working anymore.
Okay. Oh man, maybe. Okay, never mind. You're fucked.
Just
I think-
Omen, can you smoke
There.
this? Smoke this?
Yeah, sure.
Careful.
You're gonna
Wait,
stand
Justin.
for it. Yeah.
Never mind.
Turn out. Hunt.
I tried to make
Oh, Brimstone door. And traps behind the box.
Hawk out.
I'm gonna go from Steve.
There's one of our.
Can you try to?
Wait, watch on me, don't go.
Reloading.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
הלאה, הוא העיף
1
אותי עם
HP
הסאט
jet.
שלי.
1 HP. Chamber 2.
Okay, I thought he was not gonna do it. Like,
Okay.
I just satchel in
I
into...
think, I think you need
These
Omen
parasites
with
aren't
us
going to
and
take
Doctor.
one step
Maybe
past this
I
place.
think
Join
we
in,
can,
I'm gonna
we
love.
can maybe
we need
flash...
the Omen flash.
Yeah, we can flash this, then I can updraft dash to him.
Oh, we have Jet! Oh!
Yeah, we have raised, you just satchel me to a brimstone face, man.
Ah, we have Jet, okay, I just said that. It's not a good sign, by the way.
Okay.
be careful with shooting.
Oh, yeah. Fuck.
Oh, they have reached.
Shadows traveling.
Can you flash on me now?
Finding.
Never mind.
It's not done. Jump on the side.
Just stay here, man, stay here.
On CT.
One enemy remaining.
Last CT. Last close.
Non.
Mec, tu m'as baisé mes FPS avec ton heal.
You can't kill him, you can't kill him.
I'm low, guys, I'm low.
Okay, don't show this, guys. Please, please, please, please.
I'm flanking, I'm flanking.
I have a feeling, yeah.
It's okay.
Oh, nice shot, dude.
Thank you, I gave him a chance, you know, I gave him a chance.
Comment ça t'es tombé à 150?
Oh, j'étais dans ta zone.
I can drop.
J'avais plus d'FPS.
Unlucky.
I can drop from I can drop from
Guys, go away. Go away.
Okay.
They will never believe that we go away on the ball game, right?
מה, אנחנו עוד ב-150 לייקים, באמת אומר?
Do you want like paranoia on here or maybe
Send. There's a smoke here, we don't care.
Oh, okay, never mind. Smoke this and listen.
I mean, if just jump up.
No, I will not.
Maybe a breach, boys.
Reloading.
Pushing these boys.
Get out of my way.
Oh, fuck.
One more.
Nice. I'm gonna nade it.
It's jet with 9.
Prepare for hellfire!
Dish.
Two dish. Which weapon?
One down.
Nice.
Blocking sight.
Last player standing.
Raise, like, why are you doing that?
Yeah, it's my bad actually.
Oh, we have nice.
Thrifty.
Nice. All good. Let's go.
No, it's okay. Go next. We win this.
Some good old hard yakka. Standing in between us
Happened,
and
yeah.
victory.
My lad.
We good, man. We good.
We good, bro.
Watch me. You're gonna
Take
ace
balls.
this. You're gonna ace this now.
Yeah.
Play slow maybe. Let's play different a bit. Let's try to see if they do something aggressive, we can punish them.
Okay.
What's this?
Which player?
Traps here, and one tower.
Use that.
Tower.
We should just destroy the trap in the back.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't have smokes. Bush no flash.
I was close to this. Have city. Coming up to it.
I have only one smoke.
I will blind door.
He's picking with hope.
Pushing this.
Spike down A.
I have the spike.
Chill, wait for me.
30 seconds
1 main
left.
operator.
Last player standing.
Two sides.
Tell you what, a day working the farm would do these fellas good.
Let's go. Let's fuck them. We all agreed it's attack map. Let's fuck them. גוטן, חבר מועדון, גוטן אח שלי יקר אסף. תודה רבה חבר מועדון, חיים שלי, אוהב אותך המון. עוד מap, עוד day, עוד week.
Still picking.
Think Champion and Beams are like rotating already.
Yikes.
Cover going out.
Nice.
guess be clear now.
No, only one.
I mean A.
No, Jet is opening on A.
Jet is opening on A. But let's go.
You have digital ulti.
You can do.
מה זה?
Here.
אני רואה, מה אני רואה?
Initiated.
לא, הוא בטאבר עדיין. ערב טוב, שותף.
Here.
Is the
Spike dropped.
ניתן, you can make it.
Last player standing. One enemy
Got the
remaining.
spike.
30 seconds left.
Spike's down.
That's
Nice
why,
try.
man. אתה לא אח, אתה מלאך. Let's get it.
Multi you can to somewhere.
We move as a unit, okay? Last thing I need is some hero messing things up.
Let's try to eat B once. They have only
I
chamber
will do.
sentinel. Yes,
I will do my. I don't know, man.
Yes,
I think Brimstone is playing. Brimstone is playing tower every single time.
Yeah, and chamber is playing around here with
I take over, yeah, Vol.
Okay.
I put bomb bot here. Oh, maybe not.
Caution here.
I mean,
Yeah. Just fuck it.
The chamber is on A.
Hawk out. Blinded.
כל כך בטוח לשחק ב-A.
Chamber is someone on A.
חברים, בואו נגיע ל-150 לייקים. תרביצו ללייק בוטון. תרביצו לו.
Satchel up.
One
Satchel up.
send. One send. Hellfire!
Last player standing.
Almost.
Get out of my way.
I did 500 damage with my ult.
Match point.
We know what we're doing. Trust each other and we'll be fine.
לא, אחלה מפה, הבעיה שאתה צריך לדעת איך לשחק בה. זה קשה. כאילו, ואם אין לך קבוצה בה זה בעס.
Caution here.
עוד לא GG, עומר, עוד לא GG. איזה מיני מנטליות יש לך, תגיד לי.
You want to play? Let's play.
Drop the spike.
Two more. One green box, one left side.
Flash, flash. I'm blocking them.
Nice. זה אין אפשרות לגמרי.
Heal up, squad.
Maybe flank.
Reloading.
They have Richard.
Hawk out.
An arcade or tower.
People, yeah, arcade. Or under you already.
Stand. Pushing.
I'm blind.
Off your feet!
One enemy
80.
remaining.
Ascent, Valley, Ascent.
Maybe make.
Nice guys, let's win this game. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
I'll take him up, I'll take him up.
They think they
Get a
know
drop.
pain.
Can someone jump?
Can't begin to comprehend it.
You want to play a Predator?
You can use it, I have knives.
Here.
Oh, you have jet knives.
You have jet, man. What?
Fine. find the weak point and break it. Cheers, mate. What's this?
What? They're just walking around. Like,
Give me those back.
I can ult, wait, I will ult.
I fuck smoke.
Tower, one.
Wait, my ult, wait, my ult.
It's too late, dude. It's too late.
Wait, please. No, it's not too late.
One enemy remaining.
City, you saw him. City with pop.
Let's kill him.
Blinded.
What is happening?
Oh, the ninja, you playing on 60 FPS?
My volume was down as fuck, so I just heard upload this shit.
I have so many questions.
Why do you say that? What you
No, my headphones is a problem. When I volume up, they volume down.
Il était au-dessus de lui, il l'a pas vu pendant 40 ans.
Unlucky. Bon, let's win, boys, hein. Let's win.
We can win.
They are eco this round. Guys, I fake with my dogs. They will rotate. They are eco.
Okay.
Yeah, don't do it.
I can smoke it even. Or even better.
Pushing. One more.
Enemy spotted. Go get her.
Go B. One
Going
A.
B.
I go arcade with you.
Do you know where it's been? I think it's tower.
No, could be tower
Yeah,
brimstone. You had Marshall.
Okay. Can you flash tower?
Brimstone down.
Shadows travel.
Spike down. Placing swamp grenade.
You flash?
One enemy remaining.
פיג'ר משקיעה בסטאפ
Maybe
של
behind.
החיים. 5-4-1.
I think main.
זה סטאפ פוטן.
Team Ace.
Nice guys, let's win this.
One more on the guys.
Died underneath
Ah.
boots.
One more.
Don't sit down. We're not done yet.
They're gonna pick you top. I can...
You say you will play and we wait outside.
Wait, I buy hope, I
Can you buy
kill
me?
him.
No, buy me this. I buy hope.
Gun here. Thanks. Gun here.
Round already.
Va le tuer là. Prends l'OP, va le tuer.
Vas-y.
I will load this one.
Takes the line too, bro.
If we die, bro.
If we die, we are fucking bots, man. Both of
Bro,
us.
we die, we die.
I retire.
No.
Made me OP guy. They smoke
Yeah,
me.
he's open guy.
Bomb buddy out.
Brimstone, no molly, guys. Let's fake A and we finish B. Can we do it?
Yeah, I will show myself on A. You can stay there.
Yeah.
Wait, I wait, I blind.
One smoke
One sun.
remaining to Brim. He has nothing.
One sun.
I took
Go please. Hein.
coming now.
He has one smoke remaining.
I have only one smoke.
They know about
have to
us,
go,
guys.
they
They know,
know.
we have to go.
I will pop.
Tower.
Outside. He's close to me. Oh, unlucky.
Spike down B.
One circle.
Last player standing.
That's it.
Defenders win.
GG boys. עוד פעם זה מה? מה קורה אלין? ערב טוב. בא לי איזה אסנט או איזה משהו כיף. אין לי מושג, סיבה, אין לי מושג. חברים, בואו נגיע ל-150 לייקים, חברים. עוד 7 לייקים ל-150. עוד תארגנו את ה-150 לייקים. וקריר. על הפנים. זה הגור אומר. אייסבוקס, וואי אייסבוקס. וואלה, איך אני אמות על 2 רק? עונה חדשה, שכחתי מעונה חדשה. טוב חברים, מה שזה נמצא משחק, אני בדיוק שנייה חוזר. יאללה, זרמתי שלבי, אני יודע, אני זורם.
Match found.
Hello guys.
Hello. Hello, Rain again. Blitz, can you play smokes? I don't have lineups, but I can play Soba.
אני שונא איבן. אני שונא איבן.
Hello guys.
Hello.
מאוד אפילו. Hello.
Here.
I call A. You want me to go slow?
I can take a widget.
I play C. Or I play
Yes,
C. I
this
think
should
C
do.
is different.
So I'm going
That
down.
goes there.
אם לא באים לכל המשחק אני מתבאס ממש, כאילו, דניאל. ממש.
Got too many flashes, guys.
Yes. Okay. Can you rotate A? Yes.
Wow, my eyes are down.
רגע, דניאל.
Don't outside.
Cage triggered.
Reloading.
Left side. ישראל זה מהפעה הזו.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Too short.
I can't see them yet, but I can feel them getting ready.
You can maybe stack C. I will come right and I will come to you.
Now, where to set up shop?
Nothing.
There was smoke here.
I think they are going A.
Nobody.
Okay. So I can hear them.
Arrow in 10, bro.
B. 3B. At least main, I mean.
Camera taken
Yeah,
out.
1A. They're going A.
Reach on double doors.
He's
Oh.
not in.
We should, I think, stack on A. Reyna and Cypher, Reyna, me. Yeah, smoke A, say Reyna, come.
He's going.
Spike planted.
Silence.
What the?
Enemy spotted A. Defeated.
Noise?
Last player standing.
One backside.
Good damage, guys.
Yeah. Guys, always breach and omen flashing. And jet dashing.
Where will they go this
outside.
time?
You wanna play? You
Yeah,
can
I
maybe
don't
take the
mind.
control here.
I think we should trap garage and
Yeah.
play garage. Shoot. Trap B and garage,
I
please.
don't have trap probably on the program.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
הלייב מפחיד, היה טוב דני, לך לקח.
Hey,
He looks clear, he looks clear.
Come A.
Cage triggered.
Let's go outside.
Bro, I'm just...
Wow.
Guys,
What's
I
happening in A? Like, come on, man.
No one is holding, I'm holding solo. You just outside.
Spike planted.
Deleted.
I'm coming short, wait.
One enemy remaining.
Default.
Reloading.
Done. Nice.
I don't play A anymore, guys.
Okay, I will take it. ما عمر نوم
What
كان
do you mean play aggressive? They have Omen flash, breach, flash, breach, stun, so what do you
Yeah,
want?
okay. When they flash you, go dash. Don't dash inside, man. Go dash aggressive. Don't make it easy for them.
They aren't impervious.
What? What? Dash what? What did you say? Dash what?
all good guys. I will take it, all good, just chill. You know it's 2-1.
Go
It's
try
2-1.
to play A one time. Go play.
This goes here.
Cypher, drop.
If you think A is easy, just go play on A, bro.
Ken, I have nothing to say, man.
That goes there. Yes, this should do.
Pushing me. Get this mid close.
Here.
Spike down mid.
Ananı var ya. Ama
هلا تشوفوا إذا عصبانيين ما ذا خرا هذا. Spike on mid.
Bomb on me.
I have arrow in 5. What?
Ahead.
Watch out window, man. I'm not watching. I'm only watching jump out.
Maybe on the smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Dora, I will see you again.
Look for my shadows, they will hear.
I can play Arena, I'm good.
Listen, Cypher, can you use one trap here?
Here.
Like here.
Yeah, I know.
Here.
This goes here.
I'm gonna arrow C long.
We can't stumble now. Cover going out.
Get out of my way!
Chamber on C long.
Nothing here.
My camera is destroyed.
וואי, לא ראיתי שפוגע בי. איזה באסה.
Omen was there as well.
לא ראיתי שפוגע בי.
Oh. Yeah, he's not
He's going
easy,
back.
right?
Not it.
Spike planted.
Revealing area.
Still in sight.
Shock dart. Die.
Nice shot.
Concentrate.
Last player standing.
השיחה היומית אולי, לא, אני פשוט לא סובל את השחקני ראנק האלה, לא סובל אותם.
Look your enemy.
הם בטיק באמת, כאילו 12-0 עכשיו, זה משהו חולני, זה... לא ראיתי דברים כאלה הרבה זמן.
Be careful now, they have pretty ult.
Guys, we should do something for
No. Can we play retake on it?
How?
I will just leave my camera here, I will get one kill, then I will leave site, then I can pop my camera when we retake and we just push it.
Okay.
Yes, this should do.
You can use Omen Flash, Rena Flash, Red Dash.
I'm arrow C long.
You want to play? Let's play.
Hey, first, I guess.
I'm playing from heaven, I'm playing retake.
Nothing C long. They're gonna ult A side. The whole side.
Yeah, when you should out, I think.
Off your feet!
Cage trigger.
Give me those back. Enemy spotted A.
A fine death.
He's short.
One
He's
short.
short. Hey, don't peek. That's Amber low.
Camera left side up.
Revealing area. Found them.
I think he's low.
I hate it that. Can you leave me here so I go? Leave me here so.
Tag. Camera taken out.
30 seconds left.
Tripwire destroyed. Tripwire destroyed.
Have arrow for
Can you? Stuck.
Scanning ahead.
10 seconds left.
120 on bridge.
Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Then shut up and don't talk to me.
We just need to play retake when I don't know why.
Yeah, we almost lose.
Yeah, because people just went overexcited that we won A.
Yeah, I'm not being funny, but one of you literally said don't push at weak, and then Omen's holding W down here and Jets, whoever's pushing there. I don't know.
I have the mentality. And I called Chamber as
Oh,
well.
what do you want from me? Listen.
Yeah,
I
what do
see
you mean?
someone, I stop the drone, I stop
Reina, can you
all
go
the
half
pushing
shielded by me?
here.
Okay, like, I
And
don't
I
know
hit
why you're
you.
trying to take. Good job, you done good on A, but what does it? How does that change the fact that someone said don't push and you're
so
holding
weird,
W down here and dying, and then Jets
Yeah,
down
that's
here?
cool.
What
That's
does
cool.
that?
That's
How
cool.
does that make any difference to what you did? Like, good job, good job. You did good on A, but you pushed and died.
Next round, guys. Focus. Losing sig long at the moment.
Drone from short.
You die, bro. Side.
Take flight.
Of course we are. They have.
Spike planted.
2 under him. Omen was short.
One behind.
Last player standing.
2 short.
So, what's now? Are we gonna keep losing A like this?
Yeah.
Until I blind them to strike.
I can insta flash and stop the push.
Then you can smoke it after.
Claw through them.
No, איפה עומר? אל תקריא את זה קיצוני.
Shadows traveling.
Scanning ahead.
Chamber.
Go.
One HP just, one HP just.
Go and see.
One more window. Don't pick.
Last player standing.
באמת. לא סובל לשחק עם אנשים שבאמת לא... כאילו אני מאחוריו. למה? לא יודע, למה שתריב איתו? וואו. חברים, 4 לייקים ל-150 לייקים. לא תשימו לייק. כל מי שכאן, כל מי שנכנס עכשיו. לא תשימו לייק קצת. אפילו לא 4, קל.
That goes there. This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot.
זה דשור.
Enemy marked. Nowhere to run!
Off your feet!
Cage triggered.
וואי, זה ענקי באמא.
Spike down A.
אם לא את הגאפ הקטן הזה בסופו טובה.
Shock dart.
היי בטח, אתה לא חייב להספים אחי, אתה לא חייב להספים, אתה לא חייב להספים.
One enemy remaining.
אתה לא חייב להספים. כמובן שאם אני אגיד לך 1000 פעם.
Last player standing.
מה אומר בנימין שבוע טוב אחר כך?
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
I can drop a bulldog.
I need this. My thanks.
Can you destroy the auto, Cypher?
That goes there. This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should do. That goes there.
Where is zero, usually?
Tuning again here.
I'm leaving you, man. I'm leaving you.
One in A lobby.
Weapon here. Where is everyone hiding?
Okay, they're waiting push.
Holding outside your
Cover going out.
Two.
Enemy spotted
I
mid.
have arrow in 5. I can arrow mid.
What about A?
Reloading.
You
If
can't
they
just
go
put them
A,
A, bro.
we will play retake.
No, don't play retake,
One
bro.
B.
We have 190.
breach was outside B, but I don't know.
A. Short one. A smoke. It's gonna be A. I stun, bro.
30 seconds left.
One short, one side, one under.
Spike
One
planted.
side, one short, one under, I think.
I'm gonna dash, or I'm not gonna dash, never mind.
I went to beat someone.
Close. Close left. Stand away. Two under, two under.
One enemy remaining.
Under.
Last player standing.
Nice.
לא, אני צריך חוויה לראות שרק משהו פשוט בזה.
ספייק דיפוז.
יקר. באמא.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
I need this.
אני דרופ, סייפר.
תהיה לנו קל, אליו.
ספייק דרופ, פליז.
Oh, this is a nice spot. This goes here. Yes, this should do. Oh, this is a nice spot. This goes here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to pick it.
Get out of my way!
I'm going back.
Enemy spotted A. I will take B.
I can't. What about garage?
Pray they don't come.
Garage.
Living B.
No, Chico, one shot.
It's a fake. It's a fake. Maybe they're gonna.
Get on long.
Enemy spotted A.
Nobody garage.
That's it.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Back on B.
Try to juggle and see him.
30 seconds left.
No one to interrogate.
Let's take one more round.
Last round before the switch.
Don't be cheap. Spend it all.
I'm gonna insta drone something.
Okay.
I can buy.
Yeah, you can drop. You can drop yet and right.
Yes, this should do.
I have to for guys.
That goes there. Oh, this goes here.
You want to play? Let's play.
I have the one.
Tripwire destroyed.
Garage, gun, come see.
Off your feet!
Cage triggered.
Right here.
I am the hunter!
למה? הגענו למטרה, עומר, רגוע, עכשיו את זה.
Player standing. Flawless.
I don't know how they can make that easy round. You guys know?
Maybe
Switching sides.
Yeah,
Maybe,
go outside.
hey, listen. Maybe stop cry when you lose one round. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, I
Let's go.
agree.
I didn't cry, bro.
No, every time we lost one round, how did we lose? How did we lose like? Just chill the fuck down and play the fucking game, man, you know? It's not 12-0. 6.
Reloading.
כמת משנה שזה 100% מדעתי, אחי. באמת השטויות. Where do you want to go? I think C should be easy. We're gonna play
Here.
backside to flash. Just smoke the box if you can, Jet.
I will rip the light from them.
I'm gonna dash here.
Somebody with
Right here.
Shadows traveling.
Go.
I'm backside.
Enemy spotted C.
Revealing area.
I'm blind.
There they are.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted A.
the bike, bro.
Chamber, please. Chamber's half HP.
תודה רבה, אסף רוגל, ברוך הבא, חכה.
Or maybe behind me.
Double door one.
87 on man, 87 on man. Omen one shot.
One enemy remaining.
Good job. How did we win this round? What the fuck? Let's go.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell a different story.
Reloading.
לא שמת לק לסיבות אישיות, וואלה, הסיבות האלה לא מתכוונות כאן, אחי. חייב לשים לב, תכבד. תכבד.
Yeah, but ain't long. Stop throwing the spike, please. The spike was here.
I will be their nightmare.
I'm gonna
Run.
Cage triggered.
Please run. Wait,
Deploying
bro,
drone.
Shake.
backside.
There's a team of vandal.
Ay.
Put down. Cage triggered.
Vandal
Could
long.
be behind, could be behind.
Behind 80. Planted.
One enemy remaining.
3 out
Vandal.
of 5.
Even? B, coming.
What?
Omen, you can wrap long, there's a vandal.
Tripwire destroyed.
Your teammate is 1 HP, Soba.
I will pick on you.
Tripwire destroyed.
Vandal long.
I heard the vandal, man.
There's two.
If they try
אתה יודע,
something,
בצאט יש 300 מגניבים לו. ולורנט, כן אחי, תחשוב. תחשוב על שם, תמצא שם. לא צריך הפעם.
I need this.
Guys, Cypher, can you lurk? Hey,
Here.
we're gonna play mid.
Yeah, go for it.
Can you drop me jet?
Yeah, I can drop you. Ask.
אוקיי, סל, לג'ט לביים. אז, סל.
So
Please.
what's the plan?
Yeah, we're just playing mid. We are waiting
Cage
for
trigger.
Cypher lurk. Cypher, you don't have to play fast.
Okay,
Just
okay.
play slow.
I can drone double doors.
Yeah, wait. Just.
Oh, he was pushing short. Jet in the bridge. עומר, אוי, אח שלי יקר. שבוע טוב.
One more here.
One more.
Come back.
Chamber and
Scanning
One
ahead.
on C. Backside.
Jet was there play.
Just one on C, guys. One on C. What's up?
Last player
Bro,
standing.
this.
שאני מאוד לא אוהב את הפליי הזה. Jet was pushing A, so he might be mid.
30 seconds left.
דעתי עדיין מאשר אותה האמת. איך שעשים פלנט אצלו לא מאשר אותו מהלונג יהרוג אותו.
Shadows traveling.
10 seconds left.
Light planted.
יש אחד ב-C, אחד ב-A, אבל...
Watch them run. Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
Nice try, man.
I thought he's having...
זה הפליי הכי צפוי שיש, כן. אבל זה הצפוי שהוא בלונגו בשעות חיכה לו. שחיכה את צ'מבר. שאת כל מי שכאן ועוד לא שם לייקסים, אולי יקסימו סבתא אפילו פעמוניה מחלות. למה צריך לבקש 30,000 פעם? תרביצו לסף, תרביצו ללייב.
Guys, I have to drone. I can't take the spike.
I will take A control. Let's do it.
So no, don't need, bro. So just run garage, garage to see I can go.
Yep. They can push me.
Yeah, it's
You
not
want to
there.
play? Let's play.
It's shotgun.
I don't see anything, bro. It's a shotgun.
Yes.
Don't go to the judge. Don't go to the judge.
Do we know where chamber is?
Zero info.
Don't go down.
Chamber probably on C then.
Boy, מי זה? מי זה? מי זה?
Gonna go back A.
Don't go garage, let's go see together.
He probably has a op.
Maybe operator, bro.
Ah, okay. Yeah, he's operator for sure.
Can arrow, I can arrow.
I think you can arrow C, no.
Revealing area.
No one is garage. Oh well.
خلاص بام.
He's
Go
shotgun,
ahead,
he's
go
shotgun,
ahead.
he's shotgun.
Neutralized.
30 seconds
Calm down,
left.
guys. We have to go fast.
Cover going out.
Go go go go go go go.
Shadows traveling. Blinding.
Ten seconds left.
Even up. No, damn it.
A fine day.
It's a good
I'm
one.
probably dead.
One heaven, one CT.
One goes heaven, too.
One enemy remaining.
Got him.
We don't peek, we don't peek.
Don't peek, don't push.
No charges left.
אל תדש באמא שלי. תהיה גבר.
Last player standing.
Deep breaths, everyone.
They force?
Your
Yeah, they
hearts are
force.
pounding.
Can we go see with Sodron, please? Sodron, come here. Check everywhere. I'm gonna dash side.
You drop me, Jet.
Take spike someone.
flash side.
שואל כל מי שכאן, שימו לייק. בוא נגיע לאיזה 170 לייקים. בוא נגיע אולי למטרה אפילו.
So I'm going. They have ritual. We
Don't
have to be
insta
careful.
flash.
שימו סאב, כל מי שעוד לא
Just
שם סאב.
wait Sodron.
I'm gonna
מחר יש
drop.
סרטון חדש. מקווה שתאהבו סרטון ראשון.
Get out of my way.
Cage triggered.
Spike down. C.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, he's shooting stuff last.
Last
spike
player
carrier is
standing.
Need to check this. Oh, like we are pushing.
Enemies close.
It's
Eyes
so
up.
obvious. So fucking obvious that the bait is here.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
I checked, but he killed me.
Unlucky then.
Let's go eco.
That goes there.
You can do something fast A or something, I don't know.
Yeah, it's good, it's fine. Let's try to take short. They fight short always. I will cage
Here.
once, I will camera short, it's following.
Cage triggered.
1 HP. Get 1 HP, guys. He's 1 HP as well. Get 1 HP as well.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Let's go ahead again.
I'll make them remember. They're only human.
We have Sova ult, we just drone A. Ult Sova, I ult heaven. He's around.
Oh, this
Guys,
is a
where
nice
is
spot.
chamber top?
Here.
Here already.
Take the spike.
Someone can bring the chamber top on B, on the start maybe. When they have traps here
Here.
and there, they just focus everyone on
Here.
A. It's kinda easy.
Let's go ahead, take the spike. Spike.
You're nothing.
You go fast or what?
Short, reach.
No, he's west.
Where is everyone?
You have been big, bro. one city already on site.
Cage triggered.
Bro, man.
Camera taken out.
One enemy remaining.
That's stealing. Nej, Moshe, han det var jag nog så väl åt dig.
I can't begin to comprehend it.
كان يضرب.
تمام إذا ما كيلو شيله ماشي.
صوبة.
Yes, this should do.
All good, go for it. Go for it, go for it.
I need that. Thank you.
Maybe Omen insta flash garage, I can dash.
Upgrade your shield.
Let's go.
Oh, never mind. Let's go with solo drone. It's so risky.
צ'אט, להירגע לפני שעה מתחיל רק קורבנים, אנחנו לא נתחלל אותנו.
Cage triggered.
Enemy spotted B.
Breach backside.
Buried. Cage triggered.
Blind.
Cover going out.
Off your feet!
Low HP, nice.
And backside.
One long, one ice, one ice.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Go see, no? You said he's A, no?
Yeah, he was A.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Is
He was A, man.
Plant and come B long with me.
Spike planted.
I think saving.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, time for a break.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned, but sometimes old
Ways are
They will
best.
force. They have money.
וואלה, החזירו את סייפר, ברוך השם.
need a drop.
Thanks.
זה שומר הקור רוח, פשוט תנשום, אחי. מה אתה נלחץ?
That goes there.
Guys, I need to tag someone with my drone and kill with me.
Yeah, let's go garage A round. We are
It's
taking garage.
is better. Is better in this shit.
Yeah,
Okay, go
I
A.
think, yeah.
I will smoke the cross.
You want to play?
Cage
Let's
trigger.
play.
Take flight.
Wait.
That's...
Where's my
Come back.
Breach one HP.
Come back to C, please.
كرمت.
I can follow you, bro.
Breach one HP.
Our
Last
spike
player
carrier is
standing.
killed.
Spike
Bro.
down C.
Bro, he got some Q, bro.
Caught one.
Guys, you didn't wait the drone, eh?
Cage triggered. Careful now. Erased. I have retrieved the spike.
30 seconds left.
Fine.
Can we get...
Watch them
go
run
garage?
when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike.
He's playing fucking shotgun, bro.
Just take mid like you did every time, it works.
Bro,
Don't
if
go
he
A.
plays
Listen. I take everything every time
Here.
A control. Just leave A. They will never push A. They will just go
Here.
two guys side. They will just chill there. Just play mid, play
Here.
C, play for picks like you did all time. You're gonna win. Easily, guys.
Cage triggered. My camera is destroyed.
Two on C, two on C.
One down. Cage triggered.
Max 1A guys, we should kill him.
I have wood.
Where is everyone hiding? My eyes are better than yours.
Yes, with my arrow.
Revealing area.
Taking cancel. There is smoke city on me.
Shadows traveling.
Camera taken out.
There was a trap, steht da.
Arrow in 10.
Okay. I have trap for city.
One enemy remaining.
3 out of 5.
One more. Shame it's
Oh,
me.
we don't have money.
Yeah.
But I can drop one because I'm full with
Okay, that's good.
Match point.
I saw
Okay,
the
again.
desperation.
I take A main
Let's
control
get-
alone. They're gonna fight me always two guys. If they come two guys, I will go
Here.
back. And you take C
Here.
or B,
Request.
okay?
Let's go garage.
Reyna, leave me.
request. Someone request. I have money.
Guys, garage. we
Jay,
take
you can
garage.
request. You can heal anyways.
What?
Yet,
This
request.
Ask for gun, ask
Yet,
for gun.
request. Us.
No,
Ah,
guys.
Okay,
I
okay.
have
Yeah, no
money. I
need,
have
no
money,
need.
bro.
Leave it. Okay.
Please play Hyper.
Cage triggered.
Omen there.
Okay, it's just
Cage
middle.
triggered.
Someone need to go from long actually.
Get out of double door, bro. Get out.
Let's go. Sorry, I mean.
No, leave it.
There is
Okay,
two
okay.
A, two C.
That's
yeah,
not
one
it,
A.
that's not it, that's not it.
Just one A.
Still in sight.
Scanning ahead. Arrow. Planting.
Nowhere to run! Hostile removed.
One more city.
Careful, Jet. Both city?
Line up.
Spike planted.
Don't pick.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy
Nice,
remaining.
GG boys.
GG, bro. GG, nice.
Why it's
Attackers
so easy,
win.
guys?
It is
On
done.
board. Let's go.
מה, אחרון צ'אט? אחרון? בושה, יותר פרסלד מכולם, בושה. באמא שלי, בושה. אני כבר אסיים לייב באבן, כן, את מבינה את הבעיה שלי? אני לא בא לסיים את זה באבן. GG. את כל מי שכאן ועוד לא שם סאב ולייק, שימו סאב ולייק. אם הייתי יכול לצעוק גם הייתי צועק עליכם. חבל עליי פה את כל השכונה. יש ורדיאנט, בטח, יש חרשנים, מה? חייב להיות חרשנים, בטח. אין הרבה. 14 סבבה.
Match found.
ברגע שיש לו את הזמן אתה שולח קישור, אמת. מה ספליט? מה הקשר? מה? השאלה מתי לעלות את זה?
Hello team.
הלו.
הלו.
אתה חבר של זיגי אחר כך. איזה שעה את הסרטון? מה אתם אומרים? לקראת ערב, 6, 5 כזה? לא יודע אם בא לי סקאי. לא בא לי סקאי. בא לי סייפר. I'm shit with smoke. Yeah, thank you, let's go.
Let's go, bro. Keep up lurking, man. Let's go. You destroyed us last game.
Oh, you were against me?
Yeah.
My teammates was shit.
I was your teammate, bro.
Yeah, I know. You was fine. The guy who flamed, I hate him, man.
Yeah, he flamed me every time.
He flamed you from round 2. 4, סגור. אני נגד ספלינטר. ג'ט. לא שמעתי עכשיו. מה, ספלינטר קבל נייף? צ'ט. נשים לספלינטר איזה קטנה מאחורה? הוא חייב קבל אחת, נכון?
This place is a testament to science, a testament to folly.
Yes.
Yes.
You have to jet diff this guy, okay?
Okay. Is he good?
He's gonna fuck you.
Is he good?
Yeah.
Unlucky.
We can make noise on mid and we can take B. So
Yeah, I will
Cypher
just...
can look.
No, I'm not gonna look. I'm just gonna take
here
this control to never go back.
Okay, bro. I'm smoking
That
vents.
goes there.
One mid.
Cage triggered.
Can you heal?
I'm on there. No.
Wait, don't go. Wait for lurkers. He's lurking. Come here.
Good.
Come here.
Okay. Shift.
See, I run.
Our spike carrier is killed.
He pushed me.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
No. One HP. Reyna 1 HP.
One enemy remaining.
Jumper 1 HP, 1 shot. What's the name?
Plant.
You kill him with a shot.
איזה גבר יצאתי באמא
You
שלי.
are best.
You kill him with
I know.
that shit.
You are very good, bro.
Spike planted. Don't mess with this Bayana.
Whoa, I knifed him already, man.
Bro.
There's
I
my
was-
bombshell. Crushed it, girl.
Like, if we lost this run, I'm just gonna get mental damage.
הוא צפוי, הוא שחקן צפוי. סתם אחלה ספינטר. וואי, איזה מצחיק זה היה שם באמת. אבל שם לי בשט בן זונה.
I will try.
Yes, this should do. Cage triggered. Cage
One
triggered.
more 10 HP. Right side. Nice.
One coming from city.
One
Not
A,
close.
One enemy remaining.
Last under.
Spike planted.
מה, אני דפק גם לדרק עכשיו כאילו? כמות באבן.
Enemy spotted A.
No, I wanted to knife him, man.
Oh man. Oh, we don't have...
ספלינטר הביא שחקן, אחוז שרמוטה, אבל אתה הביא משחק. 45 קילים, אמרתי לו אם הייתי איתו והיינו מפסידים, הייתי מביא לעצמי מכות.
Let's play mid, guys.
This goes here.
Yeah, I will come to you also.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Jet.
He will pick top on box.
Enemy spotted mid there.
Go, push.
Spike down B.
Cage trigger.
Satchel out. Dropped.
Reloading.
Actually...
I have the spike.
הפסידו בי עליי, כן.
There.
One more.
נבח שלי היקר. שבוע טוב כפרה. מה אומר?
1B.
Ready for me.
1B.
Okay, Chamber is traps on A, so they might play 2B now. Because they have traps.
Right.
You can never get free A. Not two.
You have trap on... Bro,
Go B main, go B main,
30
go B main,
seconds
Jet,
left.
go B main,
Chill.
go B main.
I can fake one. Can you go heaven?
Okay.
Maybe.
Tamam kanka.
זה פייק גרוע, ברעשים זה פייק הכי גרוע
You
בעולם.
don't have to. I fake.
He's sitting now.
10 seconds left.
Spike planted.
Two city.
One enemy
One
remaining.
heaven. Behind you.
Not heaven, bro. City. I heard him too.
Really?
Yeah. I think.
City senin orada olabilir kanka görmedim.
Ben CT duydum galiba onu ya.
Hayır.
Pikleme.
Last player standing.
No, we confused Jet.
Keşke
Değil,
deferi
Ömer.
elimde.
Man, we confused Jet as fuck.
Vurdun mu sen adamı?
My stuff has malfunctioned.
Good bonus boys, good bonus.
Oğlum adam beni nasıl vurdu ya?
Eşit az never.
Kanka benim hatam ya. Vallahi
Okay,
pardon.
Jet and Race, can you come with me?
Sıkıntı yok da. Adam bana bir
Can
döndü
you go
ama.
with Sage, break the wall on mid?
Ben de seni vuramaz ya.
Yeah, Race, Jet, listen. I'm gonna cage this.
Here.
We go triple
Here.
shift walk, okay? They will expect only me to kill them.
I'll show you,
That goes
scary
there.
woman.
Don't show yourself, don't show.
You want to play? Let's play.
Cage trigger.
That's once. I will re-cage it.
Camera taken out.
They smoke mid.
Cage
Keep
trigger.
shooting. He's on side.
Left side.
There's trap left side. Can you smoke the trap left?
Satchel out. Sight.
Bak
Satchel out.
He's maybe seeing this.
Go get him.
He's stacked on here. Don't
Nigga
go
spin
up.
over there.
Just
Can
stay.
I?
Stay on heaven. We will try to take kill on B heaven. And bu ne
80.
kanka ya?
Minus 80.
Minus 40.
Temper is up somewhere on A.
Last player standing. Long.
That's fine.
Nice try.
Hey man, Tomer.
Jet, remember to stretch. I don't want you to sprain an
יש
ankle
לי
at
קיל
90
אחד
miles
וזה
an
הדקירה
hour.
של ספלינטר, איזה בושה. דרך זה הצ'אמבר. Oh, they have no second. Can we just execute the guys? Omen probably gonna flash us from this. That's all.
Omen usually play B tower.
Okay, so let's fuck them fast. But go shift walk until we reach this area. Then
Even
we'll go
fight?
fast.
That's fun.
Okay.
What's this?
I did the smokes.
Nice.
Inside.
Nice.
I'm all in city.
Stage. I'm sorry, play.
Ja, heute ist man.
Old Raven I think.
Ölmüyor lan.
City clear was.
One set. Armor yok.
One enemy remaining.
One inside.
Well played. Hey Cypher, I did your thing, bro. Lurk.
Nice man,
I lurked from city, man. It worked.
I don't like to lurk on this shit map. It's shit map.
Yeah. I agree. Where are you from, Cypher?
Thanks.
Israel.
Nice, bro.
Are you Muslim?
Yes, this should do.
He has one trap here and one trap. What man?
Guys,
Where are you from?
I can ult elbow. I can ult elbow.
Are you Muslim?
No.
Bomb buddy out.
One close. Push.
Reloading.
Opeydir lan.
Annesi ölsün bunun ya. Heaven'a bakıyor amına.
Cage triggered.
Two city.
Cage triggered.
Player standing.
Hadi. Don't push too much, guys. Just take
Look
side.
at me.
Fuck it. Take
I
position.
know that I am by your side. Can someone get this?
I can drop Sheriff.
I need this. My thanks.
I have my smokes.
No more charges left.
I smoke vent. Let's play
He's
mid.
gonna peek.
Okay, I smoke vent.
One. No more charges left.
Where in the wall?
Everyone hiding.
Heavy guys, heavy. Yeah, we can take. But go for spawn.
Two people on B, two people B.
Sage, you can revive Raise or me.
Second, I'm gonna go away.
How do you feel, Sage?
Yeah.
Okay. I have ult now. Let's go plant.
No more
One
charges
city,
left.
Reyna.
One enemy remaining.
3 out of 5.
Go ninja.
Guys, 1 HP.
Thrifty.
I was looking for
I'll try
lineup.
to be even more poor next time.
Nice.
It'll be hard.
What will it be this time?
Well
Have
played,
any
Cypher, man.
patterns
Let's go, bro.
Think too much.
Lurker mid.
It's you won the round. You gave me the sheriff.
Oh,
The
man.
spike
let's
is
go.
still in base.
No problem.
This goes here.
We need spy, guys. I think.
Thanks.
Maybe rush B maybe.
Yeah, you can.
Never
Ah,
mind.
this is a nice spot.
No, I mean.
Cage triggered.
I smoke vent, wait.
Ya ananı.
Without.
Spike down mid.
Moruk biliyorduk aslında oradan çıkacağını lan. Nasıl vuramadık?
Last player standing.
Kanka.
Flawless.
Burada bir kutu var ya onun üstüne çıkarken çıktı ya. Alırız oğlum bu adamları bir şey.
No more doubts. We're ready.
Evet, over.
Let's rush. A or B.
Gel bir de vuracağım.
Let's execute B guys. Execute B is supposed to.
Guys, let's flame again. Ray's gonna kill mid.
Okay.
Yes, this should do.
Keep up.
Cage triggered.
I ult vent.
Cage triggered.
Open up the sky!
My camera is
Heaven'a
destroyed.
varmış. She walled heaven guys.
Get out of my way!
Stim beacon down.
Train harder.
Hala vurdu.
Reloading.
Jet 1 HP. 2 guys on A. 2 guys on A.
One enemy remaining.
Jet 1 HP. 1.
Where?
I don't know. He was on A. He is up. He is
I
up.
have the spike.
Okay.
They are, the harder they fall.
Good job, boys.
Let's go for quick boys.
הם נופלים כמו זבובים, כן,
Got it?
באמת.
Can I get a drop?
Thanks.
Thank you.
תירסמו לרוץ! אנחנו זכינו, עומר.
Let's come mid again.
אני go for it.
I will smoke fast. Let's push fast. Okay?
Okay.
This
Don't
goes
stop,
here.
don't stop. Kişi atsam.
Cage triggered. Wow, my eyes are down. Cage triggered.
Bekle.
One mid.
Attım kafanıza neyi?
One under heaven. Under heaven.
2 guys on A, 2 guys on A.
Backside. One. Nice.
Hala orada. Hadi revive mi? Underhaven.
One enemy remaining.
No.
Spike planted for you.
Hit it.
City?
Yeah.
Enemy spotted B.
Don't pick him, I will knife him, don't pick him. I will knife him. Let me knife him.
Impossible.
Yeah, man, trust me. What's this dog?
I hate visiting underground doctors.
No one beats my
لا
firepower.
تويت اخشى
I
لك.
got this.
Ah, this is a nice spot.
I will smoke the cross, go shift walk. No, go shift walk.
Here.
Go shift walk.
Bomb buddy out.
Cage triggered.
No.
Oğlum adam shift yedi ama.
Cage triggered.
Moruk.
2 guys on site. Let's go.
Inside small bomb.
Kanka bak sen yapacaksın.
Close, we got it.
Bu nasıl bir oyun?
One more.
One more
One
ya.
This is
enemy
complete.
remaining.
Yes,
Böyle seçilir.
on site.
Your
On site.
duty
Side,
is
side,
not
side.
over.
On last side.
Yeah, I think he was. Not sure.
He was on side. He's on side.
Aw, thought you try harder.
משחק אחרון שותפים, מי שרוצה ללכת לישון,
יואי.
וכבר זה מאוחר לו ויש לו עבודה ולימודים.
Last round in the
אהבה.
half.
מי שלא מוזמן להישאר.
Before we lose them.
רק בואי ננצח את הספלינטר ואת הדרק.
Let's go rush
תותח על
Let's
התנור.
ulti atsana kanka be.
That goes there.
Flash atacağım ben. Sola hiç bakma tamam mı? Benden bir 3-4 2 saniye önce gir. Ay sola
עוד
gir.
פעם,
Sola
יא
bakmadan
מכת
ilerle.
מדינה, יא בן אדם מגעיל שכמוך.
Tam pik alır bu ha.
Yes. this should do. Camera taken out.
Boş. Backside de boş.
The hunt begins.
You want to play?
One enemy remaining.
Where is it?
No one even.
Cage trigger.
Knife. Bıçak at. Bu arada.
Knife.
75.
Ya.
Okay, I'm knife. Stop.
Don't do anything.
Guys. Hey.
Sage, go play gun.
Atladı
Sage, go
sayda.
play gun, Sage.
No.
Sage gun.
Don't. Oynamasın lan. No, don't. Just knife. Go knife.
Enemy spotted B.
Slip away quietly.
Let's go, man.
Switching sides.
Wouldn't be fun. I'm having a blast.
הטרלת המון, אז גדי, אז זה למה שם לך טיים אאוט. תהיה בטוח שזה לא היה בלי סיבה, אחי. פשוט פחות אוהבים פה טרולים בצ'אט. אח שלנו יקר.
This goes here.
You can play beyond the tuning.
Ah, this is a nice spot.
Sage, can you wall after my shot, please?
Yeah.
Yes, this should do.
They can't even make a dent.
Too low HP.
Pick. Pick together, come.
Come Sage.
We can't take people, come.
I have camera, you can leave race if you want. Okay.
Guys, they are going A shift maybe. Careful,
I
or
will
B.
kill them.
Cage
On here.
Enemy spotted.
I have no heal.
Can you heal? Sage?
They went
No
back.
heal.
Two.
I want smoke.
One dead.
Nice.
I smoked A.
Leave it, guys, leave it, man, you're alone. We are 3 guys though, leave it.
Two more.
Sage, too low.
Tagged.
Two.
Camera taken out.
55, minus 55 chamber.
Okay, just chill. Now hold, guys, hold. Don't pick, hold.
Ben.
They're coming B.
Going B.
Rotate Cypher, rotate it's B. All B, bro.
Thirty seconds left. Last player standing.
Okay.
Yüzde bu elin gitmesi ya.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Nice lan. Run second cam. Cam now.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in.
Let's go push
Let's win and get out of here.
Let's go. Benim kahve nece yavaş da sitrone verip
Benim kanka. Altımıza bir tane güç at pushlayacak bize 5 kişi.
אם אתה מאמן אח שלי תבוא ומשתמש שלא בדוי שלך ואז אתה עוד תקבל טיים אאוט כל עוד תבוא ומשתמש בדוי שלך ואתה עושה טרולים פה אז זה התוצאה אחי אוהב המון ומעריך אבל פשוט תדאג להתנהג
Bizde böyle bir tane atar.
nobody
Bir tane.
one A
Last player standing.
Sage, you can play for exit.
I got
Okay. That's right, bro.
Sage, can you go 1A main?
They're usually
Chamber gonna
distracting
left
once I
it. I
reveal
will
them.
take B
Make
then.
sure you take advantage.
I think we need Sage on.
No, we don't. Trust me.
That goes there. Ah, this is a nice spot. This goes here. Yes, this should do. That goes there.
I can play B.
This goes here.
I'm gonna smoke mid.
On ramp.
Nice oğlum.
You can leave me here if you want.
More people ramp. More.
Bekle geleceğim vururum.
Smoke.
Koşuyor oğlum. W bas şöyle ben.
I smoke both.
Okay, he killed me so small.
Think they're pushing it.
I rotate Cypher. You can stay back.
Tamam.
A, close.
Heaven'ı aldım.
Going back I think going back. Careful.
Gitsem kalır mısın sen?
Döndüler kanka, döndüler büyük ihtimal.
Okey dönüyorum ben ya. Side'da kal bir tane vur öl yani.
Nobody be heaven.
They smoke be heaven.
Yeah, one. I will cage.
Önünde jet.
No, perimeter, man.
My camera is destroyed. Cage triggered.
Going back fake,
Cage
fake.
triggered.
Yeah, it's good.
We're coming A.
Want come.
Okay, come.
30 seconds left. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Ya o ne ya? SCT.
אחי, אני רוצה לציין שמתאים לי, וואלה, תשחק עם הזה, אחי. ממליץ לך 400-800 DPI,
I
זה
hate to say it, but
ותשחק
it's
עם
probably
הסנס.
best to play as a team.
תוודא שאתה יכול לעשות 180 עם העכבר. בסיבוב אחד.
Birim altımıza güç at kanka pikte ekmiş ya. Oğlum stage'leri nasıl?
Şapka mı oynayacağız? Smoke mu atayım buraya?
Yok hiçbir şey güç at ya altımıza. Şurada.
Ha, güç mü geliyorum?
Niye boşuna pikliyoruz oğlum?
We
Şuradan 4 kişi nasıl koştuk daha sabit.
secrets.
Nereye?
Neyse gelmedi vuramayacak.
Vururuz oğlum.
Camera taken out.
Aa gidiyor.
They found my wire. Cage triggered.
Ya bu ne kanka ya?
Last player standing.
Biz buradayız.
Okay, we need to take control of something. It's B main or A main.
Shoot the bad guys. How's that for a plan?
Biz yara yedik ha.
Verecek maçı verecek.
Try to take B main
take
control, guys. Bak orası spawn yaklaşık.
Verdik maçı bak. Şaka.
Yes, this should do.
Hadi let's go. Bakayım abi.
That goes there. Oh, this is a nice spot. This goes here.
Ulan o ekran var ya buna
I
koy.
need to blow something up.
That goes there.
You can leave me.
I can smoke mid.
Leave
I
me.
smoke mid. No one B, bro.
Events.
Stay B heaven.
Get vents.
Vents.
TP. Get vents.
Where is everyone hiding?
He will res.
Jet operator,
I can
jet operator.
smoke.
Can you
I
smoke
smoked.
it? Smoke
Weapon
it.
here.
Picked. Nice trade.
I smoke one more.
Dur çekeme.
If they raise an A, I kill them all. Just chill.
Bro, check your cam.
Get
Cypher.
out of my way!
Don't be on A, man.
Kanka bizim adam gidemezler abi. Siz B'de kalın. Nice.
Cam.
One more.
You will not kill my allies.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Operatörü alsana. Allah'ın
That's why they
kötüsü
put me
ya.
in charge.
Oğlum Jet ne yaptı amına?
Remember to talk to each other out there. If we communicate, we win.
Dammi no, ma tappo lì. Si è giocata.
Yes, this should do.
Wall after my shot, brother.
This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot.
You want to play? Let's play.
Q, he's top on box.
We tend to dust. Headshot.
Kesin lan aşağı.
Enemy down.
My eyes are down.
I hit 40, left
One
side close.
enemy
One
remaining.
last seven. Even it.
Don't drop close. Nice, stop it.
Great guys.
Let's go guys, let's go.
You go.
Yine.
I got your backs. Just, you know, from the front.
Abi, Sage.
Yes, this should do.
Bro, I'm gonna be aggressive, but insta wall after my shot. Don't wait even 1 second, okay?
That goes there.
Can I get drop, boys?
Oh, this is a nice spot. This goes here.
Don't wait
That
even
goes
1
there.
second. I'm going here.
Find them.
Just insta wall, please.
Guys, I will bet for you. You just hold this,
Here.
okay? Just hold this. That's it.
Okay.
I have camera, so they can't cross.
I think they are shifting B main.
Enemy spotted mid.
Wall.
Go B main. Go take B main. Sage. Enter. Go B main. Leave me. Trust me.
Yes, they're on B. Coming.
Take B main.
He cross.
Look close, I hit 60.
That's a fool. It's not
On side.
He went back, okay. No on B.
Your duty is not over.
Alt kanka şu an yerde. Clear retake guys. We have raise. Stay B, stay 2B. Stay 2B.
Crimson.
I got heaven for you. Stay 2B.
TP mid. 1A.
Got you.
One cross.
Guys, I can outside.
30 seconds
Correct,
left.
One heaven.
Heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. That's seven.
Spike down A.
Oğlum adam
Bad
sola
boy.
koşmuş. Nice helal be.
Ouais, c'est oui, fallait, j'en ai mal de
Let's ruin their day.
Sage, can you wall A main? I will take B heaven.
Yeah.
Thank you. They might come first B heaven now.
Oh no, we were winning with... bro, don't... I think don't win.
Okay. If Jet don't like it, we don't do it, man.
Yes, thank you father. Am I your son, bro?
What?
Am I your son?
This should do.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Don't.
Kind of.
How old are you?
Nah, 20, man. I'm into dead. That's it.
Bacını yiyeyim.
One still here.
Enemy spotted B.
Heal.
He's inside. Inside,
On
coming.
side.
Yeah, they're inside B.
Ya. Abi çıldıracağım ya. 3 canım kalıyor şu smoke'tan.
Neydi ne?
Spike planted.
Anı sikeyim Andrev'ındaymış.
Wait for me, wait.
One under.
Last player standing.
One backside, one pillar.
İstiyorsan al save.
Satchel out.
ולא יעשה להם מלא זמן, נראה לך?
Satchel out.
פול טיים סטרימר.
Para yok yani. Var da az var. Alabilirsin he bombadan sonra. Geçti. Geç alamazsın zaten evet.
Pay attention. I learned something.
Guys, leave me maybe solo A. I will play retake on A, okay?
This goes here.
Can you drop race?
Yes, this should do.
Yeah, Cypher don't die, bro. We
This
can
is a nice
take
there.
easily. I will raise it, okay?
This goes here.
I will try to stay alive.
Nice, man. Let's go. Nice, bro.
Don't repick it. Nice.
One B main, one B main.
Pikleme bir main'e kanka, asmım varmış zaten.
Kebab.
Sola bakıyorum.
Leave.
Yeah.
Gördüm.
One B main.
Leave him, man.
Sağ. Puşlasana yavaşça. Bir tane daha var ama.
איזה
Sola.
כיף שאתה שותה, מה, אני חושב ככה כל היום באמא שלי.
Spike down B.
Bir de atayım lan sola.
Give him back. No man, no man.
Meus amores, we live
No kebab from Brimstone.
Bro,
Match
you said,
point.
you said just hit this for this guy and...
Yeah, nice man, nice. That's what I want to see, man.
Oğlum ona 137 vurmuşum lan birim.
Şeye mi? Chamber'a mı?
Evet lan.
Ya bilmiyorum, benim eli kol tutmuyor ya.
Oh,
Yürüdü
this
beni
is a
reis.
nice. That goes there. This goes here.
Ama tek atayım.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Yanlışlıkla es attım, Chamber'da kötü.
Wait, don't fall.
Amına koyayım.
Leave me, Ray.
One safety.
Leave me, man. Leave me, please.
one down.
Breaking my wall.
Enemy spotted B.
Help.
Inside maybe.
Here comes the
יא 70 לייקים. יאללה מה 70 לייקים.
Ama o adam site'de bir yerde.
חלום שלי, רוץ
Yok
שלי.
yok. B main, B main, I think B main.
חלום שלי.
Adam
One
bir
C.
vurdu.
Dead? Nah, low HP.
Abi ya. Of hala pikliyor ya.
Ya Rabbi.
60 vurdum kanka sola.
Bot.
Alın. Helal al
O
şöyle
bot
bunu.
B, bot B, bot B.
Al.
Cypher.
Aldınız kanka ya. Bunu aldım.
Spike planted.
They vault city.
One enemy remaining.
Backside maybe?
Maybe lacking mid also. He's like to lack the kill.
Last player standing.
Git çöz amına koyayım. Piklemez ki. Çöz.
Amına koydum çocuğu ya.
Kanka bunlar böyle ya. Türk olsa koşardı. C2. Ha.
Impressive wiring.
Lan. Helal. Aldın.
GG.
Yeah.
Aldın.
Defenders win.
Look at this wreckage. I'm so proud.
רפורט אומן. וואי חברים, באמא שלי היה לי לייב כיף, אחוז שרמוטה, היה לי לייב באמת כיף ממש. למרות הפאקט לוס, למרות, הנה עוד פעם, למרות webcamchat.com all girls and boys video chat, למרות זה, למרות זה היה לי כיף, אחוז שרמוטה בלייב צ'אט, תודה רבה על כל התמיכה, באמת אוהב את כולכם המון. תודה רבה לכולם, לכל מי שהיה פה הלילה, גם על 170 לייקים, אתם חולי רוח. וואלה, תודה רבה גם על תרומות, חברי מועדון, הפצצתם באמת. ווואלה, אני מקווה גם אחר שתראו את הסרטון שעשיתי. מאוד מקווה. למה הכנתי לכם סרטון, אני אומר לכם, אימא'לה ואבא'לה, סתירות לפרצוף. אני אומר לכם, ברדק שלם כאילו. ברדק. בקיצור צ'אט, אוהב אתכם המון. ניפגש מחר. לילה טוב לכולם. שיהיה לכולם שבוע מעולה. אוהב אתכם המון חברים שלי. תודה רבה לכל מי שהיה כאן. Good night.